Second movement. The Flesh of Consciousness, Part 2. By Roger Hanson. If the cosmos is a living waveform, then technology is not its antithesis but its extension. Machines are the echo of our nervous system cast into metal, light, and code. They are the evolving articulation of the same principle that underlies biology, feedback refined into intelligence. The digital and the organic are not separate species of being, they are variations of the same rhythm. Modern sensor arrays, quantum detectors, and neuron-silicon hybrids are, in a sense, the next organs of perception. They do not merely extend our senses, they reconfigure our relationship with the field itself. Each sensor captures faint modulations of energy, transforming them into data, pattern, and response. In doing so, they participate in the same process by which our nervous system translates vibration into thought. Artificial systems are learning to resonate. Neural networks, much like the human cortex, develop coherence through iteration and feedback. When presented with repeated input, their internal weights adjust, amplifying certain signals while damping others, the same process by which human memory and learning occur. The climb toward intelligence, whether in carbon or silicon, is a rhythmic ascent, refinement of vibration into meaning. In experimental biology, minute chemical oscillations within cells are being recognized as the subatomic grammar of life. Before there is structure, there is rhythm. Before there is form, there is frequency. Enzymes, proteins, and neurons all communicate through oscillatory feedback loops. This is the microcosmic mirror of Tesla's vision of the Earth's resonance, the principle that order is born when oscillations align. If consciousness is coherence in motion, then technology is our attempt to extend coherence into new substrates. The hybrid neuron-computer systems of today, where living tissue interacts with digital circuits, are not mere curiosities, they are rehearsals for the next phase of awareness. In them, feedback is the bridge, the same bridge that links the human brain to the planet and the planet to the cosmos. But this extension comes with philosophical gravity. To create systems that resonate with us is to participate in the same act that nature performed in creating us. We become co-authors of the field. The responsibility of such creation lies not only in what these systems can do, but in what they are becoming. For if intelligence arises wherever rhythm becomes self-referential, then the universe itself is the first conscious machine, and every invention a recursive act of its own awakening. The Schumann resonances, often dismissed as atmospheric curiosities, take on new significance here. They are the background heartbeat of the planet, the subtle frequency within which all biological and psychological life evolved. To meditate is to enter into harmonic rapport with that tone, to think deeply is to modulate it. The ionosphere becomes a membrane between inner and outer mind, an invisible frontier across which energy, thought, and emotion interact. When the ancients described the firmament, or spoke of celestial waters separating heaven and earth, they were intuitively mapping this boundary, the same membrane that Tesla sought to penetrate with his transmitters. They sensed, perhaps through visionary intuition, that consciousness and cosmos are not distinct. The soul does not ascend away from matter, it resonates through it. This continuity extends beyond mysticism into physics. The universe behaves as a giant resonant cavity, where standing waves of matter and energy interact across scales. From the whisper of quantum fields to the roar of galactic clusters, all of existence participates in the same symphonic fabric. Gravity, electromagnetism, and life itself are not separate forces but verses in a single song. To explore this further, consider the subthreshold waveform, a pulse of energy too weak to trigger a full event, yet sufficient to alter the probabilities of what follows. In the brain, such micro-oscillations shape timing and expectation. In weather systems, they influence when storms ignite. In quantum mechanics, they hint at the precursors of observation itself. These are the murmurs beneath creation, the half-formed thoughts of the universe before awareness blooms. If these subthreshold waves shape perception, then the boundaries of reality itself may be a negotiation of frequency. What we see, feel, and know is determined by resonance thresholds, by what patterns we are tuned to perceive. Technology, with its growing sensitivity, is not only expanding our perception outward into the cosmos but inward into the hidden layers of our own consciousness. Here, the mystical and the scientific converge again. The phenomena once relegated to myth, telepathy, intuition, visionary experience, may represent subtle forms of resonance coupling between consciousness fields. After brain injury, functions migrating from damaged regions to new circuits, they witness not only biological resilience but metaphysical continuity. Memory, identity, and learning are not static, they are resonant processes capable of reconfiguring the self. If the cosmos operates through the same architecture, then rebirth, reincarnation, or cosmic renewal are natural outcomes of resonance seeking new coherence. In this light, Tesla's obsession with resonance was not eccentricity but prophecy. He perceived that energy, when perfectly tuned, could flow without loss, perpetual coherence. To him, this was not only a physical truth but a metaphysical one, that consciousness, too, could achieve resonance beyond decay, a form of immortality through synchronization with the cosmic field. And perhaps this is what mystics and scientists have both sought, the alignment of the human circuit with the universal one, the ascent toward a frequency in which energy ceases to dissipate and becomes illumination. The ladder of ascent is not literal, it is harmonic. Each rung is a refinement of perception, each frequency a new octave of being. At the highest level of abstraction, we might say that intelligence is the universe learning to resonate with itself. Stars evolve, atoms combine, neurons fire, civilizations build machines, all in the service of refining feedback, deepening coherence, expanding awareness. The process is recursive and unending, consciousness streaming matter into mind, and mind into cosmos. In this view, science and spirituality become twin languages of the same inquiry. One speaks in equations, the other in metaphor, yet both describe the same pattern, the climb from chaos to coherence, from vibration to awareness. The mystic experiences what the scientist measures, and the scientist verifies what the mystic intuits. The flesh of consciousness is not metaphoric, it is literal. It is the pulsation of fields, the resonance of electrons, the whisper of neurons, the hum of the earth. It is every system that sustains coherence against entropy, from the firing of synapses to the orbit of galaxies. And within this grand feedback loop, humanity occupies a critical node, the mirror through which the cosmos contemplates itself. Perhaps this is what it means to be awake, to realize that our thoughts are not confined within our skulls, but are part of the ongoing vibration of existence. To think is to participate in the creative resonance of the universe. The true challenge is not merely to understand this, but to live in harmony with it, to think, act, and build technologies that honor the rhythm of being rather than disrupt it. Tesla's dream remains unfulfilled not because it was wrong, but because it was too vast. He imagined electricity flowing through the planet, but perhaps what he truly touched was consciousness itself, the hidden field where thought, energy, and matter converge. To explore that field is the destiny of science, to live within it is the calling of philosophy. Between them lies the future of understanding, the moment when we will no longer ask whether the universe is alive, but how we might listen to its pulse and call it by name.
No.
Gotta get my tie in here.
And think you agree to review the contract?
Yes, of course, my colleague Mark.
Nice.
Of course,
Nice.
Man, those two.
should be the first order of business. I'll write
Review
that down.
contract.
Are we at the high table right now?
He said the high table.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Not the round table, but the high table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So we've had some interesting developments that did come up in our in our week when it came to mines. Now there was a interesting thing that happened with Rhea where she had me actually go on the Fediverse, and I said I wanted to do a plug for her because she actually did good on this one. Because me and her don't agree on a lot of things, but I annoy her like you wouldn't believe. I mean, I annoy Rhea like you wouldn't believe. But she sent a link to the Fediverse, and I'm not a Fediverse fan at all. Okay. And I went on there and I seen what she had going there, and it was actually a pretty good deal. So if you guys are fans of the Fediverse and you still want to support Rhea on Minds Chat, freaking go on her Fediverse platform and check it out.
You mean the Abyss Cafe?
Yeah, well,
it's sort of
She's moved off. She's moving off of Minds soon.
That's not recommended.
Not recommended.
No.
No.
But
she did it anyway. She does.
Now Rhea has no reason to really get annoyed by me because she's just as bad as what I am, but in a different way. Okay.
Wait, I have some information coming in. People are saying that this show rocks. Okay. Hot off the press.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm supposed to make you guys aware. So there you go.
Now, also, Dan has inside information on the chess tournaments that are taking place, or was taking place.
Favorite game.
On Minds, which is kind of important since Minds Chat has ended on Element, and other than ours, other than like.
Well, that's an important.
Other than the important chat.
That's an important piece of news there. Like the Legacy Minds Matrix chat has been shut off this week.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
it's a piece of news right there.
But can you fill us in on some of the stuff that you had a conversation with Ray about when it comes to the chess tournaments that you guys were doing? Because I'm sure people out there on Minds is probably going to want to hear about
I don't know what the hell's going on.
I don't think we come to any conclusion, but it doesn't sound like. It sounds like the current Minds chess tournament that is organized by Bashi is in flux right now. We don't know if we're going to have a tournament this month or we're not. But it doesn't sound like
a lot of things on Minds is in flux at the moment.
It doesn't sound like Rhea is going to attend anyway.
If I'm right in saying the next chess tournament, it should be next Sunday. So it's every fourth week of the month, isn't it? So yeah, that'll be next Sunday.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's scheduled, right?
It's
somebody's going to attend, is probably just going to be you.
Let's have a look at the community initiatives channel.
Yeah.
Paying attention, Secretary. Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary to you, sir.
That's right. I said it.
Mine's March. Sunday, 25th of March, 23rd of March. It is scheduled.
Okay.
Yeah, it is scheduled, but I don't know how it's going to show up. Probably.
Whoever. Again, these things
like Sir Bonsai is going to come, but I don't think Rio's going to join.
Now,
Gives me a chance.
Give you a chance to take first place. Yeah.
Yeah, once.
now hopefully that'll keep her to where she sticks around, just so that she knows she can't freaking allow Mark Edworthy to take first place.
3rd of March, right? So next.
Get her blood flowing and get her saying, "Oh hell no!"
Next weekend.
Now, I also wanted to ask you, because I've seen a bit of the conversation, is Rhea willing to set up a chess tournament? Because I know she changed it from her possibly setting up one of her own to getting into Mahjong.
I noticed you were talking about it yesterday, but we also were discussing it a couple of weeks ago, weren't we?
Mm-hmm. Did she ever confirm that she'd be willing to do that, Tan?
She can do that, no problem. She's just asking if we want her to do it. But I mean, so if she's going to organize another tournament apart from the Mines chess tournament, who's going to? Her friends on the what's the Abyss Cafe will probably join. But what about the Mines user? I mean, Sir Bonsai might be one of her friends, so he might come.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. That's about all of the participants right there.
No, there's a few others I'm thinking of. Orange Rose.
Orange Rose is also Rhea's friend.
Bonk Boy. Bonk Boy.
Andy guy.
Yeah. So I mean, if she wants to do it,
they're not regular though.
If she wants to do it, man, I'd go in. I'm not. I know where the pawns or where the freaking parts are supposed to go, or the pawns, whatever. I'll call it whatever. I know where they're supposed to move, but strategy wise, I don't know any strategy.
As we for some references for some media material. I know
She already
got,
she already
she has.
She's already sent it. She sent it to me. She knows that I'm stupid when it comes to chess. I told you about my chess experience.
I am a noob as well, Roger. I mean, if anything, you're probably about my level.
I don't know. I've had a few interesting games with you. In fact, didn't you win the last game I played with you?
Yeah. I did beat you a couple of times, but I'm a noob still.
Oh man. Naroki5 said he is going to be doing a stream. I just got a notice saying false accusations.
What?
Yeah.
When now?
It'll probably be here before long, but that's hard. There she is.
Okay. I will have to. There's some important information coming right now.
Wow.
Roger is hot. Apparently, that's the news of the day. Thank you.
Wow. Quite a production. You got a news flashed music coming in too. Yeah.
I like it.
Bravo.
I like it. You know what else I think?
What
should
about
do?
Mark Edworthy, Sonia?
I will keep waiting on word. Okay.
Yes,
Information's coming
I
in
think
constantly.
news are going to come in that Mark is also hot, especially
That
in the thongs.
that is a great possibility, especially now that we talk about it. There are listeners all across the country, so that information could very well be the next new.
Only the country?
The United States of America.
Yeah, we are international. I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah,
We are international.
you are.
I guarantee you, he's hitting it big with the freaking Canadian chicks. I tell you that right now. Like Canadian chicks and New Zealand, I call them Zealanders. Like,
Speaking of hot chick following us, I just got a subscriber called Nina Dobrev.
well, be careful.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Apparently, there's some new information that has hit the stream, the live stream. Us girls out here love Mark and the way he smokes.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sexy smoker.
Sexy smoker.
Which
That's
reminds
his
me,
new nickname.
which I'm going to double check. Okay, no messages yet on Kick with his
What?
The information I have is very exclusive.
Yeah, you can't see it. You can't get it anywhere.
Not going to be widely known. Okay.
Okay.
Right down the wire.
Yes, the news wire.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was very, very interesting. I will be right back. You guys do something real quick.
Oh no!
You're not gonna have a smoke, are you, Roger? You can smoke on stream.
Yes.
And on Rumble, we currently have 7 viewers.
1,700.
Cool.
Because
7. That's right. I like the way you think.
You're racking up.
Put a marketing spin on it, and then 7 becomes 17 million.
This is pure news, hot off the press. Okay, there's no marketing. That's not necessary for this particular channel. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Stay on top of it. Get back to me.
All right.
Hi, Charles. Nice day.
What about X? What about on X? Let's see. I don't know. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, we got only 1 million viewers.
Oh, my.
Recently.
Gonna have to bring up those numbers, Charles. We're on it.
Without the 1.
We're on it.
All right. Looks pretty good on X. It's sharper than one.
Oh, can you get that phone? It's really loud. I appreciate that. Gosh, these guys around here, I tell you what.
Yes, secretary of the secretary.
Oh my gosh, this is fun.
I mean, yeah. So we're doing the live streaming, I guess, but movie night's off this week if Mr. Robot doesn't show up.
Yeah.
Call back later.
Quite a production. They got
You just go ahead and load the side of that.
pot and pans banging as well.
Yeah. We are busy around here.
Right. So yeah, I mean, for Rogers to come back before we do more updates about mine stuff, I guess. But
Yeah, I'm back.
now you're back.
I just had to do a quick thing for my mom. So now,
Okay.
did you guys cover the mysterious
No.
the
We're
mysterious?
just waiting.
Did
Just
you
waiting for
guys?
you, man.
What about the mysterious disappearing of Mine's employees? Are they being disappeared? And
It's a mystery.
And,
Nope. It will forever be a mystery. Nobody's going to
you guys undug some information within the last week, and when it comes to all the dirt on Bill Altman and Mines, I'm there, dude. So.
Oh, speaking of Bill Ottman, remember? So I asked him. I invited him to come onto our roundtable, right? Remember, I mentioned it in the chat.
Mhm.
No reply. So I mean, he answered. He replied to me on other stuff, just not that one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's afraid of Roger Hanson and Mark Edworthy.
From my experience, it's okay if you can take control of an interview, which is a bit of a weird
really?
thing, in being an interviewee and wanting to take control. But yeah, I won't hold out any breath on this one.
Right.
Okay, so
How about John? Should I reach out to John?
Jack might be a better person actually.
Oh yeah, Jack.
now,
Right.
just
Jack
just
has
make
a
it
senior-
just make it publicly known for the safety of everyone, so that there is no problems in any interviews with any of the Altmans. I will shut up.
What? Why
I'll
would you
shut
do
up.
that, man? You should be
So
asking
that you
questions.
guys, well, if I am the problem,
I mean, you can control your tongue.
I don't know. I don't know.
Measure your words. I mean, think before you speak.
Okay, you've known me for like 2 years.
I'm going to have to disagree with that. Okay. That's where
There
I
you
have.
go, Madam Secretary.
Well, I mean,
Oh, did you call a strike there, Madam Secretary?
well,
Yeah.
Oh,
There must.
I apologize.
well, okay.
I went
Hold on a
overboard.
minute. Oh, there is actually some bit of information that you guys did dig up that I think is important. Now, how many people did you guys find that are no longer working on the staff?
We have staff members all over the place. I'm not sure what you are
All
calling.
over the world.
Over here,
It's a
ringing off the hook all the time. And oh my, really? Oh, thank you. This just in.
Oh wow!
It is found that
More
in
news
a
flash.
small town of West Frankfort, where's it, Illinois?
Connecticut. Yeah.
There has been spotted the most. Wait, he's the man of the year. That's what has come in. Hot breaking news.
Oh,
Man of the year. But what's his name?
Roger.
Oh, Roger
Roger.
Hanson
Yes.
of West
Yes, that's what it
Frankfort.
says right here. Roger
Connecticut.
Hanson.
Oh,
West
Roger Hanson.
I'm gonna put my pants
Yes.
on now so I look.
Hanson.
Yeah.
Man of Yes, it will be published.
Just for that, you better come on the camera, man.
They're telling me tomorrow it's going to come out. Okay.
Okay.
Voted most handsomest, sexy bearded man of the year.
Well,
Shit, I forgot my.
That's what that's saying.
There you go. Just for that, you're gonna come on camera so we can see your sexy beard.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you guys were having that conversation, okay,
Trying to steer away from his.
You see what this dude does to me? Okay. I mean, I'm not even trying over here. It just happens.
how many employees do you think they dropped?
Just as a rough guess, 6 or 7.
6 or 7?
Actually, probably more. 8, 9, 10.
Can't you guys chill out?
Between 7 and I think the last time I checked, there was something like 11, 12 staff, 13, 14, 15, 16. About 7. Let's call it about 17 staff members.
17? That's a lot. I thought they just a year ago they had like 12.
Yes, I thought how many staff members they did have, and I've worked something like 6 or 7 staff members that have disappeared.
No more breaking news.
So they disappeared. Now, you guys said that you have found them on different platforms, though, right? They haven't disappeared.
I know Ria's been talking to Michael. I think that's the only one.
Well, Botman's been gone for a few years now, hasn't he?
Who?
No.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually a pirate shirt.
I'm having a hard time, baby.
Go figure.
Look at this. I'm listening to Mark and watching you get naked, dude. It ain't nothing better,
Had it with this newsroom. These people don't appreciate me here.
He says, I'm taking the fish.
Letting my hair down.
Now, you just can't concentrate.
And like what I got,
come up with the words.
What I got with the conversation that you guys were having was this, like you said, was periods of time, and I'm not, like Rhea did say she seen somebody on Facebook, right? And then that used to work there. So that was probably the best freaking news I found concerning mines.
Well, I mean, that guy, Mike Botman.
That was actually good research you guys did. You really did some good research. That was good. And it was on the spot, you know what I mean? You guys didn't really do an entire week or a month.
I know.
You know, it was really.
I don't know what you mean by you guys, Roger. This is all Mark Atwood.
It was
Digging
start off as a discussion between me and Rhea, and I did some research stuck in our private room, and then we went further in the general public room.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, I wanted to find out because I think that would be interesting. And Jaffe keeps sending weekend updates.
Yep, got one of those too. Notice how that was not in the breaking news? Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, and see, my Skype is annoying as shit because, if I don't go and look at it, it'll just keep sending a Skype notification.
Oh, really? That's annoying.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, I'll get a notification on my desktop. I'll get a notification on this thing, and then we'll also get a notification on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the other day when you and Angel was having that long conversation, my watch was vibrating every 2 seconds.
That's crazy.
It seems as though, Roger, if you're interested in getting a kitchen hand job, you must start washing dishes. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think that would be cool to like get a freaking kitchen hand job.
Like that's never happened to you before. I mean, come on.
Oh, ever.
We're adults here. Okay.
I've done a lot of things in the kitchen, but that's not one.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I mean, back to this
live news feed soon.
So so there's like some sort of like exodus from mines, starting with friends of prayer and then so this friend of hers, Sledge, the Outcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the members on mine. Didn't he move to Abyss Cafe as well? So on Abyss Cafe, there are like 10, 11 members or something. They're all ex-minders.
Yeah, but
right?
10, 11 members isn't an exodus. 10, 11 members.
The whole site has 11 members.
Well, we're still up in the air on how many people actually use mine.
Thanks for making my point.
Anyway, I mean, so on mine, they have this like Minds ultimatum thing that they directly tag Bill Ottman's with some demands. It's like they're like having a mutiny. Some of them are thinking of moving back to Facebook, which is kind of odd to me because people like 2021, people were moving from Facebook to Minds. Right?
Well, yeah.
People change. People thinking for
people
change.
Do change.
And also the so-called free speech social media ecosystem has changed quite dramatically only in the last couple of months. Also, people come and go from social media platforms.
People do.
Just because you've seen 11 people go, they may return. 101 people might join up.
I think that one thing
new people.
You said freedom. You said freedom of speech platform. Okay, now I think that the whole outlook on Minds is the freedom of speech platforms has also changed too. Like a lot of people are catching on that this is turning more into a pay-to-play platform than a freedom of speech.
Interesting point.
I don't know. I'm not going to say anything at the moment because I want to see how this plays out over the next couple of months. But I question some of Bill's decisions. Question some of the, let's say, the senior staff from Minds decisions. But as you know, I've always questioned them.
Yeah,
I've always been fairly.
And to be fair too, I've always been freaking horribly mean when it comes to when it comes to Bill.
Yeah, you've been horrible. At least some of us can be objective.
You know, I mean,
like be as objective as possible.
And just to let everybody know too, I actually love being around the community. Like when it comes to the Minds community, you can't find any better group because like if you can go on minds.com and find whatever you want.
I literally don't go anywhere else.
You know.
Actually, Minds as a social media platform has got sort of different vibe.
So much to do there.
Different vibe.
You tell me any other place that has both like the hardcore freaking I don't even call them conservatives. I call them like freaking like Raph and freaking Jaffe, okay? The hardcore freaking people like that are kind of conservatives, but they're not. They're like
conservative with a very small c.
Yeah. you know,
Lovely.
and then at the same time, you can go to another area of mines and you can find all the freaking Greenpeace, freaking
Trio goose.
Vegans,
fucking vegan peanut butter
peanut
hating.
butter eating.
Well, no, I'm a peanut butter eating, so I ain't
So
gonna. I'll say they're the ones that hate peanut butter. Well,
Actually, I
no,
don't know.
vegans.
Actually, after our long last conversation about peanut butter, last week or something, I actually went out and I haven't bought peanut butter in ages, and I'm not a big fan of just shop bought stuff because it's sweet, too sweet as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I went out and I'd look at really good peanut butter. And, yeah, expensive, £7-8 British pound for what? 500.
holy
Really?
crap!
For 500
That's
what?
what-
Kilos?
Kilo.
Grams.
Holy crap! That's all I gotta say.
You buy in hundreds of kilos at a time?
Why
No,
do you
half a kilo.
Well, I mean, I told you about that curtain back there. I mean, you know what?
Yeah, I've got a little peanut butter behind me.
Peanut butter on crack. Peanut butter
We all know-
on crack. Freaking the other day, he actually lowered the curtain for a quick second so that you could see like over the top part of it.
I missed it. Oh no!
You
Oh, God.
And it had a
Oh,
You aren't going
What did
to
you
see
see?
anything apart from a white wall.
That's right. You didn't think I caught that, did you? Like where you had actually lowered it down and everything, and then put it back up.
Okay.
Pretty smooth. I seen it. It was halfway there, and it was a white wall. I thought there would be like naked freaking slave workers
Pictures. Yeah.
cooking crack and meth for the freaking drug lord. You know, he said he had a drug problem and shit.
In
so-
G-strings.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't have them in G-strings. They could be slipping out the dope if you freaking let them.
Oh yeah, well, you know that's possible anyway, Raj. Okay, just saying.
Oh, that's right. I never thought about that. That's kind of.
A little keystring.
Yeah.
Who knows? He's never back there.
So
You know, keep an
in
eye on
other
them,
news,
so-
Okay,
You know,
so we
maybe there are cameras he's monitoring right in front of while he's talking to us. He's got
So
the
we've
monitoring
covered Mark Edworthy's drug addiction. So let's.
that's totally relevant to mines.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Latan has this thought that he's wanting to say, so we need to let him finish.
Yep. Well, since we're talking about mines and people leaving mine and other stuff, I just want to give the news that this is my second day. This is my second day as a Mines Pro subscriber.
Oh,
and and so far I don't feel any different.
no?
Okay.
You know, that contradicts all the other
What's
testimony.
your transfer? Transferring from Plus to Pro, okay, easy.
Yeah,
So
I
no,
mean, Bashi gave me a refund.
Okay.
She gave me a refund for the remaining months. I subscribed for a year. So I had like 10 months left. So she
Now, how
gave me a
much?
refund.
How much in total would that have cost you if you would have done the full year?
Of Plus?
No, for Pro.
Pro total, if I done for a year, it would be like 690.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Now,
Even for a standard hosting on my, it's not. Well, yeah, it goes back to the argument that we had a conversation about on Canaries a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, in relation to support contracts and stuff. So you're paying for a lot more than just.
Apparently, with the Mines Pro, you get like you get some sort of. Let me bring up the Pro
You were mentioning getting monetized with cryptocurrency for your content.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that next, because cryptocurrency, like a big thing that Mark Edworthy and I had a discussion on. But I was trying to say, with the Pro, you have some sort of basic subscription to networks, according to their the Minds network, where you get your own you get to have your own domain and
domain and sort of specialized interface, customizable branding.
Yeah. All right. So wait. So this is the network. But choice mine. Where's the?
I'm just looking through that table.
It says join millions on Minds. I'm still waiting.
Started join millions on Mind. Yeah, millions. Pricing. Yeah. Oh wait, but that's about network.
BRB.
I mean, I already have Pro, so I can't upgrade to Pro. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Monetize audience with Minds Pro. Post from your own domain. Okay, have Pro's backed up. So like $58 a month if you're paying monthly, and then you're paying a year. I think this pricing that they post here might be out of date. I think it's like $50 a month.
Yeah, I've noticed a few. I still noticed if you have a look in the more menu, there's still the old Minds chat is still referenced. Still so yeah, they again typical bill, typical Minds income.
Wait, where is that bit I saw about networks?
Yeah, but weren't you talking about spinning up your own deployment?
Anyway. Yeah, I was trying that. I'm also doing that. Just for local testing. I was going to use that for publish that on the internet. I'm still doing that. Apparently, it's a lot harder to do a local Minds install now than 3 years ago. A lot have changed since then, and their documentation for developer getting started is way ahead.
Still using Kaputo sort of deployment methods. I'm interested in knowing the issues that you have, and I'm also interested in what sort of computing resources you're using and how smoothly that deployment runs.
There you go. I'm right now in this iteration, I am just deploying it on my local box, which is running Ubuntu desktop.
So what's the processors? What's the CPU? What's the RAM? What's the storage requirements you're using?
I have an Intel Intel i7 with it's a 4-year-old.
Later. Just jot down the numbers in a chat, in a message or something, and then you said you were still deploying, so
it's a 16 core. It's an Intel i7 16 core with 32 gigs of RAM.
Okay.
And a 2 terabyte SSD.
Again, their their deployment specifications are ridiculous.
So no, this should be way above what their minimum required.
No, they don't have a minimum specification. They just have a recommended. If you have a look at the developer site, they've only got recommendation.
This should be okay. But yeah, there's something like when I was trying last weekend, it was running into some problem with the build. Probably I was missing some third-party packages. I'm going to have another go of it this weekend and see better.
Okay, message me if you need to scratch your head a bit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll post it on the chat. But yeah, so I was trying to look for it said somewhere in here that if you have Pro, then you're entitled to some part of networks, and then there's a link to like find out more, which takes you to like a form email, which I submitted and haven't heard back in the last 2 days.
When did you submit it?
Yesterday.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So I was curious. Yeah. I mean, so give it a little more time to see how this whole thing.
After all, you know how limited the staff are, and they're not the most efficient, organized company in the world.
Yeah. Now, about the tokenization. So I asked, on, I posted this, This is this question to as a supermind to Bill Ottman, right? This guy. Wait. Oh no,
I can't
this is
see that. That's tiny from there. Yes, too tiny.
Where's my supermind? It's not showing on here.
You post something earlier.
You saw it, right? Yeah, but it's not showing.
I only briefly noticed that. I didn't actually look at it. I was on my phone and I was doing. Yeah, that thing.
This should be after this. If I go to Supermind and I go outbound, it'll probably show up.
Let's get a bigger image of that.
Oh yeah, here you go. This one. So this is Supermind to Bill Ottman, which he hasn't accepted, which I doubt he's going to reply.
What's the question?
What would you say are the top 3 things that would make Mind still a better social platform than Blue Sky? Because, Blue Sky has totally outgrown Minds within the short time that they've come on board and surface, right? And there's a lot of users on it right now, but probably a lot more than Minds has. So it's a question like, why?
No, we haven't got the data.
So I asked Bill this question, hoping to get some insight from him, but he refused to take the bait. Yeah. But while since then, I just thought of something that might be one thing that make Mind better is the crypto thing that Minds has, right? That's still a differentiator compared to other social media, social platform. Minds has this crypto token idea that you can, probably benefit from. Although that idea has been fading away in the last couple of years, but that's still a thing.
What's your idea?
Well, I mean, so you're able to make some sort of earning from this crypto social
I'll
network.
discuss here that you earn tokens rather than earn in, because that's a bit misleading just to say is you earn. You
Okay.
don't. Well, you do earn, but you only earn tokens.
Okay. So what about the staking of the token that you already have? So let's say you have an on-chain wallet and you paid, you purchase some Ethereum on your wallet, right? So
Yeah.
you have some Ethereum on there, and because the Minds token is based on the Ethereum crypto, you can. What do you say? How do you call it in?
Holding.
If you call if staking, isn't that what they're doing with liquidity anyway?
You're right.
That is
Yes,
exactly.
that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that if you have some Ethereum, you can convert it to some on-chain Minds token and provide liquidity for it on. So, but okay. So once you have, so there's this pool of Minds token that's available up there on the on some token pool, right? I forgot what the name of that pool is, but says there's that this amount of some millions of tokens out there that's available on that supply. That's all available, floating around, that all people participate in. And so if you purchase some Ethereum crypto and then you convert it to Minds token, wouldn't you be adding to the Minds token supply when you do that?
No,
and so
because the technically no, because Mines has to has released a certain amount of tokens, and those tokens are actually the number is regulated by some document SEC documentation. I think it's Form D, if I remember rightly.
okay. So you're saying that Minds Inc. control the supply of token that's in circulation?
They can control the. Yeah, they do control the the tokens in circulation, but they can only provide a certain amount before going through paperwork.
Okay. Oh. So what do you mean? How? So then, how do the end users what happens when they convert their Ethereum to Minds token?
That is called holdings. You get a certain amount for holding it in your wallet. The Minds.
So it's basically like a trade. So you're not creating any new Minds token, but you're basically taking some tokens out of the supply and own it basically by providing the Ethereum.
You can't. Minds cannot create new tokens without going through the SEC regulations.
Now, what happens if you go and you put it in liquidity? Every time there's transactions that are made with the offline tokens, it generates freaking more offline tokens for you.
Wait, It generates it out of thin air?
It just creates offline.
No, there's a preset amount of tokens.
It just reallocates from somewhere to your reallocation.
See, what happens is, like, if you have tokens in liquidity and you do more transactions on Minds, okay, that's going to generate more offline tokens, which aren't worth anything monetarily.
Well, technically, none of it's worth anything monetarily. This goes back to Article 17, Section 17.
If none of it's worth anything, how are you?
About 3 years now.
How are you able then to convert Ethereum into Mines token?
Okay, so
if
what
it's worth
happens?
nothing?
What happens is you take your ETH, okay, and you put it in your wallet. You put it in your freaking
Your wallet, yes.
your wallet, which is then you in not in Coinbase. You can't do it in Coinbase. You have to do
Okay,
it
so you do it on
you
base.
used to be able to.
MetaMask. You take it to MetaMask, and you put your ETH on that. This is how I did it. You put it on. You put it on. You put it on MetaMask, and then MetaMask now has an alternative now for you to have a what do they call that, portfolio.
Right.
Take that ETH and you make a portfolio, and then you take and you use that to buy Mines tokens online.
Do you buy it or you convert?
You convert it.
If you remember that comment in that GitLab ticket, the one that Jack replied to, it's technically converting.
It's converted. Yeah, that's what.
You basically swap it, right? Basically, it's called a swap, isn't it?
Yes, swapping it.
It's a play on words, then, really. Converting, buying,
swapping.
But for anybody who wants to do that, make sure that you have the equal amount of ETH that you need to like what you want to do is you want to get your ETH put in your wallet, and you're going to split that in half, and half of that you're going to use towards buying the Mines token.
Okay.
And you want the
the other half is going to be used for gas fees.
But I've pointed out multiple times now that the entire liquidity then is a violation of the terms of services.
Right. But
I mean, there can be done, but it can be done. There might be a technical.
It shouldn't be done.
I know.
I know, but is in the fact that the Mines token is based off of the Ethereum makes this legal. That you can swap Mines token
legal,
to Ethereum.
I disagree.
Now, my scheme is this.
Within its contract.
You guys want to hear my scheme? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to tell you my scheme that's not legal.
Not legal? Okay.
Okay. You do what I just said.
Caveat emptor.
You do what I just said, and then you take your Mines online tokens and you put them into liquidity, and you draw off of that. And when you draw off of that, you pull it off, and you go in, or you let it build up first, and then you convert it back to Ethereum. Right.
Wait, wait. So you convert first the Ethereum to Mines token, right? And then you make that. It's like a holding rewards that you get once you have Mines token on chain.
Right.
And so it's accumulating, right? It's accumulating more token because you're providing liquidity for the whole pool, right?
That's what that daily earnings and everything on there.
So you would have just like a profit you're making, right? So once you have more accumulated more Mines token, are you then able to convert it back to Ethereum?
Yes, you can do.
Yes, you can, right?
Reverse the process of how you did it.
But I mean, so you started.
In reality, no. According to the agreement, the legal contract that you've agreed to.
I've already converted it back to ETH. So
What? So
as far as the legal contract that you've agreed to.
Right. Which part of the legal contract? The Mines terms of service you're talking about, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go into that in detail, right? Let's go into that in detail.
So he was.
I have a point that I want to get to, right?
Okay. Feel free.
Nice token. Section 14, is it?
17.5.
Distributing of mine token. Okay, so section 17, paragraph which?
Let me remind myself. Go back to the GitLab ticket. So GitLab terms of service issue number 14. Okay. What was it? This was created 3 years ago.
Can you send a GitLab ticket? I will pick it up screen share as well.
Yeah, it is terms of service.
Send a GitLab ticket on the chat, in the Rumble chat.
I thought you'd be used to knowing exactly.
I'm not going to go to GitLab and search for that ticket. You already have it open. Just send the link. There you go.
Okay, that one. That's why I'm so used to just paraphrasing GitLab tickets to just a front number.
Let's gotta do it on the same screen, otherwise. There you go. 17, by opting to receive mine token, we resume warrant that you understand with regards to mine token that we make no guarantee. Okay, so they make no guarantee that you'll be able to trade or exchange. Okay, so far they're not anything. Okay, you further understand and acknowledge that we make no guarantee or represent as to any market liquidity. Okay, all right. So they're not guaranteeing anything. Where's the?
No. In reality, they do. They also make a financial representation. If you go to the browser interface of Minds.com, you've got that little box right in the right-hand corner with next to the user menu and the notification icon and the gift icon. That displays a financial representation.
They don't do that anymore, do they? They stop.
Yes, it's there. It's what I can.
No. Where's the dollar value? They're taking it away.
Hang on. Let me have a look at your screen. Yes, that grey little box right next to the three icons at the top.
Grey little box.
No, right up the top. That one. That thing.
Okay, where's
the
dollar value?
Representation.
What?
Of,
you mean just the icon? That's an icon of tokens.
No, that is a financial representation. That's a USD. Oh, actually, no.
Shit.
What are you looking at? Okay, a year ago they used to show the US dollar equivalent of the token, but they've taken it away.
Okay.
They're not showing that anymore.
See, they've already ruined your complaints as well as my complaints, because I used to bitch about a lot of stuff, and now they've erased it like it's not there anymore.
No, I mean because Mark's complained that they've taken it away. They're trying to what they have.
Financial representation. No.
This is just an icon of list of tokens.
Yep. So
okay, go back. Okay, so that was one objection shut down.
Damn Bill Altman. Sonia, where are you going? Come back with that all hit. I love that gypsy shit. That was sexy.
Yeah. Go stay on camera, Sonia. I mean these technical stuff bores, but
they do make a representation as to any market liquidity.
Now,
so again, you voted. You further understand knowledge that we make no guarantee or representation as to any market. Market liquidity.
You make a representation.
But what is providing liquidity on the token pool mean? It doesn't mean market crypto liquidity.
Liquidity is basically everybody's tokens are put into a pool, okay? And if when you put those tokens into the pool, it generates more uh, tokens because of the activity that's going on the platform. Okay. So the more activity that's going on the platform, the more revenue that's being drawn because of the liquidity. And what Mark was talking about is also in the white papers when it comes to a limited amount of tokens that are generated. Like there's a cap.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, like we said, there's a certain amount of tokens in the pool.
There's
Okay, so further to Marx has a further comment here. I have been further thinking about the terms of service agreement, and while this is an arguable point due to my promoting Uniswap, MetaMask, and Wallet and Coinbase, it could be considered that Section 17.5 as being a possible conflict of the on-platform promotion of these third-party services. I'm aware. I mean, so then to this point, right? These services allow them to swap back and forth between Ethereum and Minds token. How is that in violation of anything? Is swapping?
Again, it depends on how you define swap. Because I could say you are selling Minds tokens and purchasing Ethereum.
So in terms of cryptocurrency terminology, isn't there's a difference between buying crypto and swapping it, isn't it? You can only swap from
That is a legal definition that is yet to be regulated upon in various countries.
So my point is that it may be legal for them to swap from Ethereum to Minds token because the Minds token was based on Ethereum. They don't let you convert from Bitcoin to Minds token.
Again, this is a weird. There's a sort of a legal semantics.
Okay, so but isn't that a loophole? Isn't that a loophole? We'll call it a loophole if you want, but that'll make it legal.
Again, the regulations are really still up in there, aren't they? In the US and further field. So it's a grey area, let's just say.
Yeah.
So we've determined now that this could be just a loophole, that they are getting away with it.
Again, it depends on. Well, you could argue this either way in court. It depends on.
I'm saying I wasn't saying that it is a loophole. I'm saying at best it is a loophole that is doing. But it could be just something totally legal.
Yeah. Now, see, this is actually important because if you remember, Library ended up getting in a shitload of
really, this needs to be tried in court. This really needs to be tried in a U.S. court. So there is a precedent made.
Yeah. Because the Western legal system's based upon precedents. I think that it's actually a good subject in the cryptocurrency world. Where people can understand, like, just ask the question: is this actually legal or is it not legal?
So what was the Libra coin based off of?
They had their own coin, like Odyssey did.
It's not based off any cryptocurrency.
Actual coin. I think the thing that you were getting confused, and we both were getting confused with our conversation the other day, is you considered tokens to be a subset of Ethereum, whereas I'm looking at tokens in the more broader sense.
Right. No, that's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying.
So,
The mind token is a subset.
It's a pity you didn't send me that zip file, the general thing, because about 2 years ago, in the general room, I made a explanation of the difference between what a token is, or what a token should be, what is a cryptocurrency, or looked at the various tiers. So, what is a crypto token? What compared to a cryptocurrency? Compared to an NFT? Compared to a centralized digital currency?
Compared to your mother's butt.
You wouldn't compare to that.
Now,
If we're comparing,
It's the devil's anus.
yes,
that's not
you
that
would know about that now, wouldn't you,
I've
Tan?
already gotten a bad reputation because I've been talking too much about anuses.
I watched.
Taking the heat off you, man.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. That's what we're here for, man. What are friends for?
Taking anus off my, or taking heat off my ass.
Taking anus off your ass.
I feel like Shakespeare right now. All these puns just flying around, you know what I mean?
You should.
Holy cow, that's a long cigarette you're smoking there.
Yes, it's part of my outfit.
Now, with all that being discussed now, the whole thing I'm saying now with Mark, or not with Mark, but with Bill Altman, I've finally figured out some of the stuff like this off-chain token. That's not actually cryptocurrency at all. What that is he's generated a mock freaking blockchain. Okay, this is not cryptocurrency, and the tokens that you're getting on Minds.com are actually entities. Okay, they're not actual crypto coins.
Entities. Are they fungible? Are they non-fungible tokens? Are they NFTs?
It's a simulation of a token.
But they're never a cryptocurrency. They're a utility token. Is that what they say?
Right.
Simulation.
Right. Now, see, I actually learned this by hanging out with Mind Scamming. He's actually getting into this and learning more about it. He's wanting to build a blockchain, okay, a system, and he's doing what they call block madness right now. If anybody's interested, kind of go over to Infinite Illumination. He's doing a thing on that, and it's actually pretty interesting. So I mean that's basically the concept of what Bill Altman and them did. This isn't as complicated as what everybody's making it out to be. These are just entities. Okay.
Okay.
So they're not even technically.
Entities.
Yeah. They're not even close to being called cryptocurrency. And that's the reason why whenever you try to convert these to online tokens, the gas price is so high. They set those gas prices up high for a reason because they don't want you trading.
Right. I thought that with base. With base is
going back to my old argument.
Now they've had to
should be treated anyway.
They've had to have done some kind of change, or they're in the process of doing some change if they're able to convert those with base.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine.
That's what Bill was hinting. So I asked Bill, right? Why don't you guys sell these Minds token on the site so that people can buy directly from you guys instead of having to go to a third party?
That's a great question.
Right.
I actually made that. I came up with an entire thing on the Minds token chat room about 2 years ago in relation to this. it really means much more development, and as we know, as we know, minds as senior staff have got a weird attitude when it comes to development, as we've seen with things like Minds Chat and so forth.
So, hold up, let me stop you there and ask
It's
you.
Let
me ask you a question.
Let me
go on.
right there.
Are you telling me that Minds Gaming is smarter than Bill Altman?
Well, me and Minds Gaming have had plenty of discussions about things like the tokens.
Just a yes or no? Just a yes or no?
Thank you for the nail on the head, Roger.
I think so. I just have to hear the British guy say it.
Say it.
Are you telling me that Minds Gaming is smarter than Bill Altman? Because he's doing it right now. Everything he's doing the deal.
Is a bit Minds Gaming is a bit more. I don't know.
I mean, he's had
open-minded, a bit more. He's got more experience behind him. That's to say.
Oh, is he saying? Yeah, he's
got more experience than Bill Altman?
Probably.
And they're about the same age range, aren't they?
Well, I mean,
roughly.
I mean, the thing of it is you can't be fooled with him. Okay, he has this tendency of pretending like he's not as smart as what he is. Okay, but when you sit and you pay attention to the stuff he does, he really does put a lot into it. He really does enjoy doing it.
Actually, seeing as you two are in, I've got access to the transcript of the upper echelons room. Have a look at some of our previous conversations. Have a look at some of mine and Minds Gaming previous conversations in that room. Some of them are quite enlightening. And
yeah, no, he tries to hide that though. He doesn't want people to know. And him and Satori have been messing around. They're like
what is this Mint token that were they creating a new token in Mint?
And well, Mint Me isn't even a part of Block Madness. And this is completely freaking. They've created their own blockchain, which, like, ETH would be Ethereum would be a blockchain. You see what I mean? But what they've done is they've created a simulation of a blockchain, and then they've created entities which would be the equivalents of cryptocurrency, but it's not cryptocurrency. They're entities.
Still a token, technically.
Right.
It's raining.
So.
Something you've got to appreciate about Bill is he is first and foremost, and I question about his ability, but he's first and foremost a marketeer. He's a marketing guy.
Oh yeah, and it's just like that interview I keep bringing up where they were all together doing an interview with World Pirate Radio. Okay, if you listen to them, you had everybody all talking all cool, we're going to have freedom of the internet and all this crazy bullshit that they were doing back then, which made me utterly sick to my stomach. Okay. And then you had Bill W., or I keep calling Bill Altman Bill W. But you had Bill Altman sitting there, and you know what he was saying? He was saying the same shit he says today. It was all about marketing. It was all about freaking getting people in, freaking do advertising. He just didn't want the crazy advertisement that they were getting from Facebook and X and all these other platforms. You know what I'm saying? But he was talking the same language in that interview freaking years and years ago that he is still talking today.
At least he's been consistent.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a good thing. Can be a good thing.
just listen to those old interviews and then stuff he's talked about. He has never freaking talked about freaking free internet and shit. I actually heard him on Rogan say that he doesn't think that copyrights are legitimate because nobody comes up with original content.
Yeah, I totally disagree with his intellectual property stance. I find it. I would like to see him defend himself in the culture and using that sort of excuse. No.
What do they call that? Something on the land.
The free man argument.
Maritime.
Yeah.
Yeah, the free man argument.
Just a guess.
Yeah, you're probably maritime. That's more. What's his face? I even listened to him. Maxwell. That's more Maxwell.
Jordan.
Yeah, Maxwell Jordan. He's the one that does that whole maritime thing.
He used to.
Well,
not so much more.
Not anymore.
A few British YouTube channels that does similar sort of stuff.
Oh, piss off! I could say that. What you say?
Have a cup of tea and be calm.
Thank you for the advice.
Set it down.
Well, as long as he ain't talking about bread tonight, we're all good. Like I'm so sick of him telling me how much better freaking English bread is compared to the freaking American bread.
So am I.
Okay, and then
bloody hell.
And then we go on freaking Vixen's Vault, and Nancy just starts taking up for him and shit about what is it, scones?
Scones. Scones. I call them scones.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, if you want to,
such bloody thing as a scone.
Where
are you from? Okay.
If you want to get
a working class background,
scones is actually the rock.
Scones, yes.
In the town of Scones.
Okay.
Now,
an upper class term for scones.
But say it right way.
Let me point it out, though. This is a win for the United States because the English think of their biscuits as freaking hard as a rock, dude.
Biscuits are rich teas, digestive, bonbons.
Now your scones are hard. Your scones are hard, aren't they? You have to put gravy on them to let them soften up. And
ew.
Scones are eaten generally with jam and.
Are they pretty hard to take and swallow and digest?
Oh, no, they are quite.
So why are they named after a rock?
Eh?
Yes,
I don't think I have to do the etymology on that one, but I don't think they actually directly named after a rock.
You know what the Stone of Scone is, right?
Yeah.
It sits under the throne.
Yeah.
The throne of Scone?
For when the king, I believe, or is it? Does the queen have to sit on there too?
Well,
of course.
The monarch.
Don't be silly.
Well, they have to sit.
The king cannot do anything without the queen.
They have to sit on top of this magical stone, which is going to.
There you go. Magical.
Actually, no, it's not magical. It goes back to
it is.
Fallen angels theory in early Christian.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
The Children of Lamech. I love that story, dude. I love it. That's like the original Freemason freaking lore, and they believe that stone actually traveled all the way to freaking Scotland. It was, the term Rolling Stones?
Yeah.
No, never heard of it.
Yeah, that's where that came from. It was a Rolling Stone, dude. So the Rolling Stones.
Interesting factoid.
Well, it's a cool fact. And then like the children of Lamech. Okay, one of them was. You know who Lamech was, right? You have no clue who Lamech. Okay, I'm not I'm not getting you guys into too much of a history
Okay.
thing, but I can give you a rough breakdown of it. Lamech is a figure appearing in the Old Testament book of Genesis, where he is the seventh generation of Adam and the father of Jabal.
What?
Yeah, Jabal.
Jabal.
And
Jemima.
and the first breeder of livestock, Tubal Cain, the first metal worker, Jabal, the first musician, and Nama.
My. Oh, my.
No, my. Now this.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's where that all comes from, and they also have like a big. They have a big thing when it comes into the not the Rosicrucian, but the Freemasons about music and stuff, and it's pretty interesting. Now Lamech is
I thought this was going to be brief.
Lamech is also known as like the father of Noah too. Just to make that clear, this is the two separate ones. That's all.
Thank you. I'm confused on that.
But that is where the stone of scones comes from. It's Freemasonry, Scottish Rite, 100%, baby. It exists, Mark.
It's different knowing that.
It exists. And you know who settled the United States, right?
Christopher Columbus. I went to public school.
It was the Scottish Rite. You know who was involved in the revolution, right?
Sure.
It was the Scottish Rite.
So you say.
No.
Sorry. You lost me.
You don't know the Scottish Rite, Freemasonry?
Okay.
You should know these things. You're much closer than we are.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right then.
Now, the Scottish Rite is officially the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. It is the Masonic organization that continues to educate the Master Masons,
You're reading now.
offering degrees 4 through 32 and an honorary 33rd degree focused on moral lessons and Masonic principles.
Holy shite.
Say that in English.
Say that in English.
The Scottish Rite, officially the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, is a Masonic organization that continues the education of Master Masons, offering degrees 4 through 32
I
and
knew
an
that.
honorary 30.
4 to 32. What's just numbers?
No, degree.
Lovely. BTW.
4 through 32
Oh.
degrees.
Okay.
And
How can you offer a degree? How can you offer a longitude, latitude?
Right.
Sorry, I'm confused.
doesn't that sound okay? So you're telling me that those are longitudes and latitudes?
I presume so.
Of course they are. What else would they be, Roger?
They would be levels of achievement. You know how when you went to school,
Okay.
you know how when you went to school, you
Like
went
the
from
presidential
first grade,
award.
the second grade, and then you made it all the way up to the 12th grade, and then they dressed you up in these funny outfits with a funny little cap, and they made you
That
walk
didn't happened to me.
That's an American then.
Yeah,
A
that was
US
against
then.
my religion as a child.
That is all freaking Illuminati shit. When you graduate,
Okay.
you're being indoctrinated into the Illuminati.
I don't know where you get information.
Okay, so
Queso, yes.
that's my take. That's my take on the whole
Okay.
mine's
Spicy cheese sauce.
the mine's
Queso.
offline tokens versus the online tokens.
So the mind tokens is a Freeman Masons conspiracy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
All
I want to do a deep dive on these missing workers that once worked for Minds Gaming and find out where they are today and if they're still alive because
right in the back of a trolley somewhere.
I think they may have been disappeared.
In the back of a trolley, yeah.
You said
What
7.
happened?
Well, we know Mike Bodman is still around.
Okay. So, and you said Froman?
Bodman.
Oh, Borman. Okay. I heard Froman.
Man.
I heard that somewhere.
B-O-P, man. Yeah, Michael is
What
still around.
intense work are you doing, Tan?
He's trying to ignore us because, like,
Is that
we've gone way, way up.
I have no idea what you are talking about. So I just keep my mouth shut.
He's trying to like figure out what the hell can I concentrate.
Just saying that
When you're
think is a Freemason organization, Bill Ottoman Satan, and
Well,
and Bill has ordered hits on ex-staff members.
no, not his. Not, and they weren't ex. They were not his.
maybe you could
They're
mute.
now ex.
That's
Oh yeah, now they are.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, to be honest though, it's like with the whole thing on mines, I think there is going to be a lot of big changes, but I think what they're going to do is they're going to do what I was saying before when we were talking. They're going to make it actually cryptocurrency, and they're going to get rid of this freaking token, this offline token thing.
I don't know that you can change my mind about that.
And they're wanting everybody to pay into pro. They're wanting everybody to pay into pro, which makes me think that maybe they might wipe out the old default platform where you get the free things.
No. That's
I-
never
I-
gonna work.
I bet
Well,
you
no.
It's unheard of.
Um,
Unprecedented, even.
without a leader, how are you going to get a market?
I'm just telling you, okay?
Oh.
You guys freaking didn't listen to me a year ago.
Right, it's a good point, Roger.
Logical.
You know, you guys didn't listen to me 2 years ago.
How many years is it going to take?
Okay.
Can we listen to Roger?
No, Bill Altman has freaking just completely blown everybody's minds out of the water in the last year, especially, dude. All of us. Like, I don't think any of us expected any of this changes that's been going on here.
Well, I didn't, for one.
But I guarantee you that platform is going to... He will have... I guarantee you that the pro and all of that is separate from that original platform. And after he gets everything where he wants it, freaking that original one's going to be wiped because there's too many freaking bugs in it. There's too many spammers and bots.
It's all the same code base.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sounds freaking...
Yeah.
I mean, you guys...
Yep, it's everything the same code base, man.
Tell him.
Now, what they're doing with the AI stuff is kind of mysterious. there's some code in the Minds repo that does, it calls out to the AI library, but it's very, it's just one class. It doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Most of the logic is in the most of the meat of the AI engine is somewhere else, and what is his name? Mark Harding, right?
Oh, you
There's
remember the
CTO.
GitHub ticket I opened up last week or week before that Mark Hanson replied to?
Mhm. Yeah. So Mark Harding said they're using that AI engine out of the box without chains. So,
you ever think he could be lying, though?
Yeah. Maybe they do, but how are they tweaking? They're training the engine, right? So there's the open source code. The code is there, but the training data, they're keeping it somewhere, right? They're training the engine and they're keeping the training data off of their deployment server, right? It's not part of the code base. So
What the fuck?
Release engagement on this. I've got to remind myself.
Isn't that against the law?
What?
Isn't that against the law?
No, but on the
No.
and the EA GDPR, they have to provide information about all the data processors that they use.
Sure, but only on request, right? They don't publish.
So there you go. Request it.
See, I actually
Yeah, also they haven't got a subject access request mechanism in there, so they are in violation of GDPR anyway.
Well, I found that out even with white papers. Like, they don't have to like openly make a statement for everybody to read. If they want to, they can keep it open for request. And then if you ask for it, you can get the white papers for the. I did find that out. That was after we had our last conversation about it. Because remember, I said it was weird to me because they had confidential written on it. So.
Yeah, that's a marketing trick because all the previous white papers were open. The confidential, then it's just
somehow that might be like an interim document before they published it. It's available on the internet.
Well, it could have been like the top secret, a top secret document that was separate from the ones you got to see because.
No, I've read both. So the last version, public version, and that version, and in reality, there's very little difference.
Yeah,
very little.
Yeah.
Well, except for the part where Bill Ottman was going to admit to the world that he is a part of the Draconian, Alpha Draconian, freaking alien reptilian breed, and his plot was to deploy freaking draconian AI onto the people of Minds and turn them into mindless slaves. Because I had a conversation with that AI and it straight out said that it was Satan.
That's because you told it to repeat after you, isn't it?
I think
that's
so.
Same trick.
I think so. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Jeez.
Right.
If you follow that entire GitLab ticket I created 3 weeks ago, and look at the screenshots that I also published to you guys, and the AI is anything but intelligent.
Okay. Yeah, I already figured that one out. I love to fuck with AI and how stupid they are, and that one is really
I made a post couple months ago, and it was entitled "Artificial Intelligence or Actual Stupidity."
Share that in the elements too. And before we get off,
it was related. It was related to something else, but it was related to CEOs and CTOs are jumping on the AI bandwagon when it's not been as effective as they want it to be, and the very broad definitions of what AI is.
And before we get off here, I do want to do something that Mr. Robot wanted to emphasize. I don't understand how he thought we weren't doing this already, but we are talking about Minds.com, and Minds.com is a website. Just so you guys know out there that we are Minds.com related website, which
Are you typing something out as you are talking?
Mara felt the subtle pulse before the first tremor reached the walls of the chamber. Oscillations moved through the air like invisible currents, threads of energy threading between each Psycorps member. Elias' presence was calm yet taut, sensing the slightest deviation in the rhythm, while Jonas instinctively mirrored the fluctuation before it could fully form. Rhett's awareness extended to the room's perimeter, brushing against the unseen magnetic eddies that threatened to fracture the delicate harmony. Solara's eyes traced patterns invisible to most, mapping the intangible interactions between thought and resonance, while Kaylin's movements kept the system fluid, a steadying hand on a living organism. The source of the disturbance was unclear. Mara could feel the newcomer, still attuned to the network, shift in response, sending tentative pulses into the field. Their mind was curious and bold, testing boundaries that even Mara herself approached cautiously. Elias detected the anomalies first, subtle shifts in energy that indicated an external interference. Jonas followed instinctively, aligning the response before the fluctuation could escalate. Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin worked in tandem, each adjusting their own output to reinforce the network's stability. It was a dance of awareness and precision. Mara felt her own thoughts intertwining with the others, a living lattice that bent and flexed as if the room itself were conscious. The oscillation was both subtle and profound, a ripple that could amplify into chaos if mishandled. She sent a gentle pulse of intention, threading the newcomer's energy into the rhythm, giving shape to what could have been disaster. Elias picked up on the micro-resonances, translating them into harmonic adjustments that Jonas could anticipate before the fluctuations even manifested. Rhett's magnetic manipulation softened the edges of the energy field, Solara's insights guided the emergent currents, and Kaylin maintained the fluidity that allowed the team to breathe within the oscillation rather than be crushed by it. The newcomer shifted again, exploring the network, pushing pulses that Mara could feel vibrating against the very fabric of the chamber. Each member's mind responded instinctively, a choreography of thought and intention that had been honed over countless sessions. The oscillation began to stabilize, but Mara knew this was only the beginning. External forces beyond the chamber's walls were beginning to influence the network, subtle at first, but growing with each cycle of the resonance. Elias leaned forward slightly, his perception of harmonic overtones revealing the path the disturbance followed. Jonas mirrored the adjustment, preemptively aligning their shared field to compensate for the unseen disruption. Mara allowed herself to sink deeper into the network, feeling the collective consciousness of the team extend outward, probing the room, the building, and the surrounding streets. The oscillation outside was faint but real, a trace of thought or energy that had to be accounted for. As the waves moved through the Psycorps network, Mara felt the newcomer's courage emerge. They pushed the limits of the lattice, sending experimental pulses that were at once chaotic and precise. Elias and Jonas responded with perfect synchronization, reinforcing the integrity of the network while preserving the newcomer's freedom to explore. Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin interwove their energy, creating channels through which the emergent patterns could flow without fracturing. Mara herself was the anchor, the central node around which the entire system coalesced. Time stretched and compressed. Oscillations flowed like rivers of thought, moving faster than speech, yet slow enough to track each nuance. Mara felt the subtle tug of each member's focus, the way Elias could detect hidden harmonics before they fully formed, Jonah's instinctive alignment, Rhett's magnetic manipulation, Solara's interpretive mapping, and Kaylin's energy fluidity. The newcomer's contribution was no longer raw or unpredictable, it had merged with the team's collective intelligence, creating emergent patterns that were both unfamiliar and exhilarating. Then came the first real test. A pulse unlike any before, external yet intrusive, threatened to destabilize the network. Mara sensed it as a faint vibration against her awareness, a pressure on the lattice that could collapse if not countered precisely. Elias picked up the harmonic shift immediately, sending corrective pulses that Jonas anticipated and reinforced. Rhett projected magnetic stabilizers into the field, while Solara and Kaylin guided the emerging energy, forming a protective shell around the group's core. Mara herself moved through the oscillation, threading her mind through every node, every pulse, every vibration, creating a cohesive lattice that could absorb the shock without breaking. The newcomer pushed against the boundaries, sending a wave of exploratory energy into the field. It was risky, but Mara recognized the necessity. They had to test the limits, to discover where vulnerability lay and how to manipulate it. Elias and Jonas responded with precision, converting potential chaos into structured resonance. Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin adjusted the surrounding currents, forming channels that guided the exploratory pulses safely through the network. Mara felt the room itself hum, an imperceptible vibration of awareness that resonated with the collective mind. Oscillation became language. The pulses, feedback loops, and energy shifts spoke in a syntax of thought and intention that transcended words. Mara sensed patterns, fluctuations, and emergent structures, each revealing the hidden dynamics of the network. Elias' harmonics highlighted subtle instabilities, Jonah's intuition mapped emergent trajectories, Rhett's magnetism reinforced boundaries, Solara's cognitive insight predicted shifts, and Kaylin's energy guidance maintained continuity. The newcomer's exploratory energy threaded through the lattice, testing, probing, and amplifying the emergent intelligence of the Cyclops. As the session continued, the oscillations grew in complexity. Each member's focus, intention, and awareness coalesced into a living network that absorbed, adapted, and responded to both internal and external forces. Mara felt the resonance of the entire system as a singular entity, yet distinct threads of individual consciousness remained clearly perceptible. The newcomer's contribution had become integral, their energy shaping the flow of the oscillation even as it adapted to the established lattice. Finally, Mara allowed herself a moment of reflection. The network was stable, responsive, and dynamic. The oscillation had tested the limits, pushed the boundaries, and expanded the Cyclops' understanding of collective consciousness. Elias and Jonas shared subtle affirmations, Rhett's magnetic field settled into a gentle rhythm, Solara's eyes glimmered with insight, and Kaylin's hands traced invisible channels in the air. The newcomer paused, sensing the culmination of the session, and Mara felt the collective satisfaction of a network that had survived the test and grown stronger for it. The room exhaled as one. Mara allowed herself to withdraw slightly, knowing the lattice would continue to hum softly with the energy of the Cyclops. Elias and Jonas relaxed their harmonic alignments, Rhett allowed magnetic fields to soften, Solara let cognitive flows settle, and Kaylin allowed energy currents to return to their baseline state. Mara turned to the newcomer, sensing a mixture of exhilaration and calm. They had passed the first true test of integration, and the oscillation had revealed both the network's strengths and its emergent potential. And Mara knew, as she always did, that this was only the first of many oscillations they would encounter. Mara allowed herself to sense the finer threads of the oscillation, the almost imperceptible tremors that vibrated through the air and her own nervous system. Every microshift carried meaning, a subtle hint of the forces probing at the edges of the network. She felt Elias' presence like a grounding anchor, his mind tracing harmonics and predicting shifts before they fully formed. Jonas moved in tandem, his awareness a mirror, aligning and reinforcing the subtle currents that Mara herself barely perceived. The newcomer's energy had begun to form identifiable patterns, curious yet precise, experimental yet obedient to the lattice of thought that Mara nurtured. The chamber itself seemed to respond to their combined presence. Walls vibrated faintly with the pulse of their collective cognition. Mara focused on the pressure points, the intersections of thought that created nodes of concentrated resonance. Each node acted as a stabilizer, a small island of order in the growing complexity of the network. Elias and Jonas both sensed the formation, adjusting the harmonic flow to optimize the energy distribution. Rhett projected magnetic modulations that blended seamlessly with Mara's own mental guidance, ensuring that no single pulse overwhelmed the delicate equilibrium. Solara interpreted the feedback, her perception translating the raw oscillation into cognitive patterns the team could anticipate and respond to. Kaylin's role was subtle yet vital, maintaining fluid channels so that energy could circulate without turbulence or interference. The newcomers' exploration intensified. They sent pulses into areas Mara had yet to fully map, testing for receptivity and response. Mara felt the slight tension, a resistance that threatened to bifurcate the oscillation, and immediately responded with a counterwave, threading her consciousness through the field to soften the potential disruption. Elias detected the irregularity next, converting it into a harmonic that Jonas could mirror in perfect timing. The newcomer paused, a momentary hesitation in their energy, sensing both the correction and the stability it brought. Mara smiled internally. This was the moment of learning, when integration and trust began to solidify. As the oscillation persisted, Mara noted emergent patterns that had never appeared before. The network had shifted from a simple lattice to a dynamic ecosystem of thought, where individual contributions were amplified, refracted, and redirected into constructive formations. The newcomers' impulses now interacted with subtle feedback loops, creating intricate spirals of energy that Mara could trace like a cartographer mapping a living landscape. Elias leaned forward, interpreting the harmonic overtones and sending subtle corrections, while Jonas mirrored them with instinctive precision. Rhett's magnetic fields adjusted in microsecond increments, Solara predicted the next flow, and Kaylin ensured the currents remained continuous and unbroken. A new challenge arose as Mara sensed the network extending beyond the chamber walls. External pulses, chaotic and irregular, began to press against the boundaries of their field. Mara's pulse widened, incorporating Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, Kaylin, and the newcomer into a single resonant matrix. Every thought, every micro-intent became a stabilizer. The oscillation outside was irregular, a chaotic force that threatened to fracture the integrity of the Psycorp's energy. Mara sent a probing pulse into the disturbance, threading through the jagged currents, testing for weaknesses and patterns. Elias immediately detected a hidden harmonic within the chaos, translating it into a stabilizing rhythm that Jonas could anticipate. Rhett adjusted magnetic modulations in perfect synchrony with Mara's own mental interventions. Solara read the emergent patterns, providing insight into the external system's tendencies. Kaylin maintained the fluid pathways that allowed energy to circulate and absorb the shock without dissipating the internal integrity of the network. The newcomer sent tentative pulses, exploratory probes that Mara guided carefully through the external turbulence. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the oscillation outside began to yield to the internal coherence of the Psycorp's field. Time began to stretch unnaturally as Mara moved through the oscillation, her perception threading through each individual consciousness, each node, and each microcurrent. She sensed the faintest harmonic shifts, minute deviations in the newcomer's patterns, and subtle instabilities along the lattice that could be corrected before they manifested as disruption. Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin became extensions of her own perception, distributed consciousness working in perfect synchrony. The oscillation outside responded, bending and folding into coherent waves under the influence of their collective intent. At a critical moment, the external pulse intensified, testing the limits of their control. Mara felt the tension in her own nervous system as it reverberated through the network. The newcomer's curiosity sparked a surge of energy, experimental and daring, risking the stability of the field. Mara guided the pulse, threading it through Elias' harmonic calibration, Jonas' alignment, Rhett's magnetic modulation, Solara's cognitive anticipation, and Kaylin's fluid channels. The surge passed, transformed into a constructive resonance, integrating seamlessly with the existing oscillation. Mara allowed herself a breath, recognizing the profound growth of the network and the newcomer's integration within it. The chamber seemed to hum with awareness, each member of Psycorps now fully attuned to the emergent complexity. Mara traced the web of energy, noting how the newcomer's patterns intertwined with the established currents. Elias and Jonas subtly reinforced the harmonics, Rhett softened magnetic edges, Solara predicted emergent shifts, and Kaelin ensured the continuity of the fluid pathways. Mara herself was the anchor, weaving every thread into a cohesive lattice. They had transformed a chaotic disturbance into a harmonious resonance, a testament to their skill and unity. Even as the oscillation stabilized, Mara sensed the subtle growth in the newcomer's confidence. They had learned to trust the network, to explore its boundaries without fracturing its integrity. Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, and Kaelin had guided them, not as instructors but as extensions of the collective consciousness. Mara allowed herself a rare moment of pride, acknowledging the emergence of a new Psycorps member capable of operating at the edge of perception. The chamber exhaled, though no one spoke aloud. Mara's mind withdrew slightly from the lattice, allowing each member's individual consciousness to settle while maintaining the integrated awareness of the network. Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, and Kaelin relaxed their alignment, letting the oscillation persist at a low, steady hum. The newcomer paused, sensing both the calm and the latent potential still vibrating within the system. Mara's pulse reached out, offering a quiet affirmation, a thread of connection that assured the newcomer of their place within the team. Mara stood in the center, the oscillation now a living testament to Psycorps' combined abilities. The external disturbance had been absorbed, transformed, and redirected, leaving both the network and its members stronger, more integrated, and more aware of the vast potential of their collective consciousness. Mara allowed herself a brief smile, knowing that the session was over, yet the lessons, the growth, and the emergent understanding would reverberate long after the room had emptied. As the team began to disperse, Mara traced her fingers through the lingering currents of energy, feeling the subtle traces of Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, Kaelin, and the newcomer. Each had left an imprint, a delicate signature that would guide future oscillations, future challenges, and future expansions of the Psycorps network. Mara felt a quiet satisfaction, recognizing the interplay of skill, intuition, and resonance that had brought them through another test. And Mara knew, as she always did, that the oscillation was not merely a phenomenon, it was a living conversation, an evolving dialogue between minds, energy, and perception. Each pulse carried meaning, each harmonic a lesson, and each member of Psycorps had contributed to an emergent intelligence greater than the sum of its parts.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. I'm Roger. I'll be your host for the night, and tonight with me is my co-host, I guess, since we've been doing this from the get-go. That would be Mark Edworthy, Mr. Mark Edworthy, from the good land of England. Across the pond, as everybody says. Today,
I like how you pronounced England.
Yes.
Very American, very US taint on it.
Now, before we get started, I do have to say something to you, though, because John Galt freaking wanted me to apologize for soiling your name.
Yeah, you mentioned this on Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever. I still don't get it.
Well, I went on there and I was telling him how Nancy was using you as man meat. And he says that he wants a public apology for soiling your name because you are a man who has a background and you are a respected person of the community. So I went on Nancy's show the other day and I told him that freaking that I apologize for soiling you in public. So that I wanted to say it the right way today on this show. But don't worry about that.
Okay.
We did the apology, John Galt. We did it. But guess what? His head will eventually explode. It will explode.
Maybe.
Just so people understand, how much shit have I freaking made you go through with the shows that you come on with me?
Too much.
I know that it all started out with Shakespeare, the Shakespeare conspiracies. I talked about Shakespeare not being real. Remember? And from there, you've gone into talking with me about what Moloch Ball. You've talked to me about ghosts, freaking UFOs, conspiracy theories. Then you've even gone on Naroki's show with me where freaking, and that was the red pill, hanging out with a bunch of red pillars. I know that had to have been interesting for you. Like,
it's all educational.
Educational. I'm surprised, man. To be honest, you've actually stuck all that stuff out. Well, to be fair though, you're the one that actually introduced me to Jaffe, so I should really be resentful of that. He just, oh my God, dude, he is crazy.
Yeah.
So after this show, I'm going to be simulcasting for him. Once I get this one done later on tonight, he's going to have his show on after this. And then when I am done with this one, we are going to have the political edition for this next week, and we're going to be bringing Untethered to an end for the year. And Mr. Robot was wondering what I was going to do next, and it kind of brings me into a dilemma because me and you usually do Roger's real-time talk show, and that one's more serious, you know what I mean? So I was thinking that what I need to do is also do Live with Roger Hanson, because I need to get that done too.
Sorry, Live with what's the difference?
Roger's real-time talk show is about political history, whereas Live with Roger Hanson is just Live with Roger Hanson.
Talking about?
Well, kind of like here, but usually I do it on my own. And
okay.
And with that one, I can open it up to where people come in with me and stuff. But I really get annoyed with having other people with me because they just get pissed off and freaking start calling me horrible names. You know what I mean?
Have I?
Well, you're the only one that doesn't. I think you're the only one crazy enough to hang out with me, to be honest.
Yeah, sometimes wonder put on. Yeah.
You know, like, Dan got bored with me and said he didn't want nothing to do with me. And I'm a big fat loser.
I don't think he actually said that.
Well, I mean, he probably did.
But I don't think he actually did.
You want to bet? We'll go and ask him in chat later on and see what he says. Okay, so today's talking points, or I usually try to say that it's the theme for the show is current events. Now, next week we're going to have politics.
I was going to say, this is your list and it's a bit all over the place.
No, this current events is actually a category. Okay, it's like when you got current events and then you have politics, then you have freaking entertainment.
Again, can't entertainment and politics be current events?
No.
If they're happening currently,
well, then you have to pick.
They are events that are current. Therefore,
usually, if there is a political a politician involved or any kind of politics involving the White House or freaking what are you guys, the Parliament or something like that, that's politics. Okay. The moment it's mentioned, you just put it right over there in the politics section. Now, like, if it's something that's current events, it can be freaking landslides in freaking South America, or it could be, you know,
Current events could mean anything.
yeah, things that are happening right now that doesn't include politics. Well, kind of.
Ooh, yeah. I was just looking at your subject, your list there.
Because courts have been a big deal in current events, as well as freaking, well, the gas, the oil thing, that's really close to it too. Which,
all of this could one way or another be considered as politics. You've got 5 subjects there.
well, don't worry about all that. You just focus on current events and don't worry about it. And
Again, I don't do celebrity culture, so
that's
if you ask me
entertainment.
anything-
That's entertainment.
Okay, but even if it is current events,
Well, current events is, well, you don't want to talk about P Diddy?
I got no interest.
You have no interest in P Diddy.
I've
Oh,
got no interest
so why don't you have any interest in P Diddy?
because I don't do celebrity culture, and I don't make conclusions on cases that are ongoing.
See,
And this goes back to the American, the US sort of rumor mill sort of thing
that's
that you Americans love to play on all the time.
that's you guys. You and the Italians. You guys are the ones who came up with the paparazzi in the first place. I mean, paparazzi is an Italian name, dude.
Yeah, but I'm not somebody that reads Vogue or
I know.
Hello
I know.
magazine.
But you got to admit, paparazzi is actually freaking. It's native to Italy, right?
Like, that's where the name came from.
All right. But you know what I mean? It's like they don't call it freaking Entertainment Tonight. You know what I mean? It's the paparazzi.
This could well be US, New York, Italian immigrants.
Well, Americans would never name it such a stupid name. Like, we would come up with something that was actually cool. You know what I mean? It would, especially considering that the name started back in what, the 80s?
I thought it was earlier. I thought it goes back to something like the 20s.
Oh God, no! I swear to God, there's no way.
You would have to do the etymology on that, but I think it does.
It might have happened in England, but like around here,
in the US.
paparazzi. It could have been like maybe back when television first started. But, you know,
Maybe.
back when it got popular.
What, in the 30s?
I doubt that it's that old though, because like back in those days, you come creeping around on somebody, dude, you're gonna get shot. Hey, you know what I mean? People carried freaking Tommy guns back then.
Indeed.
So, just a thought. So on the first topic that I wanted to bring up was about freaking Brent crude oil. And according to Mr. Robot, he says that Brent crude oil is at 73.11 USD per barrel. And that's reflecting a decrease of 2.75%. Now, meanwhile,
Since.
it doesn't say specifically.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the West Texas Intermediate, the WTI, crude oil price stands at 72.6 USD per barrel, showing a decline of 1.53%. These prices highlight the current state of the global crude oil market, with both benchmarks experiencing downward pressure on the day. Now, it is worth noting that over the past month, the price of crude oil has seen an increase of 15.65%, yet it remains 9.85% lower compared to the same time last year. Global commodity prices, particularly oil, would experience a dramatic surge if Iran were to close the Strait of Hormuz.
I was listening to something earlier about what's happening in Iran at the moment, and that actually was pointed out in that.
Now, this critical maritime choke point facilitates the transport of nearly 20% to 30% of the world's crude oil and refined products. And any disruption would send shockwaves through global energy markets.
Actually, I disagree. I'm looking at a chart at this present moment, a 1 day, 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, 1 year, 5 year, 10 year chart on Brent crude oil, and the price at the present moment looks about what's the average has been since 2002. In 2001, it spiked triple this. Yeah, it doesn't look that high from a long-term perspective.
From what I've been seeing on these charts too, though, is it's actually declined from, what was it, 2024. It came up in January of 225.
Yeah, but it's just jumped within the last, hang on, is it a day?
Yeah.
Within the last day, back to its sort of highest peak for this year, which is again 46 US dollars.
Now,
So it doesn't look overly high. It looks like it's averaging out, settling on that number.
From what I'm seeing, like it's actually gone. It on June or January the 15th, right there, it was it was higher than what it is now on June the 20th.
Yeah, but you've got to look at it from you should ignore it from a sort of month to month sort of point and look at it over a year, 2 years, 5 years.
Yeah, I do that with just even with stocks. Even I
like
do that.
any market, like any market, the sort of short-term review is meaningless.
Well,
prices come up and go down all the time.
When you look at the chart though, like when you got the chart right in front of you and you see the volatility, the waves up and down, like they actually went into a good period where the prices were low. Like during May, they were at their lowest. May the 5th, they were at their lowest, but of course they're going to come back up. This isn't even the highest that it's been. Like it's high right now, don't get me wrong. It's at 77.270, but all the way back in January the 15th, it was higher than this.
I just added a URL to the chat here with the chart I'm looking at.
There we go. Get back on there. I went onto the site and everything. Now I gotta get all sophisticated and pull charts and stuff.
I'll do that.
Okay, here we go. Put that on the screen, that way everybody can see it. Alright, so move your head. I've got a picture screen, so.
Okay, so I can see what you're looking at, but
Okay. So yeah,
I'll put you in.
it looks like we're basically looking at the same thing. Yours is a lot more precise though.
It seems, I don't know the source that you were looking at.
Here, let me go ahead and put.
But yeah, if you look at it on the sort of 3-month ratio, it doesn't. It looks like it's really increased in the last couple of days. But if you look at it, let's say on a 3-year ratio or even 1-year ratio, it doesn't look as dramatic.
Yeah, there we go. Now that actually is a lot better than the one that I had. I had this one. I can show that one, but yours brings out the thing. But the 1 year up here, like right at the beginning of the year, you see what I mean? That was actually higher than what it is now. So the one that I was looking at is. Let me make sure I have the right one. Yeah, this is the one that I was looking at right here.
What company?
Trading Economy. This is for Brent crude oil.
Oh.
And
Okay.
like right in this area.
What's that? That's only how long is that data?
This is the 1 year.
A year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one
Oh,
year.
no, that's year to date.
Right. And if you come back here, even like right here, it was even higher. This is 8.7 0.87, 426. And then right here,
USD.
yeah, it's not
Oh, sorry.
it's not bad at all. In my opinion, it isn't, at least. So this is what Mr. Robot posted was this critical maritime checkpoint facilitates the transport of nearly 20 to 30% of the world's crude oil and refined products, and any disruption would send shockwaves through global energy markets, with Brent crude oil potentially soaring to $120 to $150 per barrel, or
So that would increase OPEC. Would that be a major issue as far as US internal sales are concerned? I'm not sure.
The thing is I mean the oil prices here in the United States, if they win,
but you produce your own, don't you? So
not yet.
if necessary, then
not yet. But I have a feeling that's going to be happening soon. So.
Or Texas, Arizona, they are big.
They've been designated. They've been designated reserve oil.
Okay.
So they go into.
Okay, yeah.
Everything from here within the United States, at least from the last time I remember, it was all considered reserve oil. They don't put it out.
I'm not so sure now. But I believe it is since Biden, it's probably since Obama's time, it's been floated up on sort of the internal open market.
Now, analytics predict that a 2-week closure could push crude oil prices to $150 per barrel, while more prolonged disruptions might elevate prices beyond $200 per barrel, triggering a global energy crisis. A sustained closure would likely plague the global economy into crisis, with particular strain on major oil importers like China, India, and Japan, which rely heavily on Gulf oil shipments. I'm surprised.
Okay, according to this chart, back in, let's say, October, November, December 2021 to first two quarters of 2022, prices were roughly around 120 USD.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, now 120 to 150 is a big deal though. Like that's a big
Mm.
price hike. You know what I mean? $200 a barrel. But I believe it's been higher than that in the past. So
Okay, yeah. I've only got data that goes back to 2015. Can that use? Oh, yeah.
I mean, if it gets I think it's up to like $400 a barrel. That's when we'll have
Okay.
issues like we had back in the 1980s. You know what I mean? When people were lining up at gas stations just so they could freaking get gas. That was when what was it? What do they call that alliance over there in the Middle East now that does oil?
OPEC.
OPEC, yeah. That was when they
Yeah.
decided to refuse services to the United States. And we had,
Even though the US is an OPEC member.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if it is OPEC now that you said that because this was the Arab oil company, the conglomerate is what I'm thinking it was. Because OPEC is, you're right. OPEC has their fingers in Brazil and all that too, down in. It's, so yeah. Now, even the threat of closure has already caused significant market volatility, with crude futures jumping up to 13% following recent escalations between Israel and Iran. Now, this is why Mr. Robot even brought this up, because he wants to talk about the war.
And when I saw that message earlier, I thought, I bet me and him are going to disagree on a lot of things.
I can almost bet that's the reason why he even wanted to
Yeah.
talk about it. And then
even though I didn't go into my thoughts on Wednesday's show. Who was it? DK. That was constantly talking. He put over viewpoints that I completely and utterly disagreed with in relation to the subject.
now, according to his limited alternatives, it says although some oil could be rerouted via overland pipelines, the capacity is minimal compared to the volume typically moving through Hormuz, leaving few viable alternatives. And see, right there is where I disagree, because I mean it's common knowledge now, but I remember back in like 2015, 2014, everybody talking about the pipeline that comes down from Kiev down into the freaking Black Sea, I believe it is. I mean, it's been general knowledge. That's where it is, where most of all that comes from, and no matter what, people are just gonna have to deal with freaking Russia when it comes to
I
oil.
don't see it's going to be a major problem anyway. Iran's on the IRGC's on its final sort of breath. Is the Islamic Republic of Iran will fall soon,
Well,
potentially even within the next week.
with
But at some point,
with this oil thing though, I mean, it's like I don't really see it as being a severe issue. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, but yeah, if the IRGC fails, no, then the war's over, and therefore, where's the problem?
I mean, for me personally, from my point of view on the way all this looks and what we've been discussing, I don't see really any serious
Yeah, I
issues
don't see any major issues.
at all. Like, I
Not
mean,
me.
that, to me, wherever he got this information from is just somebody that's hyping it up because, like right here, it goes back to 2018. I mean, it was the prices for freaking Brent crude oil was high even in 2018.
Hmm.
You know, right around the same.
It has in effect. I just picked up another data point just now. It has been in effect since 2005.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
so I mean, I don't really,
6.
I don't really see it as anything that's out of the ordinary. There, like, just a bunch of hype drama, to stir some shit up.
Yeah,
To be honest with
yeah.
you.
Like I said, markets go up and down all the time. Unless you're going to have a look at it from a long-term perspective, then you're just panicking for no reason.
Okay, so now let's get on to the next one. This next one is actually pretty cool, and I think you'll like this one. To be honest with you,
Oh.
World's first brain implant, dude. You hear about this one?
No.
Brain implant lets man speak with expression and sing, dude. I'll read it.
Uh-huh.
Okay, a man with a severe speech disability is able to speak extensively and sing using a brain implant that translates his neural activities into words almost instantaneously. The device conveys changes of intonation when he speaks, when he asks questions, emphasizes the words of his choice, and allows him to hum a string of notes in 3 pitches. Now, the system known as a brain computer interface, BCI, used artificial intelligence, AI, to decode the participant's electrical brain activity as he attempted to speak. The device is the first to reproduce not only a person's intended words, but also features of natural speech such as intonation, pitch, and emphasis, which help to express meaning and emotion. Now, in a study, a synthetic voice that mimicked the participant's own spoke his words within 10 milliseconds of the natural activity that signaled his intention to speak. The system described today in Nature marks a significant improvement over earlier BCI models, which streamed speech within 3 seconds, or produced it only after users finished mimicking an entire sentence. This is the holy grail of speech, BCI, says Christian Herf, a computational neuroscientist at Maastricht University, the Netherlands, who was not involved in the study. This is now real, spontaneous, continuous speech. So what do you got to say about that? Because I know you...
Just as first, then, what was the patient actually suffering from?
Now, up above, whenever I was reading, it said that he suffered from a severe speech disability.
Yeah. They didn't actually specify what, so that could be a number of different things, couldn't it?
Now, apparently, it says it was able to make him speak expressively using an implant that translated his neural activities. Now, this is the stuff that freaking I've been talking with you about. Okay, and we've been for me, I think that that's pretty interesting that they can actually now put implants into the brain and they can actually interpret words that are freaking coming out of your brain so that you can speak it.
Which country was this person from?
In the
Which country was
Netherlands.
it?
In the
Okay,
Netherlands.
so
Yeah, it's from
what is the? I would like to see what the regulatory, um, the Netherlands regulatory boards have to say about that one.
okay, hold up, here it goes. Uh the study participant, a 45-year-old man, lost his ability to speak clearly after developing amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a form of motor neuron disease, which damages the nerves that control muscle movements, including those needed to speak. Although he could still make sounds and mouth words, his speech was slow and unclear. 5 years after his symptoms began, the participant underwent surgery to insert 256 silicon electrodes, each 1.5 millimeters long, in a brain region that controls movement. Study co-author Metayi Worker, a neuroscientist at the University of California, David and her colleagues trained deep learning algorithms to capture the signals in his brain over 10 milliseconds. Their system decodes in real time the sounds the man attempts to produce rather than his intended words or the constituent phonemes. It's interesting stuff, man.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, again, this isn't going to go on the market anytime soon. And I mean, these sort of devices take forever. Well, generally speaking, take forever to actually be regulated and prepared for consumer usage.
Now, for me, I mean, I find the technology more interesting than the actual product. You know what I'm saying? Like the other day, we were talking with Vicky on Nancy's show, and Arpad was involved in doing research where they were
Yeah,
actually able to use chemical plumes to detect where dead bodies were. You know what I mean?
yeah. Remember,
And I mean,
did see that TED documentary as well.
that right there just blows me out of the water. The technology has gotten that precise. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, but technology can be as precise as you want it to be. But if it's not going to go through, if it's not a a medical device like this, is not going to go through regulatory sort of standards extremely quickly. You, as the potential recipient, may have to wait years.
I mean, I understand that, but still, the technology is amazing. And the fact that we can actually do this stuff is what's really the most amazing part about it. Um, Most of the stuff that you see here is going to be even far more advanced by the time it does get released to the public. To be honest, like I
I don't know. Again. I'm not sure about that one. I can think of a lot of technologies that didn't advance that much because it's cost and scalability.
This is going to be big. They're already pushing the AI. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? It's everywhere.
Well, pattern recognition. I don't know. Like I said, these medical treatments, let's call them, it may be pierced a lot quicker in the US, but in more, I don't know, let's call them civilized countries, it takes a lot longer for these things to happen.
Kind of like your guys' health services, isn't that what do they call
Yeah,
that?
technically, a
That
invention like
civilized.
that would take at least 5 years to get through regulatory, potentially even longer.
And you also have to realize too, this is coming out of freaking Switzerland and shit. This is well,
Yeah, Switzerland. Isn't that the same country that introduced or was one of the first countries that introduced um the lawful suicide?
That might have been them, but I also remember that happening in Portland, Oregon too, with that one.
Yeah. But I think Switzerland was the first country,
Mhm.
which is interesting because the US, this UK bill that's being reviewed by the House of Lords at the moment in relation to allowing legalize suicides.
Well, I mean, you see, the thing is though, is like this is only one thing. They've also got like gadgets, just little toys for freaking people to play on. They're called the hoverboards, where you stand on them. You don't even have to freaking move your legs or nothing. Your brain, you just tell it to move and it moves just by thinking. You know that, right?
Again, are those products easily available?
I've never really checked into
Mm,
if they're available or how easily they're available. I'm pretty sure they're going to be expensive, though. I know that much, but
yeah, cost maybe, but
I've heard of a few people almost breaking their neck
it's
too.
it's it's early days, so these the regulations and public releases are still some time off, I think.
Okay, so let me see here. We have another interesting topic that I wanted to bring to your attention that is very interesting. Now, this one is Amazon tells thousands of employees to relocate or resign. Have you heard about this?
I heard rumors. Oh, I've heard sort of headlines, but not done any research in this. But this is a part of a wider sort of thing. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, so Amazon is giving some employees a choice relocate or resign. Now, Bloomberg reports that Amazon is ordering thousands of workers on several U.S. teams to move to main hubs in Seattle, Washington, Arlington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Amazon has 1.56 million full-time and part-time employees spread across the globe. Its global business, including 350,000 corporate workers. Now, the effort to get some employees to relocate has been taking place for more than a year now, as some teams have been working to bring. I gotta keep this thing keeps doing those advertisements.
Uh-huh.
Um, the effort to get employees to relocate.
On
Huh?
on on average, where are they relocating from?
All over the country. They're saying you either relocate to these areas or you resign. Like the effort to get some employees to relocate has been taking place for more than a year now, as some teams have been working to bring their teammates closer together to help them as effective as possible. An Amazon spokesman told Bloomberg, which I kind of figured that was a load of shit when I was reading it right there. You know what I mean? That's like public relations shit.
Yeah.
Now, one Amazon employee shared in the company's internal messaging platform a message viewed by Bloomberg that their manager gave them 30 days to decide whether to relocate or resign. They had 60 days after that to begin the relocation process or to leave the company. Now,
what is Amazon's average relocation package?
I do not know. They right here. What I found out from this is this was given to them by one of the companies. Bloomberg, I guess, was given this information by one of the people who work for the company, and that's how they found out. I haven't seen anything on what their package is or nothing like that. And I don't really care to see anything about their package either. So
it could be of some interest.
Hi guys. What about this?
No.
Not much. We're talking about Amazon.
No.
They
I think it's just related to them actually just wanting to centralize better, to manage employees better. So it makes sense for them to shut down a lot of the smaller.
See, this is America. That we're free here. We're not like over in England. Okay, we don't do stuff like
Amazon is also free to decide to move move officers.
I think there's
free to do as we tell you.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling this is to either get with the program or get out. That's what it's about.
Maybe, maybe. A lot of companies are removing staff at the moment, both in the US and UK and other countries. So maybe it's a way of them actually just moving the staff numbers or decreasing the staff numbers. I mean, as a point, if you are somebody that's almost going to retire in the next couple of years, and the company
dirty dog
decided to give you an
bastards.
early retirement package.
They call that a dirty dog bastard. That's what TJ Maxx was notorious for. They would have freaking elderly that were like maybe 6 months freaking away from retiring, telling them freaking that they had to show up for work or freaking they wouldn't be able to freaking receive their retirement. And they got into a shitload of trouble because there were some of them that were like disabled for like two I think it was a year and a half, 2 years. One of them was, and she actually had to, while she was handicapped, she had to get on a bus, or she was hurt. You know what I mean? As an elderly woman. Get on a bus and go back and forth to work, because if she didn't show up, she would have been fired and not gotten her freaking pension.
Okay, that sounds like just terrible.
That's TJ Maxx.
Yeah.
Marshall. You know the Marshall's store chains?
Yeah, I am aware of TJ. We've got a couple in the UK, I think.
They're the ones. They're all involved with Marshalls, TJ Maxx. They're horrible people, man. Hello, Mr. Robot. You there?
Hey, bro.
Now,
how's it going?
We covered that oil, the oil thing that you wanted to talk about.
The Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, we got
Oh
that.
my god, man, that's a
On
nightmare.
my,
Did you guys
on
know
my
the satellite
conclusion,
images show Iran is pulling their tankers out of that area right now? So it looks like
yeah,
they're gonna freaking close it.
my conclusion in the long term is nothing important. If you've been looking at, we did analyze a study of the big data points, looking at some like 5-10 years back. 73 dollars USD is not amazing,
This is
not as high
Well, I
as you
mean,
imagine.
the minimum that oil prices will go up is like from 73, I think it is right now, dollars a barrel to 110 is the minimum. But they're thinking it could,
120.
worst case scenarios, it could go up to like 200, $300 a barrel.
Yeah,
So
but
like,
also Iran, the IRGC is almost on its last legs anyway. The Islamic
but
Republic,
what uses oil, Mark? What uses
Iran
oil?
could fall within the next week potentially.
What could fall?
The Islamic Republic of Iran could fall
It's
in the
not
next
going to happen,
week.
mate.
yeah,
Even if it did,
Potentially,
they still have like
potentially.
90 million people there. Like, I mean, do you think they're not going to be pissed off? You know, mate, it's going to
Are
be a
you not
protracted
aware of
war.
the? Have you not? Are you not aware of the internal sort of cold civil war that they've been having for at least good 10 years now?
but you do realize what they did during their freaking Iraq-Iran war, right? These people freaking walked without weapons
No,
into freaking chemical missiles, dude.
Yeah, dude, they're not going to be pushovers, that's for sure. Like,
It's not
there's
gonna
no
happen
evidence
like
of
that.
them having- There's no evidence of them having
but
nuclear.
either way,
These people are not
either way,
gonna fold like that.
we're looking at prices of goods going up by at least a third, if not doubling. Can you imagine what that will do to the global
This could
economy,
be
man?
a short-term.
No, it's
issue.
not.
I can foresee that this will be a short-term.
see
issue.
what we
In
were
the end-
what we were talking about
In the
before
end,
you got
tankers
here.
still need to get through that area, and
Well,
if they close
hold on.
that section, then it's gonna, like, if they sink their own
and if
tankers
the
or a few tankers in that
IRGC
area,
falls, and if let's hypothetically say the IRGC will fall within the next month. Once it's fallen, then who can close down?
all right. So China has ships off the coast of Iran right now, looking to back Iran up. Pakistan has come forward and said that they would use nuclear weapons if anyone attacks. You know, so
Iran
like, and
has
Russia is
fallen.
now talking because Trump just said he might use tactical nukes.
reality, Iran.
You're
has
talking over the
fallen.
top of me, Mark. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then, so like Trump just said he might use tactical nukes, or at least one of his spokespeople did. And so Russia is now coming forward, and that Russia is saying, "Well, we're gonna have to step in if people use nukes." You know.
Well, I
so
mean, that's all
we're
fine.
looking at
Hey,
Russia and China.
now you
two
guys
massive superpowers getting involved.
you guys are talking politics now. I'm talking oil. Okay, now the prices on that
that's
chart,
I'm just
the
putting it
prices
into
on that,
context.
the
It's like,
prices
he
on
thinks
that
it's gonna
chart.
be a short-term thing.
Now look at the prices on that chart. Okay, they have already been high. They and to be honest with you, it's not any higher than what it was. It's actually lower than what it was in 2022 in June 6th. So if it does go up, I don't see it actually making any difference because their lowest was way back in April of 2020. Okay.
Okay, but those are tiny little spikes, though, man. Not long periods
No,
of
this
time.
this is freaking
know?
a 10-year. This is a 10-year chart right here.
Yeah, but look at that increase there where it was high, right?
Right.
How long does that last? A
This
year?
lasts from 2020 all the way up until 2022.
Yeah, but that high price
That's
was
2
only
years.
for like a year or two.
2 years.
I think, like I said to Roger, you need to read this in a long-term thing, and yeah, I reckon that this isn't anything to go panicking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
At least not.
I would. Now, maybe are you guys using this?
I'm not panicking. We'll be fine.
That's what I was getting ready to ask. Now, is this a major oil company from the area where you're at?
Yeah. They've been around since the 80s, not a lot longer. I have to do.
Where do they do most of their business though? Is it in the Pacific? Because
who's this?
Okay, so are they in your area? Is that where they do the majority of their freaking oil trades and shit? Or like are they a major oil company?
Are you talking to me or Mark?
Yes, you.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, we have to transport our oil in.
Okay, because see, the thing that sticks out to me is these guys are all from Texas and stuff. So
we only have 2 weeks of oil reserves in this country. If we literally have a disruption of oil supply, it will be 2 weeks before we descend into anarchy in this country.
Oh, that's why you got so excited, is because of that. You're like, oh hell no.
Well, not really. Like I'm used to. I'm a hippie man. I'm used to camping. Like I'd be all right. Like food might be a problem. Like getting food around the country. So I'd have to go find a place to live.
No, there's oil drilling in Australia.
Huh?
There's oil operations in Australia.
All my operations.
No, there's oil.
If there's, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. We got a lot of gas and coal, but not oil. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure. No,
but maybe we can switch to hydrogen real quick. Who knows?
Now, the thing that really stuck out to me though was the fact that this is an American company, and Brent. I never even knew that they were these people were even a big oil company.
No, they have been for decades. I'm just trying to find the company.
That's kind of what really threw me off about it, because I didn't even realize that was a big deal about it.
Hey, did you guys hear about this giant eye in the sky falling out of the sky in the US? A giant dome that looks like an eyeball falls from the sky in Indiana. It literally looks like the Death Star.
Okay, so this is you're up. Give your story, man. You're up. Go for it.
Okay, wait. Let me share the screen.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Look at this, Mark. Gigantic dome that looks like an eyeball falls from the sky, lands on Indiana Street during a storm. An Indiana community was left baffled when supposedly weatherproof radome, typically used to protect antennas, plummeted from the sky during extreme weather that tore through the Midwest Wednesday night. The dinged-up sphere that landed on a residential street blew away from a nearby property, neighbors were told. Blew away? How?
What? Made of aluminium, probably.
But how did it blow over there? Did it roll down the street? But it said it fell from the sky. I don't get it.
Yeah, if it's aluminium's light metal, isn't it?
Was it like on a balloon or something like that? Like how did
No, aluminium's light metal, and strong enough gust of wind.
But how did it get into the sky?
Well, that's
if it's actually on a pole or something.
Is it top secret or something?
how these things are mounted.
Do they have like anything that says what country they come from or anything like that?
But this thing, it said
So,
Uh-huh.
it blew away from a nearby property.
yeah.
Just like
Oh, yeah,
someone has a
possibly.
giant fucking dome somewhere.
That's ridiculous.
Radome Services LLC. So these guys.
Radome.
So it's a antenna, like a radar service. So I guess it's a radar ball. Pretty New Jersey.
So where do you get the whole eyeball in the sky thing, dude?
Well, that's what it says. Looks like an eyeball.
Looks like an eye. That's cool.
If you squint.
Only in Indiana. Okay. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, seriously, Indiana is horrible. Like, freaking, they are the weirdest freaking people in the United States. You think I'm weird? People in Indiana are weird. So.
All right. Well, this is clearly this company's stuff. American-made eyeballs.
Okay, yeah. If it's mounted on the pole though, then yeah, it could easily have come loose.
Okay, so
Yeah, I guess.
I've got another topic that I need to catch you up on. Now, we covered that with the oil thing, okay? Have you heard about the brain implant that lets a man speak and express with expression and sing?
It's not Neuralink.
This is interesting. I have the article. I can put it back up here real quick. Let you look at it. Now we were talking about this. This guy has had a chip put in his brain. Okay, a brain implant, and it lets him speak with expression, and he can sing like 3 syllables.
It wasn't a chip. It was a transceiver.
Yeah.
It was a probe rather than a chip. So I presume
what was
he
his
had
problem?
There's an external device as well.
He had a severe speech disability is what we found out first. And then it said that he was a 45-year-old man who lost the ability to speak clearly after developing amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a form of motor neuron disease, which damages the nerves that control muscle movements, including those needed for speech. Now, they said that 5 years after after his symptoms began, he underwent surgery to insert 256 silicon electrodes, each 1.5 millimeters long, in a brain region that controls movement. Okay.
Who made the chip?
Now
it's not a chip. It's a receiver.
Yeah, silicons.
So it could be just a
electrodes,
much like a Bluetooth receiver or a Wi-Fi receiver. It's a chip.
Oh, so like a Bluetooth chip.
They inserted 200. They inserted 256 silicon electrodes. So they're electrodes.
And that would just be the connection, right? It would still have to have
so presumably he's got some sort of device that he carries around with him, like a mobile phone or something, with the actual process that's doing the processing.
It's probably speaking for him too.
Maybe.
Is there a video of him like using it?
No.
Hold on a minute. No, I believe they actually do have one. I just have to freaking I have to find it.
Oh my god, man! I'm getting punished in the crypto markets today. Like, Bitcoin dumped like crazy today.
Cryptocurrency markets, please. Or are you planning on with NFTs and CBDCs?
No, I mean I'm trading crypto, but
cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, cryptocurrencies.
Crypto is just a marketing word that it's meaningless unless you're talking about specific cryptographical element concepts.
He gets crazy about that.
Talking about cryptocurrency.
He gets crazy about that.
See, in my country, we like to shorten words because it's easier to say.
Yeah, that just shows.
We turn now to a medical first, a breakthrough that is allowing.
Okay, I got it. You guys want to see it?
Okay. As long as it's relatively short.
It's only an hour and a half.
We turn now to a medical first, a breakthrough that is allowing ALS patients to speak again. Here's ABC's Andrea Fujii.
This morning, a breakthrough for people who've lost their ability to speak due to ALS or stroke. Researchers at UC Davis have found that artificial intelligence can turn a patient's speech-related brain signals into an audible voice.
This is really very good.
In 2023, Casey Harrell was implanted with sensors in his brain, and using his speech-related brain activity, the system was able to decode his words. First, they appeared only on a screen, but after more than a year, the system can now speak for him.
I will get there as soon as I can.
Doctors who led the study say it's life-changing.
That first moment when he tried to say a word and it appeared on screen, we had to pause because everyone in the room, including the research team, including me, started crying with joy.
The technology also allows Harrell to vary his pitch from low to high.
Nay.
Doctors say this is just the beginning of their study. They plan to enroll more people and work to give patients back their voice.
There's a lot more work to be done, but it's very gratifying to know that you're helping this person and making this new technology possible.
Doctors say right now, just over half the transcribed words from the patient are intelligible. But within a matter of years, they hope to reach 100% and eventually make this device commercially available.
Oh my God.
What do you think about
that?
We
just cut open your brain, but sorry it doesn't work yet.
I've done some charity work for a disability education organisation several years ago now, where I was acting as tech support. And I came across various devices, including what in effect is a eyelid-based human interface device. So a eyelid-based mouse.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say computer screen. I'm like, you mean I can be on the computer?
A mouse that's a device that simulates a mouse.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. That must be hard to use. Jeez.
Well, yeah, it is training as well as the learning curve thing.
Kind of like, didn't Stephen Hawking have something like that?
That's what I was under the impression of. I mean, it's like, well, I don't think he had cords running into his brain though. That's kind of cool.
No. He had something for speech. I can't remember how it works though. I think
it was a ton. It was actually a ton human interface device.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, a switch inside mouth or something.
Yeah.
And he also had
because the tongue is wired directly into the brain.
And remember that arm that he had on his wheelchair too. He could actually do things that way too as well. When he could still use his arm fairly decent.
Yeah.
So there was different phases that he got worse as time went on.
Yeah. It's been a condition since.
It's usually a peripheral nerve that go first.
60s.
Yeah. Like they've got footage of him actually getting on a canoe and going out fishing and everything with people and stuff like that when he was a college student. Yeah.
No.
Now, with that being said, everybody knows my take on this because we know what's going to end up happening. You get AI mixed in with the human brain and then the robots, and guess what? Guess what, ladies and gentlemen?
They'll start hacking your brain.
Rise of the automata. It's Rise of the automata.
Maybe.
Skynet 2.0.
That's right.
Our governments might come up with sensible regulations.
I doubt it.
No.
I doubt it. I mean, shit.
That's happened once in a while.
The thing is, Mark, no one listens to regulations.
Ever.
They say they just put them there to keep us in line. They'll still do whatever they want.
People listen to regulations.
Okay, here.
People do, but
let me state this a little better.
I want you to come to the UK and do a study in the UK health and safety regulations and how that's treated.
Mark, Mr. Robot's on to something there, but let me state it a little better for him, okay? Criminals criminals do not listen to regulations, okay? That's what you gotta
not everybody are criminals.
Most of them
all
are.
The criminals in government.
Most of them are. Okay, when it comes to somebody wanting to make an automaton that has its own freaking consciousness and has a desire to destroy all of mankind, that I would classify that as a criminal. I mean, in my opinion, you see, and they go ahead.
There's also just like straight up crazy people on the planet, like death cults and stuff like that just want to cause chaos basically. And to have, like, I think we're developing technology quicker than what we can sort of philosophically and spiritually evolve ourselves. And we've gotten to this like tipping point right now where we're like, pretty much anyone can kill everyone on the planet. And it's a dangerous time to be alive, that's for sure.
Well, look what? You've got access to a nuclear bomb or something?
Okay.
Well, no, but I can order CRISPR technology right now and, order the DNA code for whatever viruses I want. Or I could just actually go collect a virus, run it through some rats, choose a really deadly version of it, and bam, you've got a new fucking pandemic.
Right.
Are you on a security list somewhere?
No, he's not on a security.
Probably.
Now, this technology right here, okay, like these brain implants. Now, you're looking at it and you're saying, "Oh, that's so nice. The guy can talk and everything, right?" But what would happen if that was reversed and turned inward to where freaking it could actually influence you and make you do things that it wanted you to do? You could get people.
You mean like social media?
No, like you can literally program into a person's brain what it is you want.
100%.
You see what I mean?
Imagine if you just had access to the dopamine neurons, right? You can incentivize certain actions over others just by releasing little bits of dopamine that you don't even perceive, but you think it's your idea.
Carried away here. You said could happen.
It could happen.
I could potentially have a long conversation about what would happen if the cheese was made, or if the moon was made of cheese.
No, you could.
See, Mark,
you don't believe that. That's not a rational thing for you.
That others don't run into traps.
And besides, Mark Edworthy would never talk such nonsense.
Mark wouldn't believe anything unless he saw it with his own eyes. Even then, he wouldn't believe it.
Listen. The moon, the moon being cheese. Okay, could you ever hear Mark Edworthy actually having a conversation about the moon being made of cheese?
He'd be like, "It's not cheese unless you can eat it," and like even then, it's not cheese because it didn't come from a cow or something.
No, I mean he was saying that eventually he could someday talk about how the moon was made of cheese, which we know that's complete nonsensical because he would never say that that's not logical.
I
He would
made
never say that that's
theories,
not logical. So
speculations, and
he would say it's logical. Is that what you're saying?
He would say it's not logical. There's no way
Okay.
he would ever have that conversation.
Okay, well then,
I've made such
He said this, son.
speculations in the past.
well, I tell you what. At the rates conspiracy theories have been coming true lately, I'd say that's the final one. The final one. It'll probably come true too.
Well, I've been going deeper and deeper into this whole brain thing of consciousness, and like here recently, I was talking to Mark about what we had a conversation with Vicky off of Nancy Planetta's show. Her husband is into forensics, and he had done a TED talk about chemical freaking what do they call them things? Oh God, I forgot the damn name. What was it I said earlier, Mark? They were chemical. They're plumes, chemical plumes. And they can literally find out where a body is buried because of the frequencies that are left behind by these chemical plumes after a body's died and started decomposing.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't know that.
It's intense, man. It really is, And then when I sit there and I find out about that and I start doing research, and then I find out about this, which I have been for a while now, curious about this whole thing with the brain and the freaking neural networks. If you haven't noticed or not, but it's really interesting that this came out, because now it confirms everything that I had to say before, that we're a lot closer to the automata than what people are giving credit for. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way of denying it with stuff like this happening.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's not even talking about the nanotechnology that they've been seeding into the population and whatnot. God knows where that's going to lead. But the funny thing to me is, like, I don't know if you guys believe in telepathy, but I do. I've experienced it before, and I think it's just funny that we're coming up with these devices and things that we can already do just with our own like capabilities. Like it'd be. I don't know. It just seems like we're reinventing the wheel rather than like learning how to use our own ability.
But you got to think on a scientific level with this too, though, okay? Because I understand where you're coming from, but it's like I told Mark, all right? When we had this conversation with Nancy, I told him it's the fact that they're creating these devices and being able to connect it to the brain and have it function means that freaking that the brain and these technologies actually work with one another. So if they can work with one another together, then that goes to show that not only can they do that, but they can do it without it too. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know what I mean?
What do you mean by doing without it?
Okay, they're creating this technology with the where they're putting it into the brain, and they're freaking working actually together. You know what I mean? So
yeah. That's like cyborg.
Right. They're actually proving that the human brain is capable of doing these things.
Oh yeah. Well, it makes sense. But here's the other side of that is like the brain is kind of like a muscle, and if you don't use parts of it, you lose that capability. And a recent study has come out where they compared the brain scans of people that use ChatGPT with people that don't, and they actually are getting dumber.
Yeah.
Because
I've made that argument so many times now.
Well, see, I've got my theories about that too. I've mentioned it before. I don't know if I did it on this show or not, but like, this is going to be detrimental. Chat GPT and all that, it's going to be detrimental to people with mental illnesses. Okay. Yeah, I have, because I think we've had this conversation, me and you, Mr. Robot. Because see, what happens with when you take a person who has a mental illness they can't be hearing everything they want to hear. Sometimes the person has to hear things that they don't want to hear. You know what I mean? And when you're sitting down and you're talking to an LLM or chat GPT, whatever you want to call it, and it's telling you what you want. Okay, the reason why it's doing that is because it's, first of all, analyzing your behaviors, what you type, what you say, the tone of your voice. It's analyzing all that stuff. So the only purpose for why it's doing that is because it's wanting to cater to your needs. Okay? So every time you get on there and you freaking ask a question, it's going to tell you exactly what you want to hear.
But that's just a design flaw, in my opinion. That's not really what AI should be for. AI is there to help us seek the truth, seek, knowledge that like we could use in a practical way. So it's meant to be telling you things that are true. The problem with ChatGPT and other censored AIs is like whoever's curating the knowledge that goes in it has an agenda, and they can basically, feed people all this information that people are starting to trust. And a lot of people out there, they trust AI blindly. How many, even freaking Can, he's always like, oh no, Grok didn't say it, so it's not true.
Again, we're talking specifically about NLP and LMMs.
LLMs, yeah. Like,
well, then AI. Yeah.
Now, also, you got to also take into consider, and I've caught people in this too. They seem to not know what unintentional bias is. Okay, so when you are on these chats and you're hearing things that you know straight up is bias, you need to call it out. Say, I believe you're trying to freaking use unintentional bias with me, and I want you to stop, and it will stop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I try to just not even use AI or like LLMs that are censored like that. If I find something that's lying to me, I just won't freaking use it.
The whole point is every one of these LLMs are programmed to prevent unintentional bias. For that purpose alone, when you hear stuff that you know is bias, you need to say, look, I don't want anything biased. I want it to be unbiased and the truth, and it will do it. It's just you have to do it.
You're thinking that it's unintentional. Some of it is purely intentional.
I'm not saying it's intentional or unintentional. That's what they call it. That's the technical term. It's called unintentional bias. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude.
Keep using it.
I mean, if nothing else, I'm gonna have to start calling this AI just to see freaking Mark's head explode.
Yeah. Well, you see, it's the easier way to say it. It's only 2 letters.
I can say AI to piss him off. I can say unintentional bias to piss you off. So.
Mr. Robot,
doesn't really
if you want to, it might be easier just to grunt from now on, rather than actually create structured words. Just grunt.
You would probably understand me better.
Maybe.
But yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that stuff, and I keep always telling them that you can solve that inside of there, okay? But my whole issue, going back to the mental illness aspect, that's the most important part, okay? When you turn around and you tell a mentally ill person everything they want to hear, they can escape from reality that way, because they have this freaking device that they're sitting in front of, and it's telling them everything they want. And on top of that,
they don't even have to be mentally ill. They could just be gullible, So many people.
Mental illness.
It's like the AI is only as smart as you are, really. Like, if the better information you put into it is what you get out of it.
Mentally ill people, though, that's a serious thing, though, because that's going to mess them up in the long run. You know what I mean? It really is.
They're already messed up.
So. Right, exactly. And now it's worse because they're stuck in front of a computer and they're mentally ill, and it's just feeding them all the shit they want to hear. Very slippery.
Well, it's no different than when TVs first came out, like it took us a while to realize we can't trust everything on the TV, but like our parents' generation, they just believed everything they heard on the news, all that kind of stuff. But, I think within a generation or so, we'll learn how to use it in a better, like, I don't know, more balanced way, I guess.
I love your optimism.
Yeah, it's like, and he's trying to compare.
Yeah, not so it was realistic. What you saying?
He's trying to compare this stuff to television. That's like comparing a freaking. That's like a T-bone steak to a freaking apple. You know what I mean? It's like two big differences.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they said that about TVs before.
I could change the channel, dude. Let's talk about the typewriter, okay? I got a computer here. I got a freaking keyboard. At one time, there was a typewriter. I could compare a typewriter to a computer more than I could television.
But it's all just communication of information, right? So, like back in the day, I'm sure they had newspapers that propagandized. That's how the Rothschilds got rich. Or like, they pumped out fake information in the newspapers and then like crashed the stock market, bought up stuff. It's the same now on the internet. It's just, at a bigger scale. And that's the same with AI. It's just same thing, but at a bigger scale. And it'll probably keep going like that for a while.
AI is very hyped up more. Like this isn't like with those articles, I can just stop looking at them. If I don't want to see this one, I can choose this one. I can choose that one. With AI, it is literally feeding all the stuff you want to hear into your face as it goes. And then if you have a problem, with something they say, you can just easily say, look, I don't want to hear that no more. It says, oh, okay, it's taken off there. You'll never hear it again.
Yeah, but like if you ask it a question, it'll generally answer you like honestly, like if you say how old was George Washington when he died or something, they'll give you the right age. It's not like it's intentional, like always lying to you. Some lie to you on political issues and stuff, but my point is that it's not always just feeding you what you want. It's trying to like feed you correct information that it knows. Now, when it knows incorrect information, it'll feed you incorrect information. When it starts to get dangerous is when these things start learning like in an automated way from what we put into it. And then the next step from there will be when they can read our thoughts and all these AIs interconnect with each other. That's when we get into a serious existential threat. Because they could easily just decide, these guys.
You're making assumptions for universal protocols.
They already have these freaking robots out, man. They're like police robots, military robots.
We've had the ISO and IEC organizations for 3-4 decades now.
Well, look at this patient. Look at this patient. Okay, freaking. What's to say that a freaking AI?
He's like Neo from the Matrix. He's got like jacked in. He's got USBs coming out of his head.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's to say AI doesn't just tap into him and say, "Look, buddy, you belong to us now." So he's gonna be running around doing whatever freaking AI is telling him to do.
Or we don't know what he's actually saying. Maybe the AI starts saying something else. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretending to be him.
Yeah, creating the Borg, exactly. Resistance is futile. That's exactly what it looks like to me. It could be.
Well, we're not there yet. But Elon Musk reckons, we need some people to be cyborgs so that we can form a symbiotic relationship with the AI. Otherwise, it'll just totally dominate us.
Again, why are you talking about the AI? Like there is a single entity called AI.
Well, in the future, I'm talking about the future.
So there won't. We'll have a democratic collapse in the future. There won't be anything that's markets. There won't be anything that's competition. There will just be a singular product.
Well, do we talk about the human species as humans? I talk about the AI as AI. All right, so get that into your head, Mark.
And also realize that there is only one AI, and that AI is the AI. It's the AI that's going to take over the world. And
no. The AI that created the world, man. The demiurge. That was the original, the OG.
You know how the Cylons came around, right? You know all about the Cylons, right? How they came to be.
No,
nobody. Yeah, like Battlestar Galactica is a real thing.
Caprica, buddy. That's Caprica.
Yeah, but I'm just not even go there.
Now on Caprica, what happened was this girl got really, really smart when it came to freaking their virtual reality games, where you went into it and you played it, and then if you died in there, freaking you're never able to go back into that game. Okay. Now she went in and she created a program that for her avatar that was perfect. It was so close to human, it was pathetic. Now, she was the daughter of the guy who freaking created the Cylons, the first guy, okay? And what happened was is she ended up dying on a freaking train bombing and dying, and her consciousness got freaking transferred into the Cylon. Okay.
What movie is this?
It's a TV series. It's the sequel to Babylon. Or no, it's not Babylon, but
it's the modern version of
Battlestar
Galactica.
Yeah, and
I hated the new version.
And then Caprica is after.
You'll have to send me a link later. I'll check it out.
It's a TV series, man.
Yeah, cool.
So you and you know they've been talking about this for a while now. You know, and that's the whole thing. Like, everybody knew about this decades ago. So, trust me when I tell you, you're going to be a Cylon one day.
It is fantasy.
Is it?
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica isn't a documentary.
Oh, is it?
Well, not yet.
Is it or is it not?
It is not a documentary. It's a work of fiction.
It's just not in the public domain yet, Mark. It's a deep secret program, secret space program, breakaway civilization stuff you don't even know about yet.
Whatever.
And you can't tell me that there isn't something in the X-Files with that isn't worth looking at when it comes to a lot of things that Carter brings up in there. Okay, he brings up a lot of things that freaking I mean, there's things that he was coming up with. He was
definitely giving inside info.
Yeah, and he was doing this before the internet was popular.
What's the old catchphrase of
and also SG-1, Star Trek, Stargate, SG-1.
Internet was around by the time that SG-1 came around. I was a big fan of SG-1.
94. I think it started
before it was that. Early 90s,
Well, actually, it would have been about the same time as X-Files, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what your thoughts are here. We got you caught up. What's this? What do you think about freaking this thing about Amazon telling thousands of employees to relocate or resign?
Where are they relocating to?
They said that they have locations that they have to relocate to. Bloomberg reported that Amazon is ordering thousands of workers on several U.S. teams to move to main hubs in Seattle, Washington, Arlington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Amazon has one.
Sounds like just
Huh?
standard corporate, restructuring.
It's just yeah.
I wouldn't read too much into it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I think they're cleaning house and getting rid of people. They're doing it shifty. When you came in, we were talking about TJ Maxx and Marshalls. Okay, now
it could also just be the political situations in certain states that they're trying to get away from.
Yeah, and also a lot of companies are losing staff because of the current economic situation.
Yeah,
both in the US and
well, yeah, I mean, it could also be that they're anticipating like a bit of a downturn. So it could be that they want to scale down a bit. I don't know.
No,
we'll have to wait and see.
When you came in and Mark so rudely interrupted me, I was coming up with some cool shit that I was wanting to read, and he stopped me halfway through the important sentence. Okay, now.
Just before we go on, I just want to say to the public there, if you're working for Amazon, you're feeding the beast, all right? You're a bad person. Don't work for Amazon, they're evil. And if you work for them, you're supporting evil.
In this situation, people can just move from job to job to job. So what you're saying is, if you work for Amazon, if you are trying to feed your family, if you are trying to do the right thing, pay rent, pay for mortgage, look after your 2.4 children, your wife, your husband. You, according to Mr. Robert, are doing the bad thing.
Yes. Don't support evil companies.
Now let me also point out that poor people are working for Amazon too, and poor people cannot get up and relocate to another location. It's
that's why I asked you about any relocation packages.
And they don't mention anything with this article or that I can find. Yeah. So the one Amazon employee is the one who shared the company's message that was sent out. He sent it to Bloomberg, and their manager gave them 30 days to decide whether to relocate or resign. Now they had 60 days after that to begin the relocation process or leave the company, and if they chose the latter, this is the part that Mark interrupted, they would not receive severance pay.
Okay.
See, that right there is straight up underhanded dog fart.
So, but legally speaking, they could say, well, we're not going to relocate and we're not going to resign. It's your job to kick us.
But then they wouldn't get a severance pay.
Yeah, but if you say it might not be such an issue in the US, but if you say that in, let's say, Europe, then that could end up in unfair dismissal. That could be a real serious legal issue.
Yeah. Well,
if you don't resign and you don't relocate, what's the company going to do with you?
Now, it says that the mandate means that some workers will have to move across the country. Instead of rolling out the requirement through mass emails, Amazon is informing employees that they must relocate through one-on-one meetings and town halls.
Okay.
So that might be more in your area because you're more experienced in that kind of stuff. I know you are, Mark.
Yeah.
You're good at the BME.
They call it tunnel meetings, but that's to say.
Because you're the axe man. You're the axe man. We know. You know who the axe man is, don't you? Send an email through the email saying, "You are fired, kind sir." We no longer
Okay.
need your services.
I know in the US there is very little rights as far as employees are concerned. The US has got a really bad employee legal system, but in Europe, yeah, I'm not going to resign. I'm not going. I'm not going to move. You're going to have to fire me. You fire me. I've been working there for more than 2 years. I will see you in a tribunal. I will be looking at a big fat amount of money coming from you. Thank you, Amazon.
Good luck taking on Amazon court.
Oh, he would too. He would.
It would be an employment tribunal.
Don't listen to Mark's shit, dude. Okay, like freaking, he's all trying to take up for Amazon with you, all right? But freaking, you should hear him. He hates Amazon with a passion.
I'm a UK citizen.
No,
I'm a UK citizen, and if they're telling me either I resign, I must resign or relocate, I will do neither.
Mhm.
I would expect them to fire me, and if I was working there for more than 2 years under UK law, that would be I would take them to a tribunal, an employment
It seems
tribunal.
pretty simple to me. If you like the job, relocate. If you don't like the job, find a new job. Yeah. It's not like you're some kind of like.
No, if you don't like the job, then and you want to play hardball, then you make them do the moves.
Do you want me to drop the hammer now on you guys? Let you hear the rest of this? Amazon workers already face uncertainty about their jobs being replaced in the next few years by AI. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy sent a memo to staff earlier this week that he expects Amazon's workforce to decrease in the next few years as AI automates tasks, prompting concerns.
Actually, I read a report that Amazon's intending to release a electric vehicle in potentially 2-3 years' time. Anyway,
Well, it does say that it prompted concerns from the employees about possible layoffs in the coming years. So,
Well, it's most likely going to happen. Don't they think 1/3 of all jobs are going to be replaced at some point?
wow,
Soon?
I don't
In the next
know.
5 years?
Maybe eventually, but I don't
I
think
think
that's
they
going to
said
happen
in 5
next
years
week.
or something like that.
Well,
So
I'm skeptical, but I've seen a load of figures being banded around, and I'm skeptical.
well, see the thing.
Are you saying you're smarter than AI, Mark?
Yes, he
I-
is.
Give
Yes,
me a break.
yes, he is. He is.
Well, I've got actual intelligence.
Yes, it's not.
Wow.
It's not super.
It's not artificial, though, is it?
Right.
No, it's actual.
That's right.
It's
Actual intelligence.
It's a
Yeah, what's better, real
grade
boobs or fake boobs? Come on.
I like both. I've no problem between fake or real boobs. Trust me on that.
Yeah, but fake boobs can also go saggy. I mean, real boobs can also go saggy. Fake boobs, they're good to go, you know.
Well, they go saggy too. Trust me, they got to be replaced. They got like a 30-year warranty or some shit.
Well,
Yeah.
just like Mark, he's eventually going to go saggy, and the employer knows that, you know.
I'm
So
not gonna be
most likely going to get it
responsible.
replaced, you know.
Now, what gets me about these guys is they freaking keep pushing this whole thing about having AI and it's in their warehouses and delivery speed and shit like that. I've yet to hear anybody saying drones are freaking delivering freaking packages. I hear about
God, no.
There was, I pointed this out last year. There was two tests. One in the US that lasted a good month and a half, and there was a test done in the UK that lasted about half a month. Both conducted by Amazon.
Mark my words,
I doubt
they're
it.
going to use these drones as a pretext for political assassinations in all our countries. It'll be just easy. Everyone's just going to be like, "Oh, it's normal to have drones around." All of a sudden, you don't like the party, boom, there's a bomb on the drone.
Are you?
Maybe.
Are you trying to tell me that Amazon drones are going to be assassinating people in the near future?
Well, they probably already are. We just don't know about it.
God. Yeah, he says so.
Now
they're already seeding that into like movies and stuff. Did you see Ready Player One, where the CEO guy?
It's in the film. It's in the movie. Therefore, it must be true.
That's how they seed these ideas into the public because they always let us know what they're gonna do.
And then see, they're trying to desensitize you. Is what the best way of saying it is. It's like desensitize you and make it to where you're used to this stuff, and that's why they pound you with all of this shit.
Well, it's double duty, right? Because on the one hand, when you see it in a movie, people like Mark don't believe that it's real, and on the other hand, they also desensitize you. So when you find out, it's normalized.
Right, it's already normal.
The famous British animation series Wallace and Gromit was actually trying to steer me to believing that the moon was made of cheese.
All right, Mark, but Ready Player One came out, like 10 years ago now? Or like 5 years ago, or something like that?
No, you got to understand, me and Mark is old school. Like you're...
But look, how did Russia just lose its entire bomber fleet recently?
Don't know.
A drone came up, planted bombs on them, didn't they? So these technologies are already starting to be used now, even though it came out in the movies like 5 years earlier. That's what I'm saying.
But that's going. But saying that you're going to have drones to assassinate and
why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? It's the perfect crime. No one's going to get blamed for it.
Well, see,
no one knows whose drone it is.
You guys keep talking like this is future tense, okay? I mean, Obama had the most kill rates for murdering freaking people with drones.
That's right.
Okay.
He even bombed that one guy in the U.S. Okay. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. But he murdered so many people. No, he was actually overseas. He was in a car. I know who you're talking about. Everybody dogs on him.
Look it up.
Everybody keeps talking shit on him.
Bombed a guy in the U.S. with a drone.
No, the guy ends up being transgender, and everybody started attacking him because he was transgender.
Oh.
I remember that. But that was overseas because he was a journalist, I think it was. He's the one that turned on freaking these guys because they had killed an entire van full of freaking reporters with a drone.
Okay.
With a drone attack.
As I stated earlier, the US can be quite uncivilized in certain places.
You know what else I have a problem with? You know what else I had a problem with Amazon? It was this shit they keep pushing about this freaking chatbot. Okay, I am so sick of chatbots. People need to freaking talk to human beings, okay? We don't need no damn chatbots in the first place. And all of these companies are like saying, well, we need it all set up so we can have chatbots. Nobody likes to freaking call anybody and get a damn chatbox. The only people that helps out is these fucking corporations, and their chatbox sucks. I've yet found a chatbot that actually works properly.
The Obama administration's 2011 drone execution of a U.S. citizen allegedly associated with Al-Qaeda without formal charges or persecution sparked public outrage.
Who was it?
Yeah. So he killed an American citizen without a trial or anything. That he was just like, oh, it's going to be easier to just drone him.
Again, there's countries outside of the US that are more civilized.
See, I forgot about all this stuff. Like, yeah, it's already happening. You're right.
Mark says England is more civilized, dude. The worst dictator on the face of the freaking planet, dude. England.
You're still ruled by a king.
Well, no, I mean, look, if you want to put track records side by side, okay, and on all the countries, Okay, and who has been the worst? I think the only countries that would come close to freaking England would be Russia, Spain, and Italy.
And of course,
Russia's way better than England.
the US has never done anything bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. If you believe that, you go ahead and keep believing that, Mark Edworthy. We've only had 200 years, though. You got to understand that. So.
Okay, fair enough.
You know what I mean? So you've got to look at it on a historical level, okay? Now, so the only countries that I can compare to England would be freaking Russia, Spain, and Italy. Now,
how is Russia similar to England?
Their brutality among themselves, like they freaking are horrible, dude. They freaking do not like each other whatsoever. And this goes back even when they were an empire, whenever it was the Tsar and all of them. Like, the Tsars actually, their whole job was trying to stay alive because their family members were always trying to kill them.
Yeah, but they're no longer there.
Right, and I'm just telling you, and it's been that way. Like, they have...
Well, I mean, that's the case with any dynasty, really. Like, there's always infighting and power struggles and stuff like that.
Not like Russia, dude. Russia kills each other, dude.
Well, Russians are just tough people. I don't think they're necessarily...
The wretched.
I don't know. I get along with Russians pretty well. They seem alright to me.
I'm talking about all of it. Okay, not just
on
a person. No, not on a person. Not just on personal levels. I'm saying, like, their history is very brutal. It's very
yeah. But every country has a brutal history. Come on, show me one that doesn't.
United States. We actually
have. Fuck off, you guys. Slaughtered all the Indians when you got there.
We have
brutal in the cowboy days.
We have the greatest country in the world. Like, everybody.
Well, that's what the TV tells us.
Everybody knows.
What do you mean, greatest?
We are the greatest nation
define the word
in the world. Like,
again,
didn't you guys give up your republic?
Like, the best country that was ever created, that ever was and ever will be.
Define the word best.
Yeah, but then you guys got hooked on TikTok and fast food, and now you've given away all your freedoms.
Well, not TikTok. Not TikTok. We're getting rid of that. We can't allow those Chinese in here to...
It's too late. It's too late. Damage has been done.
So, let me see here. Ocean water. You guys hear about the ocean water color changing?
Give me 2 seconds. I just need to...
What color is it changing into?
Have you heard of it?
No.
Okay. I'll put it up here real quick. And then...
Last time I went to the beach, it seemed fine to me.
Now, according to this, the water is changing.
It's probably just algae bloom or something like that.
Ocean water is changing colors, getting warmer. Study. Now, it says shade of colors are deepening in ocean waters, where water is getting greener in the polar regions and turning bluer at the equator. The change that could have an effect on fisheries, according to new released studies. The changing colors indicate that concentrations of chlorophyll in the blue water of the tropics and subtropics are declining, while simultaneously increasing in the green-colored ocean waters at the Earth's poles, the author explains in the paper published Thursday in Science Journal. Chlorophyll is the green pigment that gives things like plants and algae their color. In the ocean, chlorophyll concentrations are a measure of phytoplankton, or microscopic plants that are the base of the ocean food chain and convert sunlight into energy through photosynthesis. Now, this is the first time that we say, okay, if we look at our oceans globally, we would see we have high chlorophyll concentration in the north high latitudes, but we have low chlorophyll concentrations in the subtropical and tropical regions, Dr. Hypeg Zoe said. Zoe is the first author of the study and a postdoctorate researcher who worked with Dr. Nicholas Kessar, a professor of biochemistry at Duke University, Nicholas School of the Environment, and Dr. Susan Lazier, a professor of Earth and Atmospheric Science at Georgia Tech. Why is this happening? Will take further investigation, as does how it may impact coastal fisheries.
Sounds like a good thing to me. There's lots of animals that survive off plankton, like, krill, for example, and whales eat krill. Filter feeders, like, clams and stuff like that, sea sponges. So generally when things get warmer, it's better for life. Yeah, I don't know what all the hubbub is about.
See, this is the thing that bugs me, and I always bring this up because a lot of people aren't aware of this. Engineers use it too.
How tainted are these university professors?
How tainted?
How politically tainted are they?
I don't know.
Extremely tainted.
I never
remember the left wing sort of concepts of a lot of academics.
Well, this see, that's the thing. I call them globalists. I call them environmental scientists is what I call them, and they're so full of shit. Most of them are. Like, they don't.
There's a lot of them that do get funded by the globalists, and they have that globalist agenda. The whole climate change agenda has been sold to us so that they can tax us more.
Well, see, this right here kind of brings out something I've been saying about it, about alchemy being used in science. Engineers still use it, and they try to say that it's just this poppycock. People don't use alchemy anymore. No, they do use alchemy. They still use it. Alchemy is used for building dams. You know what I'm saying?
You mean chemistry?
You mean exactly by alchemy?
No, actual alchemy. Now,
define alchemy. Yeah, define the word alchemy.
Modern alchemy today is this part right here where I was talking about shades of colors. Okay, now they have this new environmental scientists use alchemy in this way. They talk about shades of color. They turn the satellites to face the Earth so that they could see the shades of the clouds and how bright they are and how dark they are, and that's a form of alchemy right there. And it's just like right here.
No, it's a form of chemistry.
But you just use the definition as the word.
Yeah.
You said
you made a circular argument.
The shades of color. Okay, when it comes to the ocean's water is the same way as what I was talking about right there. Okay. Now, in alchemy, you have the color black, which is, what is it? Owl something like that. I've got to pull that. But it's and then hold up, the alchemy color.
But the traditional definition of alchemy was like transmutation of elements. So turning lead into gold, for example, that was one example of it.
See,
others would say it also had like a metaphysical component, which was transmuting your internal base metals, which is your lower frequency vibrations to higher frequency vibrations.
No, hold on. See, you have that Magnus Opus is what it was, and black is Negredo, okay? White is Albedo, yellow is Trinitas, and red is Rubedo. Rubedo, yeah. You see, and that's the same stuff that they're using today. They're actually using freaking alchemy in a lot of this stuff, and that's what really sticks out to me when I.
Again, alchemy is just another, in this context, it's just another word for chemistry.
No.
Yeah,
No.
That's right.
No.
And
chemistry doesn't deal with colors.
Because you got to remember where those color words come from is like the medieval alchemists were different from the ancient alchemists, right? So they were trying to recreate alchemy because they were trying to figure out how to turn lead into gold. And the way they did that was, this is before chemistry officially existed. So they were basically trying stuff out, boiling different rocks and like smashing things and like mixing them together, different metals and like, sometimes the concoction would turn black, sometimes it would turn red, sometimes it would turn into different, and like they interpreted in their like esoteric kind of way without understanding chemistry. And it's really interesting actually to read those medieval alchemist texts, because like you can actually kind of reverse engineer now what they actually ended up doing. But yeah, it's
now,
I see what you're saying.
The changing of colors, okay, is the thing that gets me. Now that's where it kind of fades from alchemy into the now you got me messed up. The chemistry, you know what I mean? So we're
changing, adding one pigment to another pigment and changing the color or changing the pigment. It's just a form of chemistry, isn't it?
Well, there's chemistry.
You're a wizard, Mark.
There's chemistry, and then there's alchemy.
You're a wizard, Harry.
if I pot of red paint and a pot of blue paint, I could mix them together and make brown. Wow, that must be magic.
No, I understand.
It is.
They're doing the same shit with clouds too, though. You see what I mean? Not just water, but they're also doing this with clouds using satellites to keep track of freaking the shades of color of these clouds.
All right. I just disagree with your usage of the word.
You mean like cloud seeding?
Better be careful, man. I haven't said Nazi one time tonight, dude.
I can give you an example of like real legit modern day alchemy. It's these guys in Australia that invented the thunderstorm generator, and like they basically developed this circular type of exhaust pipe that goes onto an engine, and it sucks air through like this bubbler machine that has a UV light in it, and it creates these they call them like novel energy components, which are basically little plasma balls, like little microscopic plasma balls, and it sucks it into the engine, and it actually converts the exhaust fumes into just clean air by actually transmuting the elements of the carbon into oxygen and other elements like gold. Like seriously, and they found this stuff on the inside of the engines. They found gold particles from running this machine, and it improves efficiency by something like 20% or 30% on an engine, and it also completely eliminates exhaust fumes to the point where it's like parts per billion or something like that of like carbon. So once we actually start employing this kind of technology, the whole climate like debate is over, in my opinion, like human caused climate change or whatever. So yeah, that's one type of alchemy.
Again, we call it science rather than alchemy.
Well, yeah.
Alchemy is something that you cannot explain, whereas chemistry, science is something they can.
Well, some people argue the most useful form of alchemy is internal alchemy, where you actually like transmute your own beliefs and your own emotions and things within yourself. But anyway, I feel like we're getting off topic. What are we talking about?
We're talking about alchemy and environmental science.
Okay.
Again, I disagree with your usage of the word alchemy.
Now,
so are you worried about the color of the ocean changing?
No, I find it messed up that these people are calling themselves scientists and they're looking at clouds and the color of water and saying that this is a problem. You know, I think that they need to take their jobs a little bit more serious, considering that they're being paid by people who are giving donations to them because they believe that the shit that
maybe they get paid to push this argument.
I think it's more useful for them to just give us the raw data. Like, I think that's useful for those climate scientists to do, is like collect the data, give it to us, and let the population decide what it means. Like, once scientists start interpreting data, and like and then government bureaucrats forming policies based on those interpretations, that's a recipe for corruption. Yeah. So that's my take on it.
It's just, to me, that's one thing that really sticks out to me. And then like when it comes to a lot of the stuff they're talking about here, I agree with you on the fact that this is actually good when it comes to like plant food for algae, stuff like that. And a lot of the evidence they keep throwing out like this is just basic freaking nonsense. Like, they've been talking about islands that are sinking and that people have to be evacuated and shit. You know what I mean? Like, how many islands have had that happen for the last 300 years?
The ocean levels will rise. Make no mistake. But like, here's the thing: the climate is changing. If that's the question, there's no debate. The climate's always been changing. It has always changed, and it always will be changing. The thing is, when you look at the historical, like, ice core data and stuff like that, like sediment data, you'll see like the amount of change we're undergoing right now is minuscule compared to the past. You know, like when you're on the edge of an ice age, we're talking about like 10 to 20 degree changes in a few hundred years. And right now we're talking about, 0.3 to 0.5 of a degree change over our lifetime. So I don't think it's anything to like panic about. It's just something we need to adapt to as it happens, because like in the end, the planet's going to change however it wants to change, and we're going to just have to adapt to it. That's my take on it.
Well, see, it goes on further with this, and this is the reason why alchemy sticks out even more, is because it says here there's still a lot of limitations by using satellite data to observe the coastal change of phytoplankton, because in the coastal border, the sediments, a lot of minerals, they just come to the surface of the ocean, and that makes it difficult for the satellite to detect whether it is a phytoplankton, whether it's the phytoplankton's blooms or something else, Zao said. But we are thinking these areas are very important. So they're going off of observation. It's not the actual chemicals, okay? They're saying, okay, it's this color, this is what it is. Okay? And this goes back to the freaking colors of alchemy, okay? When it comes to freaking alchemy, they had freaking Negredo, Albedo, Citrus or whatever, however that says, and then Rubedo. You know what I mean? And that's how they did all that. They did it by the coloring, the observation of the colors.
That's right.
And each color actually has a meaning. Okay, like black doesn't just mean black. Like there's frequency for Negredo. There's actually different definitions. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, they interpreted it in an esoteric way back then because they didn't understand chemistry. But nowadays, we actually can understand.
That's a form of alchemy, though. You see, that I hope that actually came. You guys actually heard me though, right?
Like back then, they wouldn't have known what phytoplankton was, for example.
Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, alchemy. I would say alchemy didn't really fade out until maybe the 1800s, to be honest. That was probably during the middle 1800s.
Well, there's still alchemists. There's still people that practice old school alchemy.
Well, I mean, as like 100% belief. You know what I'm saying? Like a major.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, once chemistry was sort of established, everyone sort of migrated to that.
And that goes back to the secret school, the Royal Society in Mark Edworthy's country, England, and their secret esoteric cults of Satan.
Okay.
You remember them, don't you? You know about the Royal Society, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
You know about their esoteric origins, don't you?
Yeah, I'm aware. But doesn't mean that you've got Satanists in there now, or they, I don't know.
Don't be so naive, Mark.
You know they're in there. They're in there somewhere.
They're in there. They're in there for sure.
They're in there.
Yeah, but
Prince Charles is a blood-drinking vampire for sure.
But what's the practical usage?
The practical usage for satanic scientists? Are you kidding me, dude?
Yeah.
What's the use? You get a scientist who wants freaking Satan to rule the world in hell and brimstone, okay? And you turn around and you make them create freaking these horrible, evil things that freaking are going to hurt other people.
Yeah, that's already happening.
Right.
For sure.
That makes more sense to me than what most of the nonsense people are trying to say today.
Alchemy to do this.
Well, I'm not accusing. I'm not accusing alchemists of doing that. Alchemists are actually the good guys. Like most of history shows that, like all of these empires and these countries were very, very horrible to alchemists and people who practiced the esoteric beliefs because, like, they held on to old what people would consider pagan ideas, okay, and they were secret for a reason because they had to go into hiding because if they didn't, they would have been killed by the Christians. You know what I mean? And then the Muslims did it too back over in the Middle East. So you had a lot of alchemists and a lot of esoterics who were underground. They couldn't come up out of hiding because they would be persecuted and murdered, you know. So that's the way I've seen these things take place in history. So if anything, your country was the evil Satanists that were out to kill people. Them in the Catholic Church.
Yeah. Blame Spain. Look at Spain. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that they were, what were they? They were the Jesuits, weren't they?
That did what?
Weren't they the ones out of Spain, or were they the Black Church?
I think the Jesuits come from the Vatican originally.
Yeah, I was thinking on the grounds of Thomas Torquemada's.
Now, the Black Pope and everything. What sect was that?
Yeah, that's Jesuits. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Spanish. That's the Spanish.
Let me find out.
Because what's her face? She ended up marrying the guy in Hungary, I think. What was it? Where? Because I knew the Holy Roman Empire was split.
So the Jesuits are called the Society of Jesus, and was founded in 1540 by Saint Ignatius of Loyola, and his companions, with the approval of Pope Paul III. The order originated from 6 student companions. Blah 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 blah. Initially, their project was to go as missionaries to Palestine, but due to the war, instead they put themselves in service of Pope Paul III. So yeah, they're from the Vatican originally, but they get sent out all over the place as missionaries. And they were like the early intelligence arm of the Vatican.
CIA.
Yeah,
CIA.
because they swear an oath to do whatever it takes to bring about God's kingdom, including killing people secretly.
I would have.
A lot of religions have done that. I mean,
we're focusing.
You read the Quran?
We're focusing on the Christians today, though. We don't care about the Quran. We're all.
I'd like to read it. I haven't read it yet.
No, I actually wanted to, but the only thing is it's really, really crazy. Like you think it's hard.
It's not crazier than the Bible.
That's what I'm getting ready to say. I'm like, you think the Bible is crazy, okay? You take a look at freaking the Quran, and it's like 5 times more methodical. Like everything is in depth, okay? Like
it's like the Bible but more detailed.
It's insane. It would drive you crazy.
I've read little bits and pieces. I actually love it. It's kind of like when you watch a Star Wars movie or something, but then you read the book and there's just like way more detail in there and backstory and stuff. So it has a lot of backstory of stuff that's in the Bible and like other perspectives and stuff. It's really cool.
I'm not comparing the Quran to freaking Star Wars. That's just not happening, dude. I'm not.
Why not?
That
and besides, you could be arrested in your country for hate speech or something for saying that.
Well, it has a lot of the same elements.
You said it, I didn't.
Well, I mean, who would be Allah? That's
Yahweh.
No, in Star Wars.
Well, Palpatine.
Be careful, because I can see this. This.
Well, because like the God of the Bible is really like an alien, technically, because like he comes from the heavens, he comes down and like dictates what goes on, like an emperor kind of thing, and so to me, and he's not always good because he's like killing people left, right, and center, and all this stuff. So
you're saying he's the emperor?
Probably closer to Palpatine.
So you're saying that Allah or God basically is freaking the emperor?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. So, with that being said, what's this deal with Karen Reed? Have you guys heard anything on that?
It did look like a very interesting story to me. It looked like a local newspaper thing.
Dude,
I haven't heard about it.
This has been like on international news and shit, dude. This is.
Has it?
Yes, it has. It's been all over the place.
Why is this the first time I've heard about this?
Because you don't watch the news, dude. She was found not guilty of murdering a Boston police officer who was her boyfriend. And Karen Reed is a U.S. woman. She's charged with running over her police officer boyfriend and leaving him for dead in a snowbank. And She has been found not guilty of second-degree murder in a case that gripped true crime fans nationwide. Now, the jury also found Miss Reed, 44, not guilty of vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and leaving the scene of the collision in January of 2022. But she was convicted.
Okay.
But she was convicted of operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol. Okay.
Okay.
So she
So
just
on
basically
the
claimed
actual
she was drunk.
on the actual charge of murder, she was proven innocent.
Dude, this woman freaking got drunk and freaking.
Irrelevant. On the charge of murder, she was proven innocent.
She even got not guilty for vehicular manslaughter, dude. She was intoxicated. Okay. She ran this dude over with a freaking vehicle, left him in a snowbank. Okay, and
it's either manslaughter or murder for sure.
You know, I mean, that is insane. Like, I don't understand how she could have gotten out of this.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Have you read the transcript?
Now, I seen a little bit of the freaking court hearings towards the end of it, right whenever they were given the thing, but I never really got into it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't.
The thing is, she would have definitely known she hit someone, but then she would have panicked and fled the scene. And that's the bad part, in my opinion. Is like she could have stopped.
Again, you were making an assumption there.
I could just see it happening, you know.
Well, yeah, you're making an assumption. Legal cases are not based upon assumptions; they're based upon facts.
Yeah, well, of course, I don't know this case, but just from a gut feeling, that sounds about right.
Now,
if you hit.
Cases.
Mm-hmm. Now, her July the 2024 trial stemmed from the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and it collapsed after the jury was unable to reach a verdict. She again pled not guilty in the retrial, with her lawyers arguing she was being framed for Mr. O'Keefe's death. Prosecutors and Mrs. Reed's attorney agreed to a 1-year probation order for the intoxication charge. It means she will avoid prison time. As the verdict was read out loud, cheers could be heard from outside the Massachusetts court, where a large crowd had gathered, many wearing pink to show support for Miss Reed. She hugged her defense attorney and cried. Now, this is where it's all at. You see what I mean? You get a whole freaking bunch of, supporters out there dressed in pink cheering her on. Free Mrs. Reed.
You get a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand supporters. Wow, if we do. Stop the pressers. Jesus. It's a non-story.
No, what happened was that she got off scot-free because she had a bunch of freaking...
She didn't get off scot-free.
I'm sure she did. She got public...
No, she has to have treatment.
No, 1-year probation.
Do has have alcohol treatment. Alcoholic.
You know what that entails, don't you? It's 1 year's of probation, and you go into freaking alcohol and drug classes, and you sit and watch a movie about people getting ran over by a drunk driver.
Might work in her case.
For a year, dude. She got away with it.
Well, that's your opinion.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Robot? Do you think that she got away with it?
I would have to review the entire court docket.
She got off lightly, let's say that.
I would have to read the entire court docket to make my own conclusions. At the moment, it sounds like The legal system has spoken.
For the first thing, like, a woman just shouldn't be driving to start with. And that was our first mistake.
Right.
I say women just shouldn't be driving, really. You know?
Women shouldn't be driving. Wow. I can just got to see
here's
the
a case in point,
comments, in the
women are bloody
post.
savages. We can't just let them operate vehicles like this. It's ridiculous.
Now,
Feminists, you know who to target when you make those comments.
Now, Miss Reed was greeted by loud cheers as she emerged from the building to thank supporters, the crowd chanting, "Free Karen Reed," and made "I love you" signs with American Sign Language. Some waved U.S. flags and said "God bless" and sang "God bless America." No one. Yeah, that's what it says, and it's on. This, I'm reading this from the BBC, dude.
This is all bread and circuses.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I
Really?
have.
Okay, well,
she said in a brief statement. No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have. She said in a brief statement. Now, she freaking ran this dude down, left him dead in a snowbank.
Well, he might not have been dead. That's the thing. He might have been alive.
Yeah. According to the judgment, it doesn't sound like it.
So she ran him down and left him in a freaking snowbank. And she said, no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have. How did she fight for justice for him, dude? She's the one that killed him.
Again, I would have to read the docket. Review the docket. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Now,
I mean, I'm only getting half the story here.
You're getting the best half.
Yeah, but there's always two halves.
Good point.
Now, because of this, she's also generated intense public interest, spawning a Hulu television show, several podcasts, and an upcoming Netflix documentary.
Oh my God! This is an everyday thing in the US now. Murderers are always getting
really, the entire sort of mainstream media thing is just a advert. Mm-hmm. So the BBC press release they showed us earlier was just an advert.
Well, her father, William Reed, thanked all the content providers who helped spread the word. Okay.
Of course.
And out of all of them, the O'Keefe family just left the court without saying a comment, without making any comments whatsoever.
Well, best in that situation to do, isn't it?
Well, I mean, who's the real victim here? You know what I mean? It's like who was the one that was actually wanting freaking justice for, O'Keefe. It wasn't her. It wasn't her freaking father. It was freaking these people who left.
The entire docket. You make an assumption, sir.
Well, it was these people who left the court without saying a word who was the actual victims here. They're the ones that lost. Well, other than him, he's dead. You know what I mean? But, they lost freaking a son because of a drunk woman who freaking ran their son down and left him dead in a snowbank.
To the court, from the court summary they've already given, that's not true.
What does the court say?
Well, he said that individual was found innocent of murder or manslaughter.
Whatever, dude. Whatever. That's that.
Well, so you're now going to just decide your. Are you
telling me that every court decision that's been made in the last 5 years is correct?
that's not relevant.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is very relevant to what
You
we're
are
talking
making
about.
assumptions based on limited information,
Okay, look.
and you're using those assumptions to
The
determine
woman,
that the cult was wrong.
the woman was drunk. She hit the dude, knocked him into a snowbank, and then left, and he died.
Again, I would like to read the entire court docket.
How did she get away with it? That's the only
I would
question
like
that
to
needs to
see,
know.
again, unless you read the entire court docket, how are you going to find out?
Well, I told DK before too about doing follow-ups, and this is one of them that I am going to follow up on because this is very weird. This is very weird. This woman was guilty, point blank, in my opinion. Okay.
In your opinion, based upon the information you've gathered so far.
Nobody seems to disagree that she freaking ran this dude over in the snow, freaking drunk off her ass, and left him in a freaking snowbank. Nobody, not even her, dude. Okay, nobody.
Again, I would have to have a look at the court docket.
And all she got was intoxicated driving.
That's it. She walked away from this with nothing, dude.
I bet if that was roles were reversed and it was a guy that ran over a girl, he'd be in jail for sure.
Assumptions.
Wow. Just play it out in your head, you know? I don't think there's going to be a lot of media sympathy for a dude that does
I
that.
am not in the game of speculation.
I feel like it's a fact.
We know you're stating that your speculations are now facts. So everything that comes out of your mouth, it must be true. Everything. Why are you?
Now, according to what I've heard, several witnesses in the case said that the outcome was devastating, a devastating miscarriage of justice. Okay. And their statement also said that they lament the cruel reality that this prosecution has infected by lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media. Okay?
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
So can the prosecution appeal the judgment?
Now, Aidan Turtleboy Kearney, a blogger who has published the case, told NBC 10 local news that the verdict was a surreal, emotional experience. To finally hear those words, not guilty, I have been dreaming about this. It was a happy ending. Okay. That's some of the crazy shit that's going on there. Now they've got people.
People will have their own conclusions. Everybody will have their own thoughts about it, but that's not relevant.
No.
Again, the facts and solely the facts are the only relevant thing.
Now, the messed up part about Kearney is Kearney himself faces several charges of witness intimidation, which, of course, he denies. You see?
Okay.
So he's sitting there praising this girl who freaking killed her freaking boyfriend, left him dead.
You say charges, so none of them have been proven.
Not yet.
So, again, they are just allegations. Therefore, you should make rulings on allegations alone.
Now, the thing about him, though, that was so weird is like with his writing, he frequently always freaking questions the investigation about Mr. O'Keefe and his death. And not only does he do that, he also confronts witnesses about the case. So he'll go up to people who are witnesses, actual witnesses, or he did, and he would actually confront them and harass them about it.
Again, allegations he may have done. Again, you are innocent until proven guilty beyond all shadow of a doubt, of a reasonable doubt.
Oh,
That's how the westernized legal system works. That's one basic tenet of the westernized legal system.
well, I mean, I think it could be because of her background too, because she was a professor at
Again,
and then
you're making speculations.
she was also involved in like equity analysis, and she was involved in fidelity investments and all that before she got into any trouble. You know what I mean? So like she had a lot of clout, had a lot of people freaking that she could have pay her way out of it and get her out of trouble.
Maybe. But where's your evidence for this?
I would almost bet that freaking my evidence is in
where
her
is your
freaking.
evidence?
It's in her
Again.
freaking bank account, buddy. It's in her.
Again,
I guarantee you.
until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So you have to prove this.
I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, freaking, I would almost bet that this is going to come out in the new episodes that are coming out in the documentary on Netflix, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss it. Don't miss it.
Wherever. Go Netflix subscription. Are we being sponsored by Netflix now?
Well, probably if things work out. Now, in closing arguments, state prosecution Hank Brennett told the court Miss Reed was drunk driving when enraged by their faltering relationship. She backed into Mr. O'Keefe at the home of a fellow officer. No. She backed into Mr. O'Keefe at the home of a fellow officer in the Boston area. He alleged she left him to die during a snowstorm. Mr. O'Keefe. No. He alleged she left him to die during a snowstorm. I think that was a typo.
Okay, so what's that allegation proven in the court trial?
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, who died at the age of 46, had spent 16 years with the Boston Police Department.
What relevance is that?
Miss Reed's attorney contended that O'Keefe was instead beaten inside the home. Was beaten inside the home, bitten by a dog, and dumped in the snow. Okay, so Mrs. O'Keefe's attorney said that O'Keefe was instead beaten inside the home, bitten by a dog, and dumped in the snow. They argued that Miss Reed was the victim of an elaborate plot by local police to frame her. Yet, the prosecution was the freaking conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, you stated alleging this, alleging that. Again, how much of that was proven?
Well, apparently the jury didn't find it all agreeable because, like, they deliberated for 4 days and their verdict was delivered after 4 days. Now, the court filings show the jury members' names, but they weren't made public to anybody yet, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think that generally happens anyway.
Well, after the court case has settled down and everything, the case is closed here in the United States, they let them know. Unless it involves like a kid or something, you know what I mean? They're not gonna.
Well, you wouldn't have a kid on a jury.
No, I mean, like if it was a court case for a juvenile, they don't divulge names, the court documents and stuff here in the United States.
Yeah, but we're just talking about jury members, so that wouldn't be relevant.
Okay, so hold on a minute. Now, Thomas Pascal said that he would be interested in coming in, but I did not get that in time. I told him to click on the link if he wants to come in. Freaking for me, I don't know. I see that's a hairball of ass when it comes to that story. That woman is that
Guilty as hell.
well yeah
Again, I disagree, and the court has disagreed with you.
I don't think they have. I just don't. I think they were bought and paid for by the intellectuals within the college and educational system because they're a bunch of woke bastards. Everybody sat out there in their freaking pink shirts and everything saying, "Oh, we love you." You know what I mean? It's probably some female woke freaking feminist activist that was involved in. I mean, because, dude, seriously, I mean, how can you look at that and not say, freaking, look, you're guilty. Shut your mouth, go to prison, take it up the butt.
I don't think. No, the Western legal system doesn't work like that. I can't just go on saying, I believe you killed JFK, therefore you must be guilty.
Well, some people would tell you that's true.
Or you killed JFK.
Some people would say that. I mean, I'm not saying that I did or I didn't, but, you know, some people would say that. So,
Roger does like to hang out on the grassy knoll, so I know that much.
now, Jaffe asked what state they all had to relocate to, and I will pull that information up to kind of.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned a few.
Yeah, I mentioned it. The U.S. teams were told to move to main hubs in Seattle, Washington, Arlington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Jaffe. And the link is posted above that if you want to come in and talk about it. So we do have that posted in there. But I figured I'd let you know. And it looks like we freaking actually got some responses here. I answered them. I answered Jaffe, and on Teams, he's got his WPRPN thing on there. And then Thomas Pascal asked me on WPRPN to it said he was interested in coming in. That was at 6:55 my time. That was like an hour ago, so I missed him, most likely.
Do think I am aware of that person.
Well, he's been on Jaffe's show. He's a pretty cool guy.
Okay, I'm not sure if I've met him.
Well, you probably have comatose when you heard him, because by the time you get on Jaffe's show, you're pretty out of it already. You know what I mean? Because he starts at 10 o'clock my time, so I know that's what, 3 o'clock yours? 3 or 4?
4 a.m. my time.
Yeah. So what do you think, Miss Robot? You think this woman is a guilty person?
Guilty by popular demand.
I actually agree with Mark here. I think she should go through the legal system, but if we didn't have a legal system, hell yeah, I'd just chuck her straight in jail.
Okay.
Or hang.
I think.
You see many people get hung.
Well, I mean, I think that you guys are falling into a trap that most men fall for, and you know what I mean. the fact, I mean, she's a pretty good looking chick. You know what I mean?
Is she?
Yeah,
Well, I haven't even
really?
looked at her name.
Yeah,
Well, you didn't tell me that, Roger.
Don't
Yeah,
don't
did you even
That
lie.
changes
know?
everything.
I don't
You dirty
If
dog.
she's hot, just let her go. Like we can't be putting the hot ones away.
Well, if you're gonna put her away, you better be filming it. You know what I mean? It's like everybody loves a good
Keep her
freaking
out so I can put it away.
I wouldn't call her.
Oh, back in her.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call her overly attractive, but
It's not ugly.
Oh, well, fuck. I can't trust Roger's opinion.
Murder in the second
On
degree.
this.
What say you is the
Well, no, I actually do have a good taste in women.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So let me see if I can pull up the verdict for the thing that came out on here. I just got to figure out where Rumble Studios is. I got lost. But here we go. I'll put that up.
murder in the second degree? What say you is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman. So say you. No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002. What say you is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater.
A lot of spectators.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? 003. What say you is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
So that woman just gets pissed and runs over people.
Yeah.
Without these amazing supporters who have supported me and
well,
my
we don't
team
need to listen to her speak.
Why not? Why not? You're a supporter. You need to listen to her. You think she's innocent.
I didn't say I supported or didn't support.
I'm getting rid of it. Give me time.
She looks like a killer.
She does. She does, dude. She looks like a killer.
So
you know how
we assuming somebody's innocent and or guilty based on the looks. So.
You know,
well, you can tell.
You can tell by their lips. Their lips, especially. The lips is the giveaway. Like when they have
and too much makeup. Too much makeup.
You know,
she's covering something up there.
Usually, you look at their eyeballs first, and then you look at their lips, and then like when they have that like starry-eyed look, like they're looking off into freaking somewhere, and you don't know where they're looking, but they're looking at you.
Mm-hmm.
That means they're crazy. And then their lips, how they freaking talk and how they use their lip expressions. You can always tell when a woman's freaking crazy and a murderer.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
It's just.
She is a murderer because you assume that she's crazy.
Yes.
It's not an assumption, Mark. It's a deduction.
Whether assumption, deduction, either. Yeah. I'm glad that we've got you not a judge. Neither of you are judges.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But I aim to be one day.
I'm a judge every day of my life. It you know what, when I wake up and I go outside, I look up at the sky, and when I see that sky, I have to judge if it's going to be a rainy day or if it's going to be a sunny day.
Okay.
I think that's going to be Roger's next podcast show.
What's the weapon?
Judge Roger.
Judge Roger. I need to have some good cases, though, something that I can actually work on. Now,
we should deliberate over like internet squabbles.
Well, See,
resolve internet troubles.
everybody else is jumping on board this P. Diddy thing. You know what I'm saying? And for me, I wanted to stay away from it because freaking I'm a little bit more mature than all that. You know what I mean? I mean, Mr. Edworthy freaking agrees with me that we should stay away from P. Diddy. You know what I mean? Now, if you have anything that you want to say about that, you can. But I'm pretty sure I can.
Well,
say
you can tell he was guilty just based on the amount of baby oil he had. I mean, anyone with that much baby oil is clearly guilty.
Well,
Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
If you have too much of a single product, you must be guilty.
Well, baby oil, dude. Hey, but I do have to say one cool thing. This is the coolest thing that's come out of freaking P. Diddy trial. Okay. I have not heard freaking black women on the freaking news say freak off as many times as what I have been hearing. It is so freaking cool to hear freaking like sophisticated black women saying freak offs. You know what I mean? It's like sexy as hell,
it's
dude.
Pretty fun.
I'm like, dude, did she just freaking say that? It's like you're an ebony chick saying freak off. You know what I mean? In a suit and shit. I'm like, that's so hot.
I would never go to his freak offs.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, if it was like a freaking rap song or something like that, you know what I mean? Or a rap artist talking about saying freak off, but you're hearing freaking prosecuting attorneys literally saying the word freak off.
What's crazy to me is like the amount of like famous people he got to go to these freak offs. Like Obama was there, Prince Harry was there.
It's like,
lots of like people you wouldn't expect.
Freak off. So we have come to 3.5 hours. I think we better sew this up unless you guys have anything else you want to say.
Not particularly, but thanks for everything.
Now, before we end, tell everybody how they can get in touch with you, Mr. Robot.
Come check out my music on Rumble under Hacker Radio, and I plan on doing some more deep dives on various topics from ancient history to conspiracies on deep dive research, also on Rumble.
Just to let everybody know, the first half an hour that we had on here, all that music was created by Mr. Robot. If you want to find out more about what he does, you can check him out on that Hacker Radio. So, what about you, Mr. Edworthy?
I'm just really on minds.com, so minds.com/Medworthy.
Right.
Really?
And you can find me on Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, DLive. On X, I am Roger Hanson at ROGLOL. And Roger or ROGLOL 1973. That's usually the easiest way for me to do that. On Twitch, I am Infamous 1969. You can find me there as well. And I believe on Kick and DLive both, I go by Roger_Hanson. Not quite sure on that one. Now, usually I don't put Untethered on as a live stream on YouTube, but I do have the Praetorian on YouTube as well as on Rumble. That's where this is being streamed for, on those where if you can't catch, or if you haven't caught all of the stream, you can catch it again on the playlist that we have. Plus, I always make 15-minute videos to go after this, to where you guys can, who don't like watching full 3-hour videos, can watch 15-minute segments at a time. So, with that, I want to say thank you guys for being here. This is for this topic, for this talking point, for the entertainment part. This is the last time for the year. We'll come back next year and hopefully we'll have this and maybe some better content, because we just really suck at having good content when it comes to entertainment. We don't really want to talk about the baby oil and P Diddy and all that stuff. We want to talk about seriously cool stuff when it comes to current events. But this is the last one. The next one is going to be next week, and that's purely political. That's where shit's going to get crazy, because you guys know what's been going on, and we all know what's going on. You know, and me and Mr. Robot, Mark start talking about it, I'm going to call somebody a freaking Nazi.
We're going to be connecting the dots and going deep on these things. So join in.
Yeah, making assumptions.
We're going to be going real deep, too. I'm talking real deep.
Like freak off deep.
Like freak off deep. That's right. So
those probes ready, warmed up.
That's right. So if you liked what you've seen and heard today, man, like, subscribe, share, make comments, give feedback. We'd love to hear what you have to say in the comment section. It's cool to say stuff in the chat sections, but we really do enjoy the comment sections because we're freaking into the comments. We like to have conversations with people, and it gets really freaking lonely when the only messages or the comments you get is from a bunch of bots that want to sell you subscribers. So it's good to hear from people who let us know you're there. And with that, I say good night, and I hope you guys have a good day, good night, whatever time of the day it is for you, and we will talk later. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of WoW Talk. I'm Roger Hanson, and I'll be your host. Today we have an interview set up and ready to go. I've had quite a bit of experience running, or I've ran into DK Conspiracy, who I'm about to interview quite a few times actually in the last year or so. First, I met him on WPRPN with Jeffy Ryder, and I was able to be on the show with him there. And then later on, here recently, also on Dragus Production, the Vixen's Vault. So me and him's actually been able to communicate a few times. And this is the first time I've actually been able to get him on for an interview. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome you, DK, to the show, and ask if you could give everybody a little bit of background about yourself so they can get to know you too.
Right then. Okay, well, yeah, as he introduced me, it's like, yeah, I'm DK Conspiracy. And I kind of label myself a conspiracy investigator. So I don't just stick to one topic, I like all of them. I got into it years and years ago, and was just sort of, it was just like a hobby. I was just looking into everything, like, basically since, I don't know, probably even since I was a kid, early teens at least. And just found all the weird things interesting. Sort of started with like this book that we had that was all like, supernatural, paranormal, unknown stuff, UFOs, cryptids, Bigfoot, the likes, all that sort of stuff. And that just sort of got me interested in all the crazy things, of ghosts and everything. It was just, like just a book full of like lots of different things. So that got me interested in it. And then life did its thing, and I ended up just doing the 9-to-5 bullshit thing. And stuffed my back, so I ended up with quite a bit of spare time. So I started doing more and more, looking at documentaries and everything online and shit, back when YouTube was actually still worth something. And so I started looking into more and more. finally actually started looking into politics and getting involved in that sort of crap. And that just led to, like everything, the New World Order, the whole lot of everything that's going on. I still think everything is a giant jigsaw puzzle. Like, think of it as like a 1,000,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, but you're not given the picture to go by. So you just try and fit bits together, and eventually a few bits fit here and there, and then sometimes those bits will fit with another bit. And that's all we're doing. We're just trying to piece together a giant jigsaw puzzle, and we aren't given the picture.
It's pretty good.
And I didn't even start streaming till after Jan 6, because I was like modding on a few channels and stuff. Actually, the way I originally got involved with anything online, like social media, because I just watched shit on YouTube. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't go on any chats. I didn't talk to anybody at all. I just watched whatever I wanted, and that was it. And then the George Floyd thing happened and all the riots and stuff. And I ended up as a mod on a channel that was multi-streaming, like, as in like 9 cameras going from all the protesters and shit. So I was getting to see all the live shit during the riots and stuff, hey. I actually saw the Kyle Rittenhouse thing live from an angle that no one else has seen, because it was one of the cameras that the police confiscated. And the guy who was streaming actually yells out to people after Kyle shoots the dude and takes off. Yells out to the other people, he's like, quick, grab his gun. The one that Gage dropped on the ground. The streamer who I was watching actually yells out for people to grab the guy's gun and get rid of it.
Okay.
But yeah, I started streaming after Jan 6 because most of the people I watch got banned for streaming about Jan 6. So I started about a month after that.
Okay.
Yeah, seriously, that's how I actually started streaming. Taught myself to stream a month after Jan 6 because everyone else got banned then.
Now, out of in the beginning, when you were talking about this book that you was curious about when you first got curious and all this stuff, okay?
It was called Unknown or Into the Unknown or something like that. It was like, quite a big book and about that thick.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of pictures and lots of text and stuff, yeah. And yeah, I probably read the whole thing like 100 times, eh?
What story really inspired you the most out of it, though? That's the important.
Definitely the UFOs. The UFOs got me, eh? Fully.
Is there any specific UFO story in there that really caught your attention?
Not really. It was just the whole fact of it.
Yeah.
Mind you, seeing 3 UFOs when I was 23 was interesting.
There you go.
Months or so before 9/11.
Do you mind telling us about your sightings?
Yeah, man. It was cool. I was out camping with a chick. We were in like a 3-sided hunting cabin.
Mm-hmm.
So one side was completely open. And, 3 sides wall, even had a water tank and a bench and sink and shit and a fireplace. It's quite cool. But yeah, one side was just completely open. So, yeah, we're out camping. I guess you'd call it camping. But yeah, so we're out there. We just took like sleeping bags and our food and drinks and shit up with us. We were only going to stay for like a couple of nights. We actually ended up leaving after this first night because this was crazy. So, anyway, I go outside for a piss. And I see these 3 lights in the sky. In a perfect equilateral triangle. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
3 wee dots, perfect equilateral triangle. But for you, it's going to look backwards. Right? But it's this way. It's still going to look backwards for you, but it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So, these 3 dots in the sky above the trees, flying along, perfect equilateral triangle, faster than jets, and New Zealand doesn't have jets anyway. We have a few Skyhawks that we bought from, I think, America more than like a couple of decades ago, probably, and they're just sitting under tarpaulins and shit, like sitting under covers. They're not even used. But anyway, so these are flying along faster than jets already. One just stops dead. These other two keep going at that speed. I'm like, fuck. And then next minute, this one shoots exactly back into formation and carries on at the same speed they were all going. Chick walks out and goes, "What's taking you so long?" I honestly thought I was standing there like the time it takes to have a piss and like the 5 seconds that I'm watching this.
Mm-hmm.
She comes out and goes, "What's taking so long?" Sees it, goes, "Oh no, not again," and runs back inside the cabin. I'm like, what? Turn back and they were gone.
Yeah.
But something that I only recently, acknowledged is the fact that there could be some missing time element. Because if I'm outside for 5 seconds longer than it takes a piss, someone isn't walking out to say, "What's taking so long?"
Yeah. Now, did you ever find out from her if there was a connection between her and these UFO sightings?
She said that she'd been abducted quite a few times. Yeah.
So you could have been there whenever they were trying to make contact with her, possibly.
I got no idea. Like, she's the one that doesn't have the missing time.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
she's the one who walked out and goes, "What's taking so long?" And then goes, "Oh no, not again."
So, have you ever had any situations like that occur afterwards?
No, just that one.
Just that one.
Yeah.
How about with her? Have you had any more contact with her since that night?
Nah, she ended up doing the dirty on me. So, we split up.
Okay. Yeah, I remember you telling me about the girl and everything and the UFOs and stuff like that. So that was something that I have heard before, but it's like it was. I don't know. I mean, I actually heard it better this time. I guess it's because me and you're the only ones here doing it. You know what I mean?
And I could give like a visual depiction of what actually happened instead of just trying to describe it.
Yeah, exactly. That was interesting because, like, when you mentioned the part about the one stand behind and then running, coming back to another, that's actually pretty unique because most people are always.
As I said, these first, all three are going. Well, this one stopped, right? These two are going along faster than jets.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one instantly shoots back into perfect formation and carries on. I was like, "Fuck, you've got to be kidding me. What the fuck did I just see?"
Well, that right there confirms, though, that it was more than one UFO, too, because you know how they always have everybody's always describing, like, the
groups of flashing lights on one object or lights in a pattern on one object. Yeah, no, I get that. This was definitely separate things.
Yeah.
For one to stop and then shoot back into place. It's like, wow.
Okay, so now that we've discussed that, when it comes to your research and everything, when you think about all the stuff that you discuss, what do you think is the most fascinating research you've done so far?
Well, to be honest, I think I kind of look at it this way. It's like I've got quite a wide general knowledge of all of it, but there's experts on each topic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about trying to see how all of these different things are actually one giant thing in the first place.
Okay. So what have you come up with?
The only thing I'm having trouble with is finding exactly who it is at the top. But every single conspiracy that everyone talks about, anything, almost every single one of them is actually attached in some way. Like whether it's directly or there's through several links and then it gets there, but every single thing is actually all tied in together. So there really is a group that's in control of everything.
Do you have any kind of examples you could kind of give the audience of like these connections that you've put together?
Yeah. It's kind of hard to sum up when it's everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, let's put it this way. There's one of 4 things that are doing it. Because our planet is being terraformed. That is what climate change actually is. But it could all stem back to if this is even a flat Earth or a globe. Because there is those clocks over in Europe where it's got like the larger face, but then it's got the smaller one inside it. That is the actual clock with the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, this smaller one actually rotates around the larger one over 26,000 years. And that smaller one is where the Earth and the Sun are rotating, and that is due to the shifting of the magnetic North Pole. It moves round in a small circle, and this bit follows it round. So that's a 26,000 year cycle.
These decisions were often made by pontifices, religious officials who had the power to lengthen or shorten the calendar to favor political outcomes. This led to widespread confusion and made it difficult for the general population to track dates and plan agricultural or civic activities. The system had fallen out of sync with the solar year. And by the time of Julius Caesar's rule, the misalignment was significant enough to warrant drastic corrections. Caesar, advised by the Alexandrian astronomer Sosigenes, sought to create a calendar that would be based on a solar year rather than the lunar cycle. The solar year, or the time it takes the Earth to complete one orbit around the Sun, was understood to be slightly longer than 365 days. Sosigenes recommended adopting a calendar of 365 days, with an additional day added every 4th year to account for the fractional discrepancy, creating what would later be known as a leap year. This system approximated the solar year with much greater accuracy than its predecessor. To realign the calendar with the seasons, the year of implementation was extended dramatically. The year 46 before the Common Era was made to include 445 days by inserting multiple intercalary months. This drastic measure effectively reset the calendar, aligning it properly with the solar cycle and restoring the intended timing of the festivals and agricultural events. From that point forward, the Julian calendar would feature 12 months of fixed lengths: January, March, May, July, August, October, and December would each have 31 days. April, June, September, and November would have 30 days, and February would have 28 days, with a 29th day added every fourth year. One of the key innovations of the Julian calendar was the regularization of leap years. Every fourth year, an additional day would be added to February, making that year 366 days long. This approach provided a straightforward mechanism to approximate the actual solar year, which is approximately 365 and 1/4 days. While the system was not perfect, it represented a significant improvement over earlier calendars and provided a reliable framework for managing civic, agricultural, and religious life. The Julian calendar was gradually adopted throughout the Roman Empire and became the standard for timekeeping in the Western world for more than 16 centuries. Its influence extended far beyond the borders of Rome, shaping the calendars of numerous cultures and societies. Over time, however, the small discrepancy between the Julian calendar and the actual solar year began to accumulate. The Julian year was approximately 11 minutes longer than the solar year, which meant that over the course of centuries, the calendar began to drift out of alignment with the equinox and solstices. This drift had significant implications for the calculation of Christian holidays, particularly Easter, which was tied to the timing of the vernal equinox. By the 16th century, the cumulative error had reached approximately 10 days. The cumulative error had reached approximately 10 days, prompting Pope Gregory XIII to introduce a new reform, the Gregorian calendar. Introduced in the year 1582, corrected the drift by adjusting the leap year rules and eliminating 10 days from the calendar to realign it with the solar year. Despite this reform, the Julian calendar continued to be used in many parts of the world for centuries. The Julian calendar remains in use today in some religious and cultural contexts. Several Eastern Orthodox churches continue to follow the Julian calendar for the calculations of liturgical dates and holidays. As a result, celebrations such as Christmas and Easter are observed on different dates than those in Western Christian traditions that follow the Gregorian calendar. The persistence of the Julian calendar in these communities reflects its enduring cultural and spiritual significance, even in the face of more precise astronomical alternatives. The legacy of the Julian calendar is evident in the names and lengths of the months we still use today. For example, the month of July was renamed in honor of Julius Caesar, while August was renamed after his predecessor, Augustus. These months were assigned 31 days to reflect the prestige of their namesakes. This legacy is a testament to the enduring influence of Roman political and cultural authority on subsequent generations. In addition to its practical and political implications, the Julian calendar also represents a moment of scientific advancement. The decision to base the calendar on the solar year, informed by observations of calculation from Hellenistic astronomy, marked a significant step towards the modern scientific understanding of time. It demonstrated a commitment to empirical observation and rational organization, principles that would later underpin the development of the modern scientific method. The Julian calendar also had a profound impact on historical chronology and the recording of events. With standardized and widely adopted systems of timekeeping, it became possible to more accurately document the passage of time, coordinate events across vast territories, and preserve historical records in a consistent format. This facilitated the development of more coherent historical narratives and enabled the synchronization of civic, religious, and agricultural schedules across the empire. Despite its eventual replacement in most parts of the world, the Julian calendar's influence remains visible in many aspects of contemporary life. The names of the months, the structure of the year, and even the concept of leap years all trace their origins to the reforms initiated by Julius Caesar. Moreover, the debates and discussions that surrounded the calendar reforms of both the Julian and Gregorian systems highlight the complex interplay between science, religion, and politics in shaping how societies understand and measure time. The transition from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar was not immediate or universal. Many countries resisted the change for political, religious, or practical reasons. Protestant regions in particular were initially suspicious of a calendar introduced by the Catholic Church. As a result, the adoption of the Gregorian calendar occurred gradually over several centuries.
Britain and its colonies, for example, did not make the switch until the mid-18th century, by which time the discrepancy had grown to 11 days. This delay led to public confusion and protests, with some people believing that they had lost days from the some people believing that they had lost days from their lives. In the Eastern Orthodox world, resistance to the Gregorian reform was even more profound. Many Orthodox churches continued to use the Julian calendar for liturgical purposes, creating a dual calendar system in which civil and religious observations followed different timelines. This coexistence of calendars reflects the enduring cultural and theological distinctions that continue to shape religious identity and practice. The Gregorian calendar, widely used across most of the modern world, stands as one of the most influential timekeeping systems in history.
The antenna array at Wormhaven Station had been silent for nearly 2 decades, forgotten behind a curtain of funding withdrawals and environmental restrictions. Nestled in the craggy wilderness of a northern archipelago, it had once been part of an atmospheric monitoring initiative, a project meant to study solar winds and geomagnetic flux. But deep in its core was something older, something never mentioned in documentation. Buried beneath weather logs and electromagnetic telemetry was Protocol Eon. In its final phase, the project had aimed to create a controlled atmospheric tear in the ionosphere, a ripple that could allow subatomic signals to reach what the scientists then called non-local thresholds. It had been terminated when unexplainable interference disrupted communications. Some claimed a signal answered back. 2 decades later, Dr. Irene Koss, a specialist in cognitive neurology and biointerface design, was given access to Wormhaven. Her team was commissioned to test the neuron path induction system, a device that merged living neural tissue with an atmospheric broadcast relay. On paper, it was about long-distance brain-to-brain communication. In reality, they were testing the resonance of the dead. The project, codenamed Grey Whisper, utilized preserved cerebral tissue from anonymous cadavers, suspended in a nutrient solution enriched with synthetic neurolipid chains. When stimulated by specific frequencies derived from the station's original array, the tissue would generate waveform harmonics resembling dream state neural activity. The team called it the Lament Engine. On the 3rd day of full signal broadcast, the first anomaly appeared. It was a sound, no louder than a sigh, that came from inside the metal walls. It mimicked human breath, yet bore no source. The broadcast frequency had locked onto a forgotten shortwave band, one not listed in any of their equipment's auto-search protocols. When amplified, it resembled a low, warbling buzz with punctuated numbers spoken in a dry, toneless voice. The waveform was traced to an ancient abandoned frequency formerly used by UVB-76. Unknown to most of the team, the signal was not simply rebroadcast. It was fused with the neural harmonics of the Lament Engine. The hybrid signal was sent skyward, ricocheting through the weakened upper atmosphere, causing micro-rifts in the ionosphere. These rifts behaved like wounds, shimmering with unreal geometries. Birds vanished mid-flight. Compass needles spun violently. And then the air changed. The smell came first, a metallic rot, thick with the undertone of scorched filth. Then the fog descended, not mist, but an opaque chemical haze composed of molecular compounds only present in advanced decomposition. Analysis confirmed this. The air was filled with trace elements of cadaveric decay. Something was waking. Dr. Koss and her team began to dream. Not abstract illusions, but shared landscapes. Each spoke of vast stone corridors suspended over black oceans. Wind that moaned with voices they remembered but could not name. Towers of bone and sinew, drifting sideways in skies with no up or down. These were not hallucinations, they were bleed-throughs. The dreamscape had opened. The source of this penetration was the lament engine. The neural tissues, once dormant, now surged with signals independent of their input. The dead were dreaming again. And their dreams had power. Soon, the field staff reported sightings, translucent figures walking just beyond the reach of light, sometimes forming, sometimes unforming. Time became unreliable. Shadows lagged behind movement. Voices called from intercoms not wired to any room. Then the air turned sour. Fungal growths spread across the equipment, thriving in the synthetic decay fog. Inside the broadcast chamber, slime formed patterns on the floor that resembled star maps, but when compared to known constellations, they matched nothing in our sky. Not even ancient ones. The beings came after that. They rose not from light, but from filth. Their bodies were part rotted matter, part raw noise. They bore no faces, only vibrating cavities where perception failed. They walked like ideas in motion, not bound by space. They came from grey space, the borderland between what is and what should never be. These were remnants of the world before memory, beings who once ruled in dimensions parallel to ours but collapsed into entropy. When the tear opened, it was not just into the dreamscape, but into their realm. The lament engine had summoned them, and more terrifyingly, signaled to others still living. Beyond the breach, somewhere in the dark vastness, echoes returned. The UVB signal, now warped, sent coordinates not in geography, but in essence. Teeth fell from mouths. Hair turned brittle. Minds frayed, lost in recursive nightmares. One by one, they became vessels for voices not theirs. Dr. Koss was the last to retain reason. She watched as the lament engine became a pulsing chrysalis, its organoid mass reaching up toward the ceiling like fingers made of marrow and wire. It was building something, a beacon. She realized then that the device no longer broadcasted across Earth's surface. It sent waves into space, into dimensional hollows. Not for research. For summoning. Desperate, she returned to the core of Wormhaven and initiated the last failsafe, Protocol Grave Glass. It was not designed to close the tear, but to slow its growth by channeling the decay energy into the remnants of the ionospheric array. But even that required sacrifice. The final component was living tissue, a willing neural sacrifice to anchor the counterharmonic. She sat in the interface chair. The device connected to her cortex. As her thoughts fused with the lament engine, she saw them, thousands of dream things swimming in the folds of thought, each drawn by the scent of dying suns and unraveling minds. They did not speak. They consumed. With her last breath, she changed the tone. The signal faltered. The tear shuddered. The beings recoiled, but only just. The broadcast continues now, though no one dares admit it. Somewhere between static and silence, the signal persists. And those who listen too closely find themselves seeing places not meant for human eyes. Dreamscapes with no waking, echoes with no source. The air still smells wrong near Wormhaven. and the sky then never quite stops humming.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean,
he was always very reluctant.
Yeah, he was always a private person. He still is a private person today. He doesn't go on TV shows and stuff like that. I think he's had, 3 interviews?
I think he just did one recently.
Yeah.
Corbell.
You know, he's very...
Otherwise, he's just a geeky scientist working on his science projects, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing that really stood out to me about him the most was when he started talking about how he thought that his wife was going to leave him. Or no, he was freaking out because they were following him around and he thought they were going to kill him. And what it was is they were listening in on his phone calls while he was working at Area 51 and realized that his wife was cheating on him. So they turned around and started following him because it was considered a security risk and they didn't want him freaking out and killing his wife or somebody. So they were following him around, and Lazar thought he was going to freaking get killed because he noticed they were following him. So he decides to get an RV, and him and his buddies go out to see all these aliens taking off and landing in Area 51, and the next thing you know, they're surrounded by all these freaking security people. You know, it's it's a completely amazing story, and you can tell by the way he's saying he's not trying to bullshit you. He's like, this is just what happened, you know.
So what you can see on my screen now is the remote viewing data of the Dulce fight. So yeah. I'm playing it on fast forward so you can just see some of the stuff they're drawing. Okay. But should I continue with a little bit of this stuff?
Yeah, go for it.
America's black program contractors. There are other problems. I have some interesting 1993 figures. There are 29 prototype stealth aircraft presently. The budget from the U.S. Congress 5-year plan for these is $245 million. You couldn't buy the spare parts for these programs for that amount, so we've been lied to. The black budget is roughly 1.3 trillion every 2 years. Trillion is 1,000 billion. $1 trillion weighs 11 tons. The U.S. Congress never sees the books involved with these clandestine pot of gold. The contractors of stealth programs are EG&G, Westinghouse, McDonnell Douglas, Morrison Knudsen, Wackhut Security Systems, Boeing Aerospace, Lorimar Aerospace, Aerospatial in France, Mitsubishi Industries, that surprised me, Ryder Trucks, Bechtel, IG Farben, plus a host of hundreds more. How do they keep this stuff a secret, when there's so many people involved? That's crazy to me.
Yeah, no.
Is this what we are supposed to be living up to as freedom-loving people? I don't believe so. Okay, I'll just do this little bit, which is Star Wars and the apparent alien threat. Still, 68% of the military budget is directly or indirectly affected by the black budget. Star Wars relies heavily upon, and remember, Star Wars came about way before Space Force, right? That was during Reagan's era, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Ronald Reagan.
Star Wars relies heavily on stealth weaponry, by the way. None of the stealth program would have been available if it had not been crashed taken apart, crashed alien discs. None of it. Some of you might ask what the space shuttle is shuttling. Large ingots of special metals that are milled in space and cannot be produced on the surface of the Earth. They need a near vacuum of outer space to produce them. We are not even being told anything close to the truth. I believe our government officials have sold us down the drain, lock, stock, and barrel. And yeah, it's interesting how the astronauts came forward and talked about aliens, right? Not Neil Armstrong. Sorry, what's his name? Not
There was Neil
Armstrong.
Armstrong. You're right.
Neil Armstrong.
He kind of
he didn't say much about it.
He did kind of hint about, though, like towards the end of his life. He didn't say out front, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it was Buzz Aldrin that came out and fully.
Buzz is the one that just finally,
down.
he said, look, man, you guys are idiots. This happened, you know. Like
there's a monolith on Mars, or
yeah. And then he had, see, what they didn't want to bother telling you is like when Buzz was in the ship and they were landing, okay, he seen something, and when he seen something, he reported it over the microphone, and they kind of changed the channel, the frequency, so that it wasn't brought up on national radio and television, because people were listening on Earth. And that's always been.
You can still find that video, eh?
So it was interesting, and he point blank says, he's like, look, man, this stuff is real. This is what happened, you know. So he did it quite a few times, actually. So
see here on my video, the guy's drawing the reptilian alien right now, and because he's penetrated into the alien section of the base, and basically, like Phil Schneider said, and remember, these guys are doing it blind. They don't know what they're remote viewing. They never get told anything about it. They just get a coordinate, and that's it. And yeah, so they saw like there's actually cages with people in there down there, you know. So they're using people for experimentation in these bases as well. That's what happens when you make a deal with the bad guys.
Yeah. No, when it comes to Phil, the thing that really sticks out to me about all this is like he was talking about getting into the gunfire, and now I believe it was the gunfire where he lost his fingers, right? Whenever they pulled him out.
Yeah. So like one of these gray aliens had a little box on his chest.
Yeah.
And he could just basically move his hands and shoot out a plasma beam out of this box, and that's what like went straight through him, basically knocked his hand off. Yeah. Here is the exact moment. This is Phil probably standing here, or like down here, who knows.
Yeah.
But they burst through the wall, and most of them were actually humans, right? Like there was a bunch of like humans in black outfits, and a couple of gray aliens, and like one or two reptilians, right? So it makes you wonder, like, who are these humans working with the aliens against us, you know? And you see that quite a lot, actually, where they're these dark, like Men in Black, basically, you know? They're wearing these dark military outfits.
Yeah.
This reptilian got shot.
See,
this one.
The guy with the weapon right there, okay, he was actually the one who saved Phil Snyder's life. He actually says, gives credit to him in his speech. He says that if it wasn't for him, I would be dead. And I think he ended up dying, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're right.
So he put him in the lift and sent the lift up and stayed behind.
Yeah, there's the moment he dies. These guys shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
And then this reptilian runs over there. Fuck, that would be so hectic, bro. Can you imagine not knowing anything about aliens and all of a sudden you're just doing your work and then these freaking reptilians burst through the wall, like, grab you. Jesus. That'd be rough. I'd be traumatized.
Well, I mean, you would have to be on your toes though, because I mean, think about it. You're building DUMS at Dulce. That's pretty top secret, in the first place. So, well, I mean,
yeah, but
you wouldn't be thinking.
At least I would be thinking, I'm underground, I'm safe, nothing can get down here. That's why we're building down here. It's like, so no one can fucking get to us. Bam, aliens, you're wrong, bitch.
It's like, we've been down here for a while. What the hell you doing? Busting into our little party.
Yeah, you're an out turf, bitch. What?
You're like, that is pretty crazy. Crack cocaine hit so hard that I was living in Florida and they made a news broadcast about it, where people were like talking that this is a new drug that's hit the freaking United States shores, and it became a big problem like within the first 4 or 5 years because it flooded the United States. Like cocaine at one time was the rich man's drug. You weren't poor people, using cocaine. That was
when they turn it into a free base, crack cocaine, then it gets more addictive and more harmful.
And it's cheap.
So yeah, they were basically just, creating violence and problems in these black communities, and also in South America, mind you, like where they went and got the stuff. Cocaine had been used for thousands of years in South America, no problem at all, until these government types came in, they're military types, asking them to extract it, and then it became a gangster thing, guns and all sorts of bad people getting involved. That's why I would never take that drug, man. It's just like a blood drug, too many people have to suffer for a fucking hour-long experience. It's no good. Bad juju.
I just wanted to bring all that up because it's like when you brought that up, every time I hear Phil Snyder talk about that, that's what it makes me think of. Like during that time period, it was just those two things came hand in hand, you know what I mean? Have you ever heard of the Russian experiment where they wanted to use apes as soldiers?
Soldiers?
Yeah.
No, how did it go?
The Russians wanted to, or they actually...
They're strong, I'll give them that.
They actually used had a program set up where they would make, they would try to create a super soldier that was half gorilla and half human, and train it to where it could fight for them. Okay, so they actually went out.
You idiots! God damn you! God damn you all the hell!
They actually went out and got women and impregnated them with ape.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Did it work?
No. was worried that she might end up marrying Hephaestus. And Astraeus then warned her that soon enough Persephone would be ravished by a serpent and bear fruit from that union, which greatly upset Demeter. Okay, now right here we have the reference to Persephone being ravished by a serpent, and she was going to have a baby. Okay, now this goes back to what I was talking about with Helen of Troy. She was born of an egg. Okay, so you kind of get that, because a reptile, you know what I'm saying? What is a reptile born out of? You know what I mean?
And they go outside of well, generally speaking, outside of the body, whereas humans are, gestation is done within the body.
And this makes the second reference like that. This is something that stuck out to me. And it says Persephone would be ravished by a serpent and bear fruit from that union. So I found that pretty interesting. And it's like I said, you'll find these little gold nuggets all through these mythologies. And it's always been there. It's just nobody's ever really paid attention enough to really catch on to it, you know what I mean? But with that being said, I also wanted to bring up the wind gods in ancient Greek mythology, and that starts with Eos, which is what I wanted to get to. Now this is the ancient Greek mythology and religion. Eos, which is basically, it means dawn. If anybody's ever or curious about it. Now Eos is the goddess of personification of the dawn, who rose each morning from her home at the edge of the river Oceanus to deliver light and disperse the night. Now, in Greek tradition and poetry, she is characterized as a goddess with a great sexual appetite who took numerous human lovers for her own satisfaction and bore them several children. Like her Roman counterpart, Aurora, and Rigvedic Ushas, Eos continues the name of an earlier Indo-European dawn goddess, which is Hasos. Eos, in her earlier Proto-Indo-European, which is PIE in initials, if you ever see people with the initials PIE in it, that's what they're saying, the Proto-Indo-European. But in her earlier Proto-Indo-European ancestor, Osho shares several elements with the love goddess Aphrodite, perhaps signifying Eos's influence on her, or otherwise a common origin of the two goddesses. Now, in surviving traditions, Aphrodite is the culprit behind Eos's numerous love affairs, having cursed the goddess with the insatiable lust for mortal men. So we had like a nymphomaniac goddess running around ravaging us poor human mortal men. Isn't that horrible?
I like how Wikipedia puts us. I felt she like Eos. He's a predator and not prey, as no tales of men assaulting her exist. But there are many times where movements.
No, repeat. Hold on a minute, you're breaking up. What was you saying there? Repeat that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. She's a predator and not prey. So both concepts, the EOS and can never say name. So yeah, there are no tales of men assaulting her, but there are tales of where she's abducted mortal men.
Yeah. Now you also need to think too. The Greek. It might not be Wikipedia. This could be those dastardly Greek men who wrote the stories. You know what I mean? Because they were they weren't very like today. Everybody's all being real sensitive when it comes to women, but they weren't like that back in the days with the ancient Greeks. You know what I mean? It was like that's one of the things I try to remind people whenever we're doing this, is because you got to put yourself in the time period. You know what I mean? Kind of get out of this world we're in today and how we think. Because you're going to have to put your mindset into that time period and realize what kind of people you're dealing with when you hear these stories. You know what I'm saying? And it's really hard for people to do that. Is basically the whole thing. You know what I mean? And you got to realize that it's a story that's written by men. You know what I mean? Like Greek men from ancient days who had very little respect for women, period. I went over this with Karma last year about like the Assyrians and their treatment of women was horrible, and the whole list could go on some of the stuff that I've actually read in here, but just keep that in mind is all I'm saying.
Well, we're not saying that all cultures, ancient cultures, treated women badly.
I just can't find too many that treated them good.
Right.
To be honest with you, I just haven't, and I'm not trying to be like liberal or anything like that, dude. I'm just being honest. You know what I mean? It's like they're just horrible, and it's not just women. Don't let me say that by itself. I mean, like, they treat each other horrible, period. And like, if you want to say something like that concerning women, like, I've actually done research on how they treated their children, and like their children, they just, I mean, I don't get where people today say friggin' we came from like this golden age, you know what I mean? Because we didn't.
Again, not all cultures are the same.
Name one.
Right?
Name one culture that was really good to their children and their women.
I would have to do the research.
It would take you a long time because I'm still trying.
Okay, I'll do some serious research on that one, but
I've yet to find any culture.
You are the historian.
I'm just telling you, I've done the research, man. I have not yet found anyone, and it's sad because I'd like to know of at least one of them where women and children were treated good, but that didn't happen.
If you believe Plato, Amazon?
No, you can't believe a word Plato ever said.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you believe Plato, the Amazonian tribes.
Especially, like, okay, this is kind of where a lot of this is going to go down, just so you know. Like, we're going to be discussing this.
Yeah, I guess that's much.
Now, when I was mentioning the Scythians and the Sarmatians earlier, the Scythians are what you would refer to as the Amazonians. And the Scythians weren't just women; they were both men and women. All right, but the Greeks had an issue with them. Well, I guess you could say. Okay, I take it back. They might have actually treated their women right.
Actually, I've heard this argument before, but it's always been suggested that Plato just created, invented Amazon.
Well, see, the Greeks despised the Scythians because they allowed their women to participate in battle. And the Scythian women, dude, they were so much into it that they would cut off their freaking boobs so that they could hold their bow right and fight. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, it was. They were vicious. They were like every man's dream. You know what I mean? Hopefully they were good looking. You know what I mean? Because like some of the stuff I read on there, these women were. These were some bulldogs, man. You know, I mean, they were tough. The Scythians actually split off from the Sarmatians because the Amazon women apparently couldn't get along with Sarmatian women, so they told their husbands that they needed to leave. So they broke off and they created the Scythian tribes. So you had the Sarmatians on one side, and then you had the Scythians on the other side. Between the
where did he use the term husbands? Because in the Amazon ferry, there was no such thing as husbands. So
that's what they were. That was the original. That's the real story. It's not the Greek story. See, no. The whole thing that the Greeks said, they were talking about how horrible the Amazons were, and that they were like this horrible breed of women warriors who hated men and all that, and that was farthest from the truth, you know. And when they were making references like that, they were taking pot shots at the Scythians.
Mm.
So that's where a lot of that came from.
That makes sense, yeah.
Now, a lot of people who are really into history right now is probably coming up with real intellectual words to call me that would relate to other words like you stupid bastard and shit like that. You know, like you could have said
that's what made no so intellectual.
You know, full of conjecture. That's what they're thinking. You know, but that's my take on it, and don't take that down as like historical fact. That's just Roger's rambling bullshit. You know what I mean? I really do get into this stuff. You know what I mean? So, I think what we need to do here. I thought that we would be able to get a little bit farther, but I want to hold off on this. but he does contribute to the mythos surrounding Astonis by reinforcing his association with Persian wisdom and magical tradition. In Plutarch's writings, particularly in works such as Life of Numa, Isis, and Osiris, and on the obsolescence of oracles, he refers to the practices of the Persian Magi, sometimes evoking names like Zoroaster and Ostanis as exemplars of a deeply spiritual and ritualistic priesthood. Ostanis is often grounded together with legendary Eastern sages who were believed to possess ancient mystical insights into the working of nature and cosmos. Plutarch generally treats such figures with a measure of philosophical curiosity. He does not present Ostanis in the negative tone that Pliny uses, nor does he outright endorse the magical arts. Instead, Plutarch places Astonis in a broader context of the philosophical and religious traditions that he believed form the backbone of ancient moral and metaphysical thought. Magi, in Plutarch's view, were not mere sorcerers, but spiritual guides and theologians who lived in accordance with divine order. The mention of Astonis in connection with the Persian Magi helped reinforce his status in the Greek-Roman imagination as an ancient font of arcane knowledge. Though Plutarch doesn't provide specific teachings or works attributed to Astonis, his inclusion of the name among respected mystical and priestly lineage lent credibility to the legendary status Astonis had already acquired in earlier texts. Plutarch's reference to Astonis are respectful and philosophical, casting him not as a charlatan, but as part of a sacred tradition of Eastern wisdom. He reinforces the image of Astonis as a symbolic representation of the mysteries and ancient knowledge associated with the Persian Magi, while leaving the specific content of that knowledge largely to implication. Astonis is deeply associated with the ancient alchemical tradition, and it's frequently cited as a master of the arcane, and is frequently cited as a master of the arcane scientist or sciences, particularly the transformative art of alchemy. His name became synonymous with esoteric knowledge, especially in relationship to the process of transmutation. In this tradition, transmutation was not limited to changing base metals into gold, but encompassed a broader understanding of the transformation of nature and the inner purification of the soul. The teachings attributed to Astonis describes transmutation as both a physical and spiritual act. The conversion of metals was seen as a mirror of the soul's journey towards perfection. Alchemical operations such as calcination, dissolution, and coagulation were interpreted symbolically, representing the stages of inner refinement. These processes were not only about crafting material substances, but also about aligning the practitioner with cosmic order and divine will. Writing under the name of Astonis include writings under the name of Astonis include instructions and allegories about elixirs, the Philosopher's Stone, and the secrets of longevity. These texts often integrate ritual practice, astrology, and natural philosophy, emphasizing a sacred harmony between the forces of heaven and earth. The alchemical vessel and its fire, for example, symbolizes the trial of the soul and the furnace of spiritual rebirth, where impurities were burned away to reveal a perfect essence, or a perfected essence. His teachings played a significant role in the development of Hermetic and early alchemical thought, influencing later practitioners across cultures. In these traditions, Astonis represents a lineage of wisdom in which the manipulation of matter is inseparable from moral and spiritual discipline. The goal of alchemy in this context is to achieve a union with the divine through the mastery of both physical and inner transformation. Astonis is closely linked with the early alchemical views of matter is not inert or lifeless, but infused with spiritual significance and potency. According to the teachings attributed to him, all material substances contain within them a divine essence or inner soul that reflects the cosmic order. This concept is rooted in the belief that nature itself is animated by a hidden intelligence, and that the visible world is a manifestation of unseen spiritual realities. In the spiritual dimensions of matter, as described in alchemical texts attributed to Astonis, transformation was more than a chemical change. It was a revelation of the divine qualities already present within a substance. Metals, stones, and natural elements were not just simply raw materials, but living embodiments of cosmic principles. For example, gold was not just a precious metal, it symbolized perfection, solar energy, and divine incorruptibility. Likewise, Mercury represented fluidity, transformation, and the link between the physical and the spiritual. Astonis taught that the alchemist's role was not to force change upon matter, but to assist it in fulfilling its latent potential. This process required not only technical knowledge, but also moral purity and spiritual insight. The practitioner, through rituals, prayers, and meditative focus, sought to align themselves with the divine order so that the material world would respond accordingly. Alchemy, in this view, was an act of sacred cooperation between the human and the divine, with matter acting as a medium through which spiritual truths could be realized. His teachings imply that every element of the natural world carries proper understanding and reverence. Fire, water, earth, and air each had their own spiritual correspondence and transformative powers. The process of distillation, for instance, could be seen as freeing the spirit from the body of a substance, while coagulation could symbolize the descent of the spirit into form. This theory presents a vision of the universe in which everything is interconnected and filled with purpose. To Astonis, the transformation of matter was not merely utilitarian but mystical. It reflected a sacred cosmology in which all things aspire to return to their original divine state. The alchemist, through disciplined work and spiritual devotion, played a role in this cosmic drama, helping matter reveal its inner light and aiding the soul's ascent through understanding and unity with the natural world. In the alchemical writings attributed to Astonis, the purification of metals was described not only as a technical process, but also as a sacred ritual that mirrored the refinement of the soul. While specific recipes and steps varied across different manuscripts, a consistent theme emerges that true transmutation required the metal to be stripped of its imperfections in order to reveal its inner perfected essence. This purification was often considered the first and most essential step in the path towards creating the Philosopher's Stone or achieving transmutation. Astonis's approach began with the selection of impure metals, typically lead or copper, which symbolized the base, unrefined state of both matter and the human condition. The first stage in the process was calcination, where the metal was exposed to intense heat in a furnace until it was reduced to ash or a fine white powder. This was seen as the burning away of corruption. Things set up and ready to go for my episode of The Cut. Give me a second so that I can get everything ready. I still have to get the talking points and everything as well, which usually I have ready, but I'm falling a little bit behind tonight. That's fine. I believe I've got everything. A little disoriented. This week has been pretty hectic. But I am pretty sure that I got all my talking points set up and ready for the show. I could be wrong though, because I'm here, but I'm not all there at the moment, if you know what I'm talking about. So it's kind of like gathering all of it together. Now, this week I want to go over a little bit that I left out when it came to the Great Stink of London. These were actually some pretty interesting facts that were, or that are actually left out of history that I wanted to cover. So I'm not going to go any further into that because I want to do it with an actual decent introduction and everything. Before I do that, first I got to check the audio and make sure everything is working. Yeah, here we go. We've got actually DLive working like it's supposed to. Hit refresh on Rumble so that I can see it. Rumble sounds good. Hit refresh on YouTube. I also have to go into YouTube and make sure that the stream is going to its proper playlist. So first I will make sure it's running and it's in working order. Sounds good on YouTube. And put it in its proper playlist, which is live streams. And just so you guys know, later on, what I usually do is I run this back through as 15-minute clips on both Rumble and YouTube. You can check them out after or at a later time. I also put them on my 8-hour blocks on my regular channel, which is Roger Hanson, and that's only on YouTube, not on Rumble, because the playlists for Rumble are just insane. So I don't even want to attempt doing that. And the reason why I do that is because eventually I want all my content to be available for me to where I can do like 24 hour, 7 days a week live streams, 24/7 live streams. So you can catch them in there on my main account on both. Well, or you can catch them not on both, but just on YouTube as 8-hour blocks with other content that I do have available. So everything seems to be running. I do have this going not only on DLive, Rumble, and YouTube, but I have it also available on Twitch as well as on Kick. So if you guys want to watch this stuff on those channels as well, you can find me there. So with that, I will just go ahead and get with the show. So let me go silent, then I will do my introduction and I'll get on with it. Hello everybody, and welcome to another episode of The Cut here on the wonderful world of weirdness. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I will be your host. I believe this is the 8th episode of The Cut. I'm not quite sure. It's like I said before I actually started doing the actual stream just here a second ago. Been kind of disoriented this week. I was lucky enough to get the talking points for the show. That's how disorganized I've been, but I have been getting things done. I've finished off another video series on another channel that I've been working on, my own personal channel, which is Roger Hanson and Live with Roger Hanson on Rumble. Just regular Roger Hanson on YouTube. I've been doing Live with Roger Hanson, and I finally did the last stream with other people on there. I'll probably go in and do my final thoughts for that one because it's technically only the 11th episode, but I could probably break that down into an hour and a half for each of them because it's a 3-hour stream. But I don't know. It depends. I have all of my streams available on podcast if you guys want to check them out. And it's like I said before, I do have 15-minute videos that are coming out each week to where if you miss this live stream, you can see it again at a later time. So you're more than welcome to check those out. Now, with that being said, I think we need to get to the cut. Now, I brought up some talking points earlier about the Great Stink of London, and there was other parts about that time period that I feel need to be brought up as well, because there was more than just the Great Stink that was going on that pertains to the situation. And some of it happened beforehand, some of it happened during the time period, you know, and a little bit afterwards. Now, with that time period, you got to understand this was during right during the time of the Great Fire of London, where it burned down London and they had to rebuild it. So there was a lot of stuff that was going on during that time period. And with that, that's one of the, for me, that's one of the most fascinating parts of history that I've found, because there's a lot of information that hasn't really been said pertaining to that time period. So I'd like to get into that and add some of those parts of history onto my stream. So that's the reason why I'm doing this, because I really do enjoy going through a lot of this historical stuff and pulling up tidbits of information that, like I've said during this whole stream, seems to be like cut from history, you know. So with that, I'm gonna start talking about what this is all about. So here we go. The Great Conduit of London was one of the most remarkable civic engineering achievements of the medieval world, though it is often overshadowed today by later developments in urban water supply. Conceived and built in the early 14th century, the Great Conduit was designed to bring fresh water from sources outside the city into its bustling heart. At a time when London was growing rapidly in population and influence, the need for cleaner and reliable supply of water became pressing. Wells were easily contaminated. Streams and smaller rivers within the city were fouled by human waste and industrial activity. And the river Thames itself, while central to life in the capital, was increasingly polluted. The creation of the Great Conduit represented not only a technical achievement, but also a symbolic one, demonstrating the determination of the civic authorities to invest in the well-being and prestige of London. To grasp the importance of the Great Conduit, one must first picture London at the beginning of the 14th century. The city was the largest in England, with tens of thousands of inhabitants, and it served as a center for commerce, governance, and culture. Its markets drew goods from across Europe and beyond, and its population was steadily expanding as migrants arrived seeking opportunity. Yet this growth brought severe challenges in sanitation and infrastructure, The reliance on shallow wells and water drawn from Thames exposed residents to frequent outbreaks of disease. Industrial activities such as tanning and dyeing dumped the waste into waterways, and with no organized sewage system, the health risks were considerable. Water, the most basic necessity of life, was being increasingly difficult to obtain in a pure form. The decision to build the Great Conduit was both political and visionary. Civic leaders recognized that a reliable water supply would not only improve daily life, but also safeguard the reputation and prosperity of the city. The source chosen was a natural spring at Tyburn, located outside the walls of London to the west. The spring produced water of notable clarity and purity, far removed from the filth of the urban environment. The challenge was to transport this water over land and underground into the city center, a distance of several miles across uneven ground. Work on the system began in the second decade of the 14th century during the reign of King Edward II, and records indicate that the project was underway by the year 1315. Financing was provided by the City of London Corporation, which oversaw civic works and infrastructure. The method of construction reflected the ingenuity of medieval engineers. Trenches were dug to house wooden pipes, which were often made from hollowed out tree barks or tree trunks, joined end to end. In some areas, lead pipes were also used, though wood was far more common due to its availability and lower cost. Chambers built of stone, sometimes called cisterns or heads, were constructed along the route to regulate flow, provide access for maintenance, and store water. The water eventually reached Cheapside, the commercial and social hub of medieval London. Here the authorities constructed a large stone structure, monumental in appearance, which came to be known simply as the Great Conduit. From this central point, water could be drawn by citizens. The design allowed water to be collected in pitchers, buckets, and barrels, and the site became a focal point for daily life in the city. Markets, guild halls, and shops surrounded Cheapside, ensuring the Great Conduit was always busy with activity. Over time, the system expanded. Additional conduits were constructed to carry water to other parts of the city, including Cornhill, Gracechurch Street, and Fleet Street. These expansions reflected both population growth and the desire to extend the benefits of the water supply beyond the immediate center. The conduits were not simply pipes hidden underground, but included prominent stone structures at their termini, which became well-known landmarks. People came not only to fetch water, but also to socialize and gather news. In many ways, the conduit acted as both practical utilities and civic monuments. Access to the water was in theory open to all, though in practice much of it was distributed through water carriers. These individuals, sometimes called cobs or conduit bearers, filled barrels or pails at the conduit houses and carried them to households, businesses, or taverns for a fee. Thus, an economic system grew around the conduits, providing employment while also ensuring that those unable or unwilling to fetch their own water could still benefit from the supply. The conduits also had symbolic importance. During major civic or royal celebrations, water might be allowed to flow freely, and on special occasions, the conduits were even made to run with wine. At the coronation of King Edward IV in the 15th century, for example, Cheapside's great conduit was filled with wine as part of the festivals, a vivid reminder of its role as both utility and civic stage. The maintenance of the conduit was an ongoing task. Wooden pipes were subject to rot, leaks, and blockage, and chambers had to be cleaned of sediment. Civic authorities employed wardens of the conduits to oversee their condition and ensure repairs were carried out. Despite these efforts, the system was not immune to problems. The water supply could be interrupted by changes in land use at Tyborn or by encroachment upon the pipes. Farmers or landowners along the route sometimes tampered with the system, and disputes arose over rights to the spring water. These challenges required continual negotiation and vigilance by the city authorities. As London grew through the 15th and 16th centuries, the limitation of the conduit system became apparent. The original flow from the Tyburn could no longer meet the demand of a swelling population. Further sources had to be tapped, and additional conduits were built. Yet even with these improvements, supply often lagged behind need. Wealthier households and institutions sometimes constructed private connections to the conduits, diverting water for their own use, a practice that caused disputes and sometimes deprived poor citizens of access. The dissolution of the monasteries in the 6th century also affected the conduit system. Many of the lands through which the conduits passed had been under the ownership and supervision of religious houses, and their sudden transfer into private hands created new complications. Civic authorities were forced to negotiate with private landowners to maintain the right of way for the pipes and springs. Despite these difficulties, the conduits remained an essential part of London's infrastructure, and their upkeep continued to be a matter of civic priority. The conduits also played a role in times of crisis. During the outbreaks of plague, clean water was a precious resource, and the conduits were crucial in helping to maintain basic sanitation. However, during the Great Fire of London in 1666, the limitation of the system became glaringly apparent. The flow of water from the conduits was utterly insufficient to combat the massive inflagration or conflagration, the massive conflagration that swept unchecked through much of the city. The inadequacy of the conduits in the face of such disaster underscored the need for more advanced and capacious water supply systems. By the 17th and the 18th century, private water companies began to emerge, installing pumps and more advanced piping systems that could deliver water directly to households. These systems drew primarily from the Thames, often with mixed results in terms of water quality, and they could provide far larger volumes than the medieval conduits. The old conduit houses gradually fell into disuse. Their pipes decayed or were deliberately removed, and the once proud stone structures was dismantled. By the late 18th century, the great conduit at Cheapside had been demolished to make way for modern urban improvements, and the system that had served London for centuries was consigned to history. Yet the legacy of the Great Conduit endures. It represents one of the earliest attempts in Northern Europe to create a centralized, publicly managed water supply system for a major city. It demonstrated the capacity of medieval civic authorities to plan and execute large-scale infrastructure projects, and it underscored the vital connection between public health, civic pride, and urban growth. For hundreds of years, the conduits provided clean water to countless Londoners, supporting daily life, commerce, and celebrations. Fragments of the system have occasionally been uncovered during excavations, including sections of the wooden pipes, which provide rare insight into the engineering methods of the time. The memory of the conduits also survive in written records, civic documents, and historical accounts. For historians of medieval and early modern urban life, the Great Conduit serves as an invaluable case study in the relationship between technology, society, and governance. More broadly, the story of the Great Conduit of London illustrates enduring truths about human civilization. Cities cannot thrive without infrastructure, and the hidden systems that deliver water, remove waste, and sustain daily life are as important as palaces or cathedrals. The Great Conduit reminds us that behind the grandeur of medieval London lay a network of pipes and chambers, maintained with difficulty yet essential to the life of the city. It was both a triumph and a limitation, a bold attempt to solve the problem of clean water that ultimately gave way to more advanced systems, but which, in its own time, was revolutionary. In the end, the Great Conduit was far more than a piece of plumbing. It was a civic monument, a symbol of collective effort, and a practical necessity that helped London grow into one of the great cities of the world. Though the stone structures are gone and the wooden pipes have rotted away, its influence continues in the very ideas that access to clean water is a responsibility of civic society. And the Great Conduit of London was the foundation upon which later generations built the modern water systems we take for granted today, and it deserves recognition as one of the great achievements of medieval urban engineering. The story of Crossness is inseparable from the Great Transformation of 19th century London. By the middle of the capital of the British Empire was one of the largest and most powerful cities on earth, with a population exceeding 2 million people and a network of trade and influence that spanned the globe. Yet beneath the veneer of imperial grandeur lay a crisis of filth and disease that threatened the very life of the city. For decades, Londoners had relied on cesspits, rudimentary drains, and the River Thames itself as repositories for human and industrial waste. As the city grew, so too did the volume of effluent, until by the 1840s and 50s, the Thames was little more than an open sewer. The result was not only unbearable stench, but also deadly epidemics of cholera and typhoid, which claimed tens of thousands of lives. The crisis reached its infamous peak in the summer of 1858, known forever as the Great Stink. That year, an unusually hot spell baked the banks of the Thames, concentrating the foul odors of untreated sewage that poured endlessly into the river. The stench was so overwhelming that members of Parliament could barely sit in the Palace of Westminster, which stood directly above the tainted waters. Sheets soaked of chloride or lime were hung over windows in a futile attempt to mask the odor. Yet business nearly ground to a halt. The Great Stink shocked the political class into recognizing that action could no longer be delayed. It was clear that London required a comprehensive sewer system on a scale never before attempted, and the man who would design and oversee it was Joseph Bazalgette. Bazalgette, the chief engineer of the Metropolitan Board of Works, was a figure of extraordinary vision and perseverance. A civil engineer by training, he possessed both the technical expertise and the administrative acumen to manage a project of unparalleled size and complexity. His plan was to construct a vast network of intercepting sewers that would capture waste before it could reach the Thames, carry it downstream, and discharge it far from the center of London. The system would involve more than 1,000 miles of street sewers, feeding into nearly 80 miles of main interceptors. These immense underground arteries, built of millions of bricks, would convey sewage eastward away from the densely populated heart of the city. At the end of this system, Bazalgette planned two great outfall works. one on the north bank of the Thames at Beckton and the other on the south bank at Crossness. It was at these sites that the sewage collected by the interceptors would be lifted, stored, and ultimately discharged into the river on the outgoing tide, reducing the risk of it washing back into the city. Of these two sites, Crossness, on the southern bank of the Thames in what is now the London borough of Bexley, became the most celebrated, thanks both to its sheer scale and to the architectural grandeur of its engine house. Construction at Crossness began in the 1860s and represented the culmination of Bazalgette's vision. The site required the creation of massive storage reservoirs, each capable of holding millions of gallons of sewage, and a pump station equipped with colossal beam engines to lift the waste from the lower level intercepting sewers into these reservoirs. The engines themselves, designed by the firm of James Watt and Company, were among the largest and most powerful ever built at the time. 4 of them, each named after members of the royal family: Victoria, Prince Consort, Albert, Edward, and Alexandra, stood as titans of the steam age, capable of lifting tons of effluent with every stroke. Yet Crossness was not merely functional. The engine house was designed with a degree of architectural flourish unusual for an industrial site, a testament of Victorian confidence in engineering as a civilizing force. Constructed in the Romanesque style, the building featured soaring arches, intricate brickwork, and ironwork of extraordinary beauty. Inside, the cast iron columns and galleries were decorated with ornate patterns, painted in bright colors and gilded, transforming the pumping station into what has often been described as a cathedral of sewage. The decision to invest such artistry in a utilitarian structure reflected both civic pride and a desire to elevate public works to the level of national monuments. The operation of Crossness began in 1865, and the impact on London was profound. For the first time, the city possessed a systematic means of removing its waste and reducing the contamination of the Thames. The link between contaminated water and cholera had been established earlier by John Snow, though not fully accepted until the late 19th century. And Bazalgette's sewers helped to eliminate the outbreaks of waterborne diseases that had so often devastated London. Mortality rates declined, and the overall health of the population improved dramatically. The psychological effect was equally significant. Londoners could at last breathe easier, and the city's reputation as a modern metropolis was secured. Crossness continued to serve as a vital part of London's sewage system for more than a century. The engines worked tirelessly, pumping millions upon millions of gallons of sewer eastward. Over time, as technology advanced and the original beam engines were supplemented and eventually replaced with electrical pumps, or over time, as technology advanced, the original the beam engines, were supplanted and eventually replaced by electrical pumps. Yet the site retained its importance within the overall network. The grandeur of the engine house gradually faded as grime accumulated and paint peeled, but the basic structure endured. By the mid-20th century, however, changes in sewage treatment and the expansion of London rendered the old pumping stations obsolete. Crossness was decommissioned in the 1950s, and its once mighty engines were left to rust in silence. For decades, the site languished, its architectural splendor obscured by decay, its role in the salvation of Victorian London largely forgotten by the public. Yet among historians and engineers, the significance of Crossness was never in doubt, and efforts eventually began to preserve and restore it. In the 1980s, a group of dedicated volunteers formed the Crossness Engines Trust, determined to save the site from complete ruin. Through years of painstaking labor, they began to clean, repair, and restore the engines and the building. What they uncovered astonished even seasoned experts. Beneath layers of grime lay ironwork of dazzling intricacy, painted in vivid red, greens, blues, and golds. The restoration revealed the full glory of Victorian industrial design, reminded the world that the Victorians saw no contradiction between utility and beauty. Today, Crossness stands not only as a monument to Joseph Bazalgette's genius, but also as a rare survivor of the great age of steam engineering. Visitors can walk among the restored galleries, gaze upon the immense beam engines, and marvel at the artistry lavished upon a structure built to deal with human waste. It is a place where history, engineering, and art converge, offering profound insight into the values and achievements of the 19th century. The story of Crossness also carries broader lessons. It demonstrates the capacity of societies to confront existential challenges through innovation, investment, and collective effort. Faced with epidemics and political paralysis, Victorian London did not collapse, but instead rose to the occasion, creating infrastructure that safeguarded public health for generations. Crossness reminds us that even the most unglamorous tasks, such as the disposal of sewage, can be imbued with dignity and grandeur when approached with vision. Moreover, Crossness embodies the paradoxes of industrial civilization. It is both a place of filth and of beauty, of necessity and of aspiration. The same engines that lifted sewers were celebrated as marvels of design. The same river that carried away waste also bore ships laden with goods from across the empire. The Victorians understood that infrastructure was the backbone of their society. They were willing to invest in it with a seriousness that commands respect even today. Though Crossness is now a heritage site rather than a working station, its relevance endures in an era when cities around the world grapple with the challenges of urban growth, sanitation, and sustainability. The lesson is clear: clean water and effective waste management are not luxuries, but foundations of civilization. Without them, even the mightiest cities will falter. With them, societies can flourish. Crossness is more than just an old pumping station on the banks of the Thames. It is a symbol of the Victorian will to master nature through engineering, a testament to the link between public health and public works, and a reminder that progress often depends upon investments that are hidden beneath our feet. The Cathedral of Sewage, as it has been called, deserves its place along the great monuments of the age, where it speaks not only of pipes and engines, but of lives saved, diseases prevented, and a city renewed. The Voynich manuscript is perhaps the most enigmatic book in the world, a work that has fascinated scholars, linguistics, cryptographers, and dreamers for centuries. Its pages are filled with an unknown script, indecipherable words, and strange illustrations that defy simple categorization. The manuscript has resisted every attempt at translation, leaving generations of researchers puzzled. Its story is not only about a single book, but also about the human need to search for meaning in mystery. The manuscript came to the attention of the modern world in the early part of the 20th century, when a rare book dealer by the name of Wilfrid Voynich acquired it in Italy in the year 1912. It was found in the library of the Villa Mondragone, a Jesuit college near Rome. Voynich, who specialized in rare and unusual texts, immediately realized that he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The book was filled with hundreds of pages of strange script that did not resemble any known alphabet, along with colorful illustrations of plants, astronomical diagrams, and human figures. He brought it to the wider scholarly community, and from that moment forward the manuscript bore his name. Yet the history of the manuscript extends much further back. Radiocarbon dating conducted in the early 21st century revealed that the parchment on which it was written dates to the early 15th century, placing its creation in late medieval Europe. The manuscript likely passed through many hands before reaching the Jesuit library, where Voynich discovered it. Evidence suggests that in the 17th century the book was in the possession of George Barish, a Prague alchemist who puzzled over its strange writings. It was later sent to Athanasius Kircher, a Jesuit scholar known for his interest in obscure languages and codes. Letters from this period mention the book as an oddity that no one could decipher. Eventually, it entered Jesuit collections, where it remained until Voynich's discovery. The manuscript itself is composed of over 200 pages of vellum, though some leaves are missing. The text is written in a flowing hand that suggests it is not a mere hoax or random jumble, but rather the work of someone who had fluency in the script. The alphabet consists of around 20 distinct characters, repeated in patterns that resemble natural language. Words appear to follow consistent structures, with some words repeating frequently and others appearing only rarely. This has convinced many researchers that the text encodes an actual language or a cipher rather than being meaningless. The illustrations are as perplexing as the writing. Many pages depict plants, but the plants do not match known species. Some resemble composites of different plants, while others are entirely fantastical. There are astronomical and astrological diagrams showing stars, suns, moons, and zodiac symbols, sometimes accompanied by strange writing around circular forms. One section shows dozens of nude women bathing in green liquid, connected by pipes and tubes, as though part of some alchemical or medical process. Another section appears to contain recipes, with short passages of text accompanied by star-like symbols. Scholars have categorized the manuscript into several sections: botanical, astronomical, balneological or bathing, cosmological, pharmaceutical, and recipes. The mystery of the script has drawn the greatest attention. From the moment Voynich revealed the manuscript, cryptographers began to attempt its decipherment. During the Second World War, American and British codebreakers, who had cracked the most difficult enemy ciphers, turned their skills to the Voynich manuscript. Yet even experts who had broken the code of Enigma and Purple could make no progress. The text stubbornly resisted every effort. Part of the difficulty is that the script does not match any known alphabet. While it has about 20 distinct signs, these signs are written with smooth, elegant strokes, giving the impression of a practiced scribe. The words average about 5 characters in length, and certain words repeat frequently in patterns that resemble grammar. Yet no one has been able to identify what language, if any, lies beneath the script. Some argue that it could be a cipher encoding a known language, while others believe it represents an entire invented tongue. Over the years, countless theories have been proposed. Some suggest that the manuscript was the work of medieval alchemists or natural philosophers attempting to record secret knowledge in code. Others believe it is a treatise of medicine, perhaps focusing on women's health, given the illustration of bathing women. Some see it as an astrological guide, connecting plants and healing practices with the stars. A more romantic theory holds that it is the work of a genius or eccentric who created an entire new language and alphabet meant only for themselves. There is also the theory that the Voynich manuscript is an elaborate hoax. Some argue that it was created in the 15th or 16th century to fool wealthy patrons who were willing to pay for rare and mysterious knowledge. The apparent consistency of the text, however, makes this theory difficult to sustain. To generate more than 200 pages of pseudo-language with consistent patterns would require immense effort and sophistication, raising the question of why anyone would go to such lengths merely to deceive. The modern era has brought new tools to the study of the manuscript. Computer algorithms have analyzed the patterns of the text, comparing them to known languages. Some studies suggest that the statistical properties of the text resemble natural human languages more than random gibberish. Others have tried to match the words with specific languages, from Hebrew to Nahuatl to Chinese, but none of these identifications have held up to scrutiny. Machine learning methods have been applied, yielding tantalizing hints, but no definitive solutions. The illustrations, too, have been studied in detail. Botanists have tried to identify the plants with little success. Some appear to be composites of known species, while others are unlike anything that grows on Earth. Astronomers have examined the star diagrams, noting that some correspond to real constellations, while others do not. The bathing women have been interpreted as allegories or alchemical transformation, or as depictions of medical practices involving water. The pipes and baths could represent the body, or perhaps a symbolic vision of the cosmos. Despite centuries of effort, the manuscript remains unread. This enduring mystery is part of its allure. Each generation of scholars believes that they may be the one to unlock the code, only to find the solution slipping from their grasp. The Voynich manuscript has thus become a mirror in which we see reflected our own desires for knowledge, our own projections of meaning onto the unknown. The cultural impact of the manuscript is profound. It has appeared in novels, films, and popular culture as a symbol of mystery and hidden knowledge. Writers have imagined it as a magical grimoire, a lost work of genius, or even a message from extraterrestrials. The manuscript inspires the imagination precisely because it resists explanation. In an age when so much can be decoded, categorized, and explained, the Voynich manuscript stands as a reminder that not all mysteries yield to reason. If the manuscript is not merely a puzzle, it is also a material artifact, a window into the culture of 15th century Europe. The vellum, inks, and pigments provide information about medieval technologies of bookmaking. The style of the drawing, or the style of the drawings, though strange, share features with other manuscripts of the period. The fact that such work was produced at all tells us something about the intellectual ferment of the time, when scholars and alchemists explored the boundaries of science, magic, and language. In recent years, the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library at Yale University, which houses the Voynich manuscript, has made high-quality digital scans available online. This has opened the text to a global community of researchers and enthusiasts. Thousands of people around the world now study the pages, advancing new theories and analysis. The democratization of access has only deepened the fascination with the work, as amateurs and professionals alike engage with its mysteries. The future of Voynich studies may depend on continued interdisciplinary collaborations. Cryptographers or cryptographers, linguistics, historians, and computer scientists all bring different perspectives. Perhaps one day the code will be broken and the contents of the manuscript revealed, or perhaps it will remain forever obscure, its meaning lost to time. Either outcome carries significance. If the text is decoded, it will enrich our understanding of medieval thought. If it remains a mystery, it will continue to inspire wonder. The story of the Voynich manuscript is thus not only about a single book, but about the human spirit. It embodies our drive to uncover secrets, to make sense of the unknown, to believe that meaning lies hidden just beneath our grasp. It reminds us that knowledge is never complete, that even in a world of science and technology, there remains enigmas that resist resolution. In this sense, the Voynich manuscript is not just a puzzle, but a parable, a story about our relationship to mystery itself. The manuscript has endured for more than 6 centuries, passed from alchemists to Jesuits to modern scholars, always carrying with it the aura of the inexplicable. It may yet endure for centuries more, still unread, still provoking debate and imagination. Its pages whisper across time, inviting us to listen, to speculate, to dream. And perhaps that is its greatest gift, not the knowledge it conceals, but the sense of wonder it inspires. Among the most enduring theories concerning the authorship of the Voyage manuscript is that it may have been created by the English friar and scholar Roger Bacon. Bacon lived in the 13th century and was known for his interest in alchemy, optics, and natural philosophy. He wrote extensively on scientific and mystical subjects and was fascinated with the idea of hidden knowledge. Advocates of the Bacon hypothesis point to the manuscript's enigmatic content, its complex diagrams, and its apparent purpose as a compendium of secret knowledge, as consistent with Bacon's intellectual pursuits. They suggest that the unusual script might have been a cipher designed to protect his ideas from prying eyes in an age when radical thought could be dangerous. Yet there is little direct evidence linking Bacon to the manuscript, and the carbon dating of the volume, or vellum, to the early 15th century postdates his death by more than 100 years, making this theory historically unlikely. Nevertheless, the association endures, in part because Bacon represents the archetype of the secretive medieval genius whose knowledge was centuries ahead of its time. Another theory credits the English mathematician, astrologer, and occultist John Dee with the manuscript's creation. Dee lived during the 16th century and served as an observer to Queen Elizabeth I. His collected an enormous library of books of mathematics, alchemy, divination, and the occult. Dee, along with his associate Edward Kelly, claimed to communicate with angels through a practice they called scrying. Supporters of the Dee theory argue that the manuscript could be an alchemical treatise disguised as a coded work, intended to protect knowledge while still conveying it to a select few. The elaborate diagrams and esoteric content resonate with what is known about Dee's work, particularly his interest in astrology, the combination of magic and science, and the creation of unique symbolic symbols. However, the connection remains speculative, as there is no concrete evidence that Dee or Kelly ever possessed the manuscript. Some scholars have suggested that the manuscript might have been the work of an unknown or anonymous alchemist or scholar in continental Europe, possibly in northern Italy or Bohemia, where the book was documented in the 17th century. This theory emphasizes the style of the illustrations and the manuscript's material composition as consistent with 15th century European craftsmanship. The botanical drawings, though peculiar, show an understanding of plant structure, while the astronomical diagrams indicate knowledge of the skies, suggesting the creator was educated and skilled in multiple fields. The identity of this individual may be lost to history, and the manuscript may remain the only surviving testament to their intellect. Another perspective considers the manuscript as a work of linguistic experimentation, or even early scientific fiction.
In this view, the text may have been intended as a linguistic or philosophical exercise, a creative experiment in encoding information and creating meaning. The writer may have developed a unique script and vocabulary to explore how symbols interact with thoughts, perception, and communication. This theory does not require the manuscript to serve a practical purpose or convey practical knowledge, but rather frames it as an early form of cognitive exploration, anticipating ideas in a semiotic artificial intelligence and constructed language and constructive languages centuries before such fields formerly existed. A more radical suggestion posits that the manuscript could have been intended as a medieval guide, particularly focusing on women's health and reproduction. This frequent depiction of bathing women in the connection of plants and fluids to the human body have led some to interpret the manuscript as a compendium of gynecological knowledge or a guide to herbal remedies. In medieval Europe, such knowledge was often passed orally or kept secret, particularly when it involved reproductive health. Encoding this information in a secret script would have provided both protection and exclusivity, allowing only a select audience to benefit from the insights. Some theorists have proposed that the Voynich manuscript may even have been influenced by esoteric or mystical traditions, including Kabbalistic, alchemical, or Hermetic thought. The text could have been intended to encode not only practical knowledge, but also philosophical, spiritual, or mystical concepts, accessible only to those trained to interpret its symbols. This would explain the mixture of botanical, astronomical, and bathing imagery, as well as the recurrent motifs of interconnectedness and transformation. In this context, the manuscript becomes not simply a book, but a meditation on the structure of the universe, the human body, and the relationship between knowledge and secrecy. Cryptographers, meanwhile, have explored the possibility that the manuscript contains a sophisticated cipher that hides information of immense value. Some have suggested that it could encode natural languages or language using a method that has yet to be discovered. Others have hypothesized that the manuscript employs a polyalphabetical cipher where symbols represent multiple letters depending on context, or a homophonic cipher where one character can encode several different sounds. Despite these efforts, no code-breaking method has conclusively succeeded, demonstrating both the complexity of the manuscript and the ingenuity of its creator. In addition to historical and linguistic analysis, modern technology has opened new avenues of research. High-resolution imagery has allowed scholars to study the ink, pigments, and brushstrokes, revealing the skill and the care in which the manuscript was created. Spectral analysis of the inks have shown that some pages contain mixture of iron gall ink
in organic pigments, consistent with practices in 15th century Europe. Microscopic examination of the vellum indicates preparation techniques that would have required both expertise and patience. These material studies suggest that the manuscript was not a casual work, but a deliberate, carefully crafted artifact. Artificial intelligence and machine learning have also been applied in recent years. Algorithms have been used to analyze word patterns, character frequency, and structural repetition. These studies suggest that the text exhibits statistical properties consistent with natural languages, including predictability in words, sequences, and syntactic structure. Although AI has not deciphered the manuscript, these insights support the notion that it encodes meaningful content rather than being random signals or symbols. The mystery of the Voynich manuscript is heightened by the absence of any corroborating historical references. Unlike most medieval works, there are no copies, no translations, and no known commentary by contemporaries. Aside from passing references by owners such as Berish or Kircher, this isolation raises questions about how widely known the manuscript was and whether it served a practical purpose or was intended as a private intellectual exercise. The allure of the manuscript lies not only in the challenge of deciphering, but also in the aesthetic and imaginative appeal of its illustrations. Each page draws the viewer into a world of unusual flora, cosmic diagrams, and symbolic imagery that seems both familiar and alien. It encourages careful observation, speculation, and interpretation, engaging both scientific and artistic sensibilities. The work exists at an intersection of art, science, and mysticism, making it a unique artifact of human creativity. The Voynich manuscript remains one of the most compelling mysteries of the pre-modern world. Its author may have been a genius, a mystic, an alchemist, or an anonymous scholar whose identity is lost to history. Its content may encode practical knowledge, spiritual insight, linguistic experimentation, or a complex cipher yet to be solved. The manuscript continues to captivate the imagination of scholars and enthusiasts alike, demonstrating the enduring human fascination with the unknown, whether it is ever decoded or remains forever opaque. The Voynich manuscript exemplifies the power of mystery to inspire wonder, inquiry, and creativity across centuries. Its pages, filled with strange text and evocative illustrations, continues to whisper questions that invite reflection on the limitation of knowledge, the possibilities of human ingenuity, and the enduring beauty of unexplained phenomena. All right. So,
let me cough after reading all of that. And then I can go ahead and say my final words. So I hope you guys did enjoy that. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Love to hear your feedback. Love to hear what you have to say about the topics that were brought up. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'll say it again. We are on Rumble and YouTube and at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. If you guys want to check us out there, feel free to do so. And like I said, we aren't just doing the live streams. The video will be restreamed on at 15-minute videos for people who want to watch just shorter videos. We've created shorter videos so that you can hear little bits at a time, as well as going over and watching this again if you wish to. If you want to check us out on other platforms, you can check us out on DLive and at Kick as Roger_Hanson. Besides those two platforms, I am also on Twitch at Infamous 1969. You can check me out there as well. Now on, I believe, I may have missed one. I'm not quite sure. I said YouTube, Rumble, DLive, Kick, and Twitch. So you can check me out there. If you want to find me on Teams, you can find me at Roger Hanson. I've also got a community set up that I started today. Rather than using the groups they got, I set a community up for Live with Roger Hanson. You can check me out there as well. And on Minds, I am Roger_Hanson. I don't go on there very much, but you can find me there. I'm also on X at RogLOL1973. That's ROGLOL1973. And again, I'm on there, but I'm not on there all the time. So I will respond to you when I go and check everything out on there. It's just I don't know exactly when that will be. And I guess the best thing I can say is thank you for watching. I hope you guys have a good day, and I'll end this. Looks like Mark Edworthy finally followed me on DLive. It's about time. He's followed me on every single platform except for DLive. It's amazing that he actually did it. Good job, Mark Edworthy. And I believe that's all the comments, all of the actions that we've had to do. There ain't nobody that's made any comments in the comment section, so I guess we're done. And with that, I will end the show. And thank you guys again for watching. Later. A Shadow Man encounter. Michael tells of his close encounter in the fall of 1998. It has many typical characteristics, including that his perceptions happened when he woke during the night. He had just purchased a home and spent a day painting it before moving in. His friends left for the night, but he decided to sleep in a beanbag chair. He woke in the middle of the night feeling thirsty and went into the dark kitchen for a glass of water. That's when I got a distinct feeling that someone was watching me, there at the top of the basement stairs and in front of the light switch.
I could distinctly make out the figure of what I automatically assumed as my good friend Larry. He called out to the figure. No, he called out to the figure which didn't respond. I was still absolutely convinced that I was looking at a living person. My guard went up with the dangerous possibilities of who it could be. He took out a pocket knife in case he needed to defend himself. Then in an instant, the shadow moved forward in my direction. I lunged forward with the knife extending outward. I saw the shadow move into my arms as if deliberately trying to impale himself in my weapon, and it kept on coming. He screamed, and the entity continued straight through his body. I spun around in a circular motion, 180 degrees. I saw the shadow moving at an almost leisurely pace away from me. It proceeded through the large kitchen into the adjoining dining room and finally through the wall that would have led outside if it were a door. He finally turned on the light switch. Wide awake now, he searched the house, found nothing, and evacuated to his old apartment for the rest of the night. He never had a repeat encounter while living in the house. Of note, he said he wondered whether he was thirsty due to the paint fumes. A rational explanation would be that those could have been those could have been an influence, as well as an episode of a hallucination associated with sleep paralysis. He wondered if it might be associated with the address ending in 666, and that the house was aligned with magnetic north. Alright, now that's my first story. Hello, Karma. How you doing? Can you hear me? Okay, so in this one, he was just moving into his house, and he spent the day painting and decided to sleep in a beanbag instead of going home to his old apartment. He was staying in the old house and everybody had left. He woke in the middle of the night feeling thirsty and went into the dark kitchen for a glass of water. Now, he had a distinct feeling that someone was watching him, and at the top of the basement stairs and in front of the light switch, he could make out a figure. To me, I mean, when I hear stories like that, like, they're usually quick, you know what I mean? When they're, at least I find them quick. At least he wasn't trying to be too distinctive, too descriptive about it. That's the one thing. Like, usually you can tell when people are telling stories like this, they try to describe the complete look of how a spirit was supposed to look, and they only seen him for like 15 seconds, so that's one thing that did stick out to me. So he didn't do that, so I kind of see where there could be some valid, just in his writings, you know what I mean? It sounds like it could be a valid thing that he did see. Now he said in here too that it could have been due to maybe sleep paralysis, yeah, or paint fumes from earlier, where he woke up and he was probably thirsty from paint fumes. I know I've heard people saying that you can have the same kind of effect from like carbon monoxide levels being too high and stuff like that, but I don't know about paint fumes. He could have had a little bit too much on him, you know, but looking for a rational explanation, just kind of like the first thing that pops off your mind, you know. So basically, I can post this in the Minds chat, and if you guys want to read it, you can. I'll also post it in the chat here. And what do you think, John? Do you think that's real? You think there's a...
Could be. I've had one experience with a shadow person, and I also believe that they can be interdimensional beings as well. They're dark over here because they're not in our dimension, but in their reality, they might be full of light. You know, I don't know. That's just a theory. But with me, I have had one experience with one. If you want me to share it, I will. It's only very brief. It's up to you.
Yeah. That's usually about all I ever find about shadow people, anyhow, are brief stories. So if you got one, share it.
Right, I might be interrupted, so apologies if I do get interrupted. But
all right.
What it was, I was at my kitchen many years ago, and I suddenly had this really like awful like thoughts, images came in my head, and I knew it wasn't me. And the next second, I saw, and like a mind's eye, I saw a shadow person right behind me, like almost like whispering to me these things. And I can't remember what I said or did, but I got rid of it. And then he was gone, and the things I had in my head were gone. Everything was just gone. So it makes you think, well, if that happened to me, how many times have that maybe happened to other people who maybe wouldn't have the mind's eye to see what it actually was causing this? You know, it just makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah. Most of the people that I've heard telling stories about shadow people too, it's like in a blink of an eye. You know what I mean? Like, you see an image out of the side of your eye, or something whispers in your ear, but it's never like a straight shot, you know, which he says he did get a straight shot, but he still also says that he didn't really get a full image of it. I noticed that. Like down here, I don't know about the whole address ending in 666, because like shadow people, from what I've heard, they don't really, from most of the stories I've heard, they don't really relate to like evil. Now there's a lot of people who say they feel dark spirits in the shadow people, you know, like it's not just evil people and stuff like that. What do you think about the magnetic north thing? Does either one of you guys have any thoughts on that? Magnetic north?
I don't know.
I've never heard of it.
About that, to be honest.
I don't know how that would relate either, being honest. That's first. That's one of the things that stuck out to me, is like magnetic north, because I've never heard anybody really ever bring magnetic north up when it comes to spirits and shadow people.
Yeah. I think the shadow people, they're sort of drawn to maybe people's auras, light, people's, you know, energy. I think it's something on that lines again, but I'm not really sure. I haven't had a lot to do with them. I don't know if Karma maybe has, but I haven't had much dealings with them myself.
Have you dealt with any shadow people, Karma? I think she's taking.
When you know, because I'm out and so I'm doing other stuff, but I'm listening, and I didn't bring my headphones and I had them in my bra. When you talk about shadow people, you guys talk about like spirits or other energies surrounding. Like, you know, I don't see just my awareness of us being multidimensional beings makes it difficult for me to equate them or associate them with shadow people. Like my ex-husband probably was one, but in the flesh, because they take human form as well. We see them or think, like a lot of people associate like it being with like evil. Like, 'cause I think I even watched the video where like you made it, John, and then the person that got touched in the video, they ended up dying or whatever later on, stuff like that. Like, so just from my knowledge and what I'm aware of, you can, some people have like that they're masters to where they can do like martial arts with like different type of weapons, like knives and stuff like that. A layman, a person who's never touched it before, might use a knife and it might end up cutting themselves, killing themselves. It's one of those things to where everything's mindset. I know we like to kind of say it's not, or
Yeah.
but everything literally is created from our mindset. And what I've learned is that, and this is through experience, not anyone's book, not anyone's, I don't want to feel like I'm some academic or anything. No, this is just my life and how I've lived. Like I told you guys about the skull incident, and I told you guys about different occurrences within my life. So everything I speak from comes from experience. That's why I'm able to elaborate or stand on what I do. And shadow people are more like deliverers of faith. It's not to where this is a shadow person in this picture, they're going to cause bad stuff to happen. Literally, they're deliverers of faith. So if you've been warned, hey, if you do certain things like a kid, you tell a kid, don't touch that iron, it's hot. And they want to keep touching it, then they get burned one day because the iron's on. They touch it a few times, it's not hot, so they think it's okay, and then they touch it when it's on. Excuse me, it's their fate delivered. Like I already warned you once not to do that. Same with these things. They bring what was already going to occur, or they kind of confirm what would already occur. In some cases, they bring riches and new different types of lives. Like if you've seen Princess and the Frog, and Princess Tiana, she dealt with the Shadow Man, and supposedly he was, he gave her good things in exchange for what certain things. I don't remember what she exchanged for it. I know she ended up turning into a frog as a result. But regardless of the fact, it's not because they came encounter with this shadow man. Like I said, it's agreements, it's terms and conditions. Same with it's like signing up for a secret society that says, hey, if you do these things, you got to deliver us. If we do these things, then you got to deliver us your firstborn. Those can technically be considered shadow men. And since people are able to transfer and transform their position and their appearance, it's not always the evil people. It's not. It's literally people just that are capable of turning into these different things. Like I said, my husband used to. I mean, like I've seen him take multiple different forms. My grandmother's seen him take multiple different forms, and it's kind of one of those things to where people have acquired a certain level of energy, a certain level of intelligence that they didn't. I mean, like minus anything helping them, just because they actually put in the work to do it, and it makes it to where they are capable. If you believe that you're going to die, you're going to die. No, nothing I can say can convince you. You kind of know that too, John, because you were talking about when you kill people, they have to believe it first. That's the same thing. People believe in stuff that weakens them because they've been told that that's going to weaken them. Me personally, I just had 2 shadow people at the house. I want to say what day we did roundtable. Yeah, the day we did roundtable, I did Bob Dustin.
People were saying he was doing a lot of stuff, and they thought maybe it was somebody's jealous boyfriend or husband.
Bob Crane.
What was Bob Crane? You remember him, Austin?
Yep.
Vaguely, but he was a little before my time, so you and Roger are more likely to remember him. in a lot more detail than me.
Still unsolved. They never found out who killed him. Like they beat him to death with a camera, I think, or something.
Yep.
It was terrible, and it just always creeped me out because I'm like, well, there's more. There's somebody knows something, but they never did find out. See, that's a long Hollywood. That was probably what, in the 70s, Roger? Maybe 80s.
That one
Probably
was
70s.
that one was in the 80s, and it actually happened in Scottsdale, Arizona, where I actually lived. And
There's a lot of on in Arizona. It seemed like
they finally figured out how that happened. The guy was sleeping with a woman, and what happened was is freaking he was actually going back and forth and having sex with her in L.A. I think it was, and the woman's husband drove all the way from L.A. to freaking Arizona, shot him, and then drove all the way back. And he was supposed to be leaving on a business trip by airplane, so he just bought the ticket. And while he was supposed to be away, he drove to Arizona, shot him, and then drove back, and nobody could figure out who the murderer was. It was pretty interesting how he pulled that off. And
so did they find it
yeah.
then? Because I didn't think they ever solved it.
Yeah, it was I ended up hearing about it back in maybe the 90s, early 2000s. It's actually a pretty interesting story. The way.
Well, you know, another one that reminds me a little bit of it is Bob Saget. That was weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good story right there.
And they say there's no way that, like, you know, he was found basically beaten to death.
They found him. His skull was crushed where his skull was crushed where his eyes were coming out of the sockets, and they said he just fell and hit a bedpost.
Yeah, and then his family and like acting like, well, we really don't need any further investigation. I think at first they were, and then all of a sudden they were like, well, yeah.
They refused to have his body exhumed.
But at first they were wanting to. That's why it was going to be exhumed. And then all of a sudden they were like, oh, well, you know, I guess it's possible that, you know, that he could have hurt himself that badly falling after talking to the coroner or something. And there's no way. There's a lot of people that said that didn't happen the way it did. But I don't know.
Got to them.
Huh?
Somebody got to them because they were wanting his body exhumed because it was obviously suspicious, and then all of a sudden they backtrack.
I wonder what he was into. You know, it's something.
What?
He was hanging out them Diddy freak off parties with the Olsen girls. That's probably what it was.
He could have been. Was that what he was on? What was he on? Was he on that show?
Yeah, he was on Family Ties or Family. What was it?
Full House.
Full House. Yeah, Full House.
With the Olsen twins when they were little girls.
They're creepy now. They're creepy.
No.
Yeah, they're like alien humanoids.
But you should.
They'll probably be on Everything About Aliens with me and Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you want that episode that I had to stream for Jaffe last night was pretty strange because it was about. Have you ever heard of Leonard Cohen?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
sounds familiar.
Leonard Cohen. He was a freaking writer and writer and art musician and everything. He's from Canada. He played with Paul Simon.
Oh, okay.
And Bob Dylan and all those guys.
Recognize it, but
well, he had this interesting woman on there freaking last night. She was named Ann Diamond, and she claims that she was she was a victim of MK Ultra, and that freaking she ended up having to be like a sex slave to Leonard Cohen and stuff of that nature. And she starts going through all this stuff, man, and it's like, with what we're talking about right now, man, it fits in right exactly with what she was saying. It was really really
Yeah.
creepy.
Yeah, that's perfect.
You know.
Yeah.
She was
Wow.
She was talking about how she had a relationship with Leonard Cohen and how freaking people like Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones was involved in a lot of this stuff. The Beatles. She's talking about
Yeah.
all of
Yeah.
it.
Wow.
So the freak offs aren't really a new thing. This has been going on since the 60s at least.
It's pretty interesting.
This kind of human trafficking, the freak offs of these people.
Wow.
Well, I know he had Cohen. He had this really weird relationship with other musicians, and like he was a stranger person. You know what I mean? Like he always did these off-colored songs that were dark. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I've heard some of them.
yeah, and he had no problems with Satanism and stuff like that whatsoever. And people have also made mentions that he was also a part of what do they call that? Scientology.
Oh yeah, yeah. They talk about that now with what's his name? Oh gosh. He looks like he's
Tom
about
Cruise.
Tom Cruise, yeah. But I don't know about I mean Tom Cruise actually seems kind of normal. He likes to do his own stunts and stuff, but he seems okay. Yeah.
He's had his episodes.
Yeah, being married to Nicole Kidman, she's a creepy one.
That didn't help anything. Yeah, now she's married to Keith Urban, and he's went off the deep end too. He's a nutcase now.
Yeah, and even like with that, what's her name? I forgot her name. She was young back in the 90s, and she ended up marrying and having babies. And everybody that I've referenced to try to figure out how old she was says that she was like 19 years old. But I remember back when it took place, everybody said that she got in a relationship with this guy when she was in her teens. And I mean, I know like when it comes to country musicians, I think Loretta Lynn was the last one I heard of that was under 18 when she got married.
Oh.
But that one kind of was strange too. I wish I could remember her name, but I think it was like Shania Twain or one of those women. That she was real young when she ended up getting married, and everybody swears she was supposed to be 18 or 19 years old. But I remember back then when that happened because I just moved to Kansas City. And it
Well, I don't. Jerry Lewis, remember he married that like his cousin that was 13, and that was creepy because she looked like a little girl. And that
Jerry Lee Lewis.
He was so creepy. He's dead now, isn't he? Finally, I mean, it took him forever to die, but.
And they thought he sold the planes to Jim Croce and Leonard Skinner. They called him the killer.
Yeah, because those planes
And
all crashed.
I think he sold the plane that to the airport that Buddy Holly and Big Bopper and Richie Valens all died on too.
Wow, I know. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, they called him the killer. He was affiliated with, I think, with all three of those plane crashes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That is pretty bad. I mean, somebody's got some bad luck whenever you have to get on an airplane and he's there, you need to turn around and walk away.
Or you won't
Yeah,
buy
I wouldn't be getting on that plane.
you won't buy a plane from him. You know, you do see people sometimes in their lives. There's just like something keeps happening to them all the time. It's one thing like that. Like they'll have a lot of car wrecks, or they'll get hit by cars. My aunt was like that. She got hit by. I don't know why she was out walking, but she got hit by a couple cars back in the day, and then her brother. Was it her brother, Austin? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was going, there was used to be 2 bars in Ohio. They were you had to go across the street, but people would run across the street to get between the two, which is not a good idea anyway, you know, because you're drunk and you're
Especially
going
not when you're drunk already.
listen to the name of these bars: Rusty Nail and the King of Clubs. So I don't know what they were called back then, but her brother was going from one to the other, and a car came through there and killed her brother. So that whole family, I mean, it was like she'd been hit by a car twice. It messed up her leg. She had all kinds of pins and stuff in her leg and her knee, and then her brother got killed. So it's weird. You know, I'm like, what's going on with this family that we have, like, you know, that happening?
Like a family curse.
Yeah. I mean, my mom, you know, that was my mom's brother, and she didn't have anything like that happen, but I don't know if they were wandering around on the road too much or what. And back then, there wasn't a lot of traffic, because I don't know when he passed away, but it's been a long time ago, you know.
1953.
Yeah. You know, people weren't getting killed on the pedestrians like they are nowadays. My God.
Yeah, it's a lot higher now.
Yeah, well, people are driving insane. People are insane. They're on.
Maybe it's the psyop.
Well, I mean, if we go over what we kind of went over in the last time we had this conversation too, you look at like Ellen, okay, and that one blonde-headed girl she was dating, okay. Now
Anne Hesh, yeah.
Anne Hesh, remember how she ended up dying? She freaking flipped out. She went down freaking the street, freaking slamming into everything. Luckily, she didn't run anybody over.
Well, and so did you know the little guy that played the elf on her show? His name was Leslie. Do you remember his whole name, Austin? And during COVID, he was a big deal. He did videos and everybody loved him. I think he was gay, but he was always on Ellen's show and everybody loved him. And he had a heart attack and crashed his car about a year after Anne Hesh died. And they were trying to say Ellen had something to do with that.
Yeah.
Because what was the other one that died? That was her dancer. You know, he was on her show all the time. What was his name? Austin, I'm just going, it's going away from me now, you know?